Good morning and welcome to day two of the third annual Student and Staff Research Conference. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Maya Kashfi, and for those who might not know me yet, I'm the head of research and case strategies. I have to, of course, start off by saying that we have very much been looking forward to finally coming together on campus for this year's conference. The first one having taken place in July 2020, it seemed like the 2-year wait might have finally been over. But despite every effort, best laid plans and all, it was sadly not to be. Who would have thought that after 2 years of a global pandemic, a heat wave and a broken aircon unit would have taken us down this year? So I'd like to thank you all for your goodwill and flexibility when faced with this last minute change of plans. This not only includes attendees, but also the presenters and chairs who are very much looking forward to presenting their research to you in person. The decision wasn't taken lightly, but we think, judging by today's temperature, that it was the right one under the circumstances. So thanks again, you're all brilliant. And while it's not quite how we imagined today would go, the good news is that day one was excellent. And today promises an equally rich and diverse program of interesting, inspiring, and thought-provoking presentations. Research culture at London Met has gone from strength to strength over the last few years. And a key component of a successful and thriving research culture is a sense of community, inclusion, and partnership. The conference is the perfect encapsulation of those ideals in that it brings together the entire research community from across all 5 schools to share ideas, celebrate achievement, and hopefully open doors for future collaboration. The conference itself is organised by the Student and Staff Liaison Forum, which aims to provide a platform for students to have their voices heard on areas for development and opportunity in partnership with staff. This year's theme, Lifting Barriers, New Research at London Met, continues a tradition of not only celebrating research and work, but also values as an institution. Social justice, equity being at the forefront of challenging the status quo. We are also lifting barriers by coming together as one community today. We'll hear papers from multiple disciplines, including science and nutrition, education, and architecture. Before I hand over to our keynote speaker, Professor Louise Ryan, a few reminders about the additional resources you have available to you today. Please leave comments on our Padlet wall. Let us know what you think of the conference, or if you have any questions, or if there's anybody that you'd like to speak to after the conference. Remember to take a look at the posters, which you can access via the Rise Articulate platform. And finally, please join us later in awarding the best presentations from the conference. You will get a chance to vote for these at 3:50 p.m. I just want to take a moment also to thank you all for being here again, but also to thank our chairs and presenters, and a massive thank you to Oliver Brooks and Anna Kamick from the RPO for their hard work in organising the conference, along with Dr. Irini Memoridou and Dr. Una Fairbrother, and the Student and Staff Liaison Forum, of course. Now, I'd like to introduce Professor Louise Ryan, who is our keynote speaker. Louise is the director of the Global Diversities and Inequalities Research Center, and her research, including work with Afghan migrants, the LGBTQIA plus community, and Irish nurses who came to work in the NHS in the 60s, lift barriers by giving a voice to so many. Louise's talk today is entitled Kilburn is Not Kilburn Anymore, an analysis of migrants aging in and out of place. Have a great day two of the conference. Over to you, Louise.
Thank you very much. This is very efficient. So I'm going to present this lecture. As you can see there, the title is Kilburn Isn't Kilburn Anymore. That's a quotation from one of my participants, an analysis of aging in and out of place. So I'm going to speak for about 30 to 35 minutes, and then I'll really welcome some questions and discussion as well. So I'll be very happy to take questions at the end. Right, so let's see. Okay, brilliant. So for those of you who might be particularly interested in this topic, the paper has been published. It was published last year, 2021. You can see the names of my co-authors there. And the title of the article as it was published in the journal is slightly different. It just flips the wording around a bit. So the article is entitled Analysing Migrants Aging in and Out of Place as Embodied Practices of Embedding Through Time, Kilburn isn't Kilburn anymore. And that was published in an international journal, Population, Space and Place. The research that I'm presenting here today is part of a large ESRC project, so funded by the Economic and Social Research Council. The project was entitled Sustainable Care, and I worked on that while I was at the University of Sheffield, and the project ran from 2017 to 2021. So I'll be saying a bit more about that as we go along. So just to give you some introduction and some context to this, as you will be aware, we're living in an aging society. And within aging societies, and many countries in Europe are indeed aging societies, there is an increasing attention on how people navigate and make sense of particular places as they get older. With increasing frailty in advanced age, navigating even places that were once very familiar can become challenging. Aging, coupled with bereavement and diminishing support networks, may impact on people's sense of belonging in local places. Now, of course, those places are themselves constructed and dynamic. So the neighborhoods that we live in, if you think about the neighborhood that you live in, the place that you live in, whether that's in London or elsewhere, you can just imagine how dynamic those places are, how much they've changed over time, maybe over your lifetime. If you imagine for older people, they've really seen those neighborhoods changed dramatically over time. As well as these perceived changes, of course, that may also mean material changes, such as changes in public transport, for example, changes in access to particular kinds of facilities and services. And that can really impact on older people, especially as we know in the research that older people tend to live more local lives. So they tend to rely more on services and facilities within their local neighborhoods. So for migrants in particular, so I was just referring to the aging population in general terms, but if we now think about migrants in particular, aging may result in some additional challenges. For those people who arrived in Britain to work, primarily for economic reasons, then aging also raises questions about retirement and return. Many people who came to Britain to work had the long-term plan that they would eventually go back to live in their country of origin. However, we know from the research and research that I've also been doing that return is not necessarily easy or straightforward. The home place has also been changing over time. While we've all been away, our countries of origin have also been changing. It's not like they've kind of been waiting with bated breath for us to come back. So it's possible, therefore, that migrants may no longer feel a sense of belonging in those original country places. They may actually feel a sense of being out of place. As the older generation back in the country of origin die off, migrants may find that in fact their closest families are here in the UK, including children and grandchildren, and that has real impact for return for older migrants. Now, beyond the considerable body of research that's been done on retirement migration, we can think about, for example, the many hundreds of thousands of British people who retire to Spain as one example. There is limited, though increasing, research on how migrant populations navigate aging in the destination society. Because I suppose in a lot of research there was an assumption that when migrants got to the age of 60 or 65, they'd retire from work and they'd pack up and go back to the origin country. We know from the data that that isn't as straightforward, and in fact we now have large numbers of aging migrants here in the UK. Nonetheless, the ways in which migrants connect and identify with particular places, including local neighbourhoods, is still not very well understood. And this is especially in the context of ageing. Moreover, there have been calls for more research on the diversity of ageing migrants. Not everybody is the same, and we need to be aware of differences in need and expectations, cultural, religious differences, linguistic differences, and so on. So we also need to understand how age and ethnicity and gender and religion and so forth may intersect within those particular places. So keeping place very much as an underpinning theme of the discussion. So adopting a spatial lens is very important, and in this article we very much adopt a spatial lens by putting place at the centre of our discussion. So within recent years there's been growing interest in how migrants establish new relationships and forge a new sense of belonging in new places. So obviously when migrants arrive in a new place, so when they first move to a new country, they are having to build that sense of relationality, that sense of connection, attachment, belonging in that new place that they've just arrived to. And there's quite a lot of research that focuses on that part of the story, that sense of migrants' arrival in a new place, encountering unfamiliar places. And these processes are widely recognized as being especially important for migrants as ways of tackling alienation, isolation, and difference experienced by newcomers. And through these processes, helping to cement new identities and to sustain and empower communities that might otherwise be marginalized. Adopting a spatial lens really helps us to focus our attention on the characteristics of these particular places. In other words, the local neighbourhoods, the housing, access to public transport, availability of services such as schools, GP services, pharmacies, shops, etc. So really looking at the local places can be very helpful to understand how migrants experience and navigate these places. However, that does not mean that we should ignore the wider national context, because of course we're operating very much within the framework of a nation state. So on the macro level, in other words, on the large scale, we're looking at the nation state. We're looking at a particular legislative context. In other words, for migrants, the immigration legislation that is designed and implemented at a national level. A very good example of this, of course, is Brexit, because London, as you may know, voted overwhelmingly to remain in the European Union, but the rest of Britain voted overall to leave the European Union. So even though London and the places where many migrants live voted to remain, it was the national vote, it was the national government that made the ultimate decision to leave. So although we're looking through the spatial lens at local places, we have to be aware, of course, that those places are embedded within a national context, which is ruled over by a national parliament that makes decisions that affect everybody, not just, what happens in your local neighborhood. And something that we really wanted to look at in this research was how these experiences are embodied. In other words, looking at the body, and the body as a being, as an entity that moves through and within these places. And particularly in this research, looking at aging bodies. And I'll say more about that in a moment. Now, in the paper, we use the concept of embedding. And in my own research, this is a concept that I coined with my colleague, John Mulholland. So over many years, we've been working on this concept together, and we've developed it as a way of trying to capture dynamism, as a way of trying to capture complex dynamic processes about how migrants negotiate a sense of belonging and attachment in particular places and over time. So it's influenced, for those of you who are interested in sociological concepts, this is a concept that comes from Granovetter's notion of embeddedness. But my colleague and I thought that embeddedness sounded too static, and so therefore we wanted to use a verb as a way of indicating dynamism, change over time, but also effort, that embedding in a place takes time, it also takes energy, it takes effort. So that drawing on Bourdieu's notion of effort, we want to understand what are the mechanisms through which migrants create a sense of attachment and belonging, in other words, in which they are embedding in particular places over time. And by using the verb embedding, we also want to understand how that might change. And this is a key thing that we're looking at in this paper, is the extent to which embedding may actually change. To what extent can embedding processes be reversed and we find ourselves in a situation of disembedding? So embedding is not a simple one-dimensional process. The term differentiated embedding, which is one that I've written about in an article in 2018, points to the multidimensionality of embedding. In other words, that you may be embedding in different ways, even within the same place. And again, if we go back to Brexit, we can see that migrants, in many cases, had been embedding in the economic sector. So in other words, they had jobs, they were earning a living, many of them were working in particular professions, so they were embedding in the labour market, but they were not embedding politically because, of course, many of them as EU citizens didn't need to apply for British passports, they didn't need to apply for visas. So we saw quite deep economic embedding side by side with quite shallow political embedding. So that's what differentiated embedding means, that people can be embedding to different depths simultaneously across different sectors of society. I don't know if you can see my hands because I'm doing lots of sort of actions with my hands, and I don't know if you can see me. So I may just be doing all these actions for my own amusement. So yes, you can see. Okay, thank you, Maiva. So my hand gestures are not wasted. Brilliant. Thank you, Maiva. Okay, so that's that notion of differentiated embedding. But as I mentioned earlier, we're also interested in the extent to which embedding may be reversed. So as we said earlier, migrants arrive in a new place. They may invest a lot of energy and time in trying to engage in embedding, putting down roots, making connections with people. But over time, can that process be reversed? And can we find that people actually start disembedding? So I just want to raise that question for now, and I'll come back to it again in a moment. Now, I want to quickly tell you something about the research project. So this project, as I mentioned earlier, started in 2017 and it finished in 2021. It was funded by the Economic and Social Research Council as part of a large grant. It was operated across 2 sites, London and Yorkshire. So we interviewed older migrants in London, but also in a diverse range of areas around South Yorkshire, including some towns, but also some villages. I'm not going to be presenting the Yorkshire data today. I'm going to be focusing on the London data. As you can see there on the slide, we had 3 different migrant groups, Irish, Polish, and African Caribbean. And we chose those 3 groups because they were 3 very significant groups who came to Britain in the post-war period, from the 1940s and 50s in particular. We know, for example, that many of the Polish people who came to Britain after the war came as refugees. So that's quite interesting because it sort of challenges the question of what does a refugee look like? In that case, Polish. The Irish came as migrant labourers. And the African Caribbean people, of course, came as British citizens. So we have 3 groups who came around the same time, but all came in through different migrant routes and under different kind of immigration regimes. So as you can see there, we did 47 interviews. And a point that I really want to emphasize is that our participants were old. Now, I really want to make this point because this is a bit of a bugbear of mine. You often find when people talk about research on older people, research on aging, there's a tendency to kind of maybe pick 60 or 65 as a cutoff point. The average age of our participants was 81, and many of them were in their late 80s and early 90s. And I would really like to emphasize that when we are talking about older people, or when we are doing research with older people, we must not lump all older people into one category. You would not put somebody who is 20 and somebody who's 50 in the same category. So why should you put somebody who's 60 and somebody who's 90 in the same category? And indeed, this is very important because you often find that when people are in their immediate retirement period, so maybe people of 65, 66, 67, They may still have very good health, they may be very fit, they may be very active. Interview them again 20 years later, and you may get a very different picture. Now, I don't want to say that everybody in their 80s has serious health concerns, but it's definitely the case that as you get older, your health concerns, your mobility issues may deteriorate. So I just want to make that point that when we're talking about older people, we need to be a lot more precise about who exactly do we mean and not generalize all older people together into one massive category of 30 years, which is just far too broad and too general. So when I'm talking about my participants, they're people who in the main are over the age of 80. Most of our participants had lived in their neighbourhoods for a long time. This was again something very interesting. Most of our participants had lived in their neighbourhoods for perhaps 50 years. So they were not, sorry, I'd prefer if people didn't type in the chat, sorry, but I find it very distracting because it keeps popping up on my screen. So please keep your questions until the end. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. So what I would say is that many of our participants, they were in some ways the locals. They had become the locals over time. And so again, this is something that we need to be mindful of, because when we are talking about, for example, neighbourhood regeneration, and we think about who are the local population, especially in a city like London, that local population may be extremely diverse. Many of our migrants, as I said, had lived in a neighbourhood for 50 years. They felt like they had become the locals of that neighbourhood. And therefore, over time, many of them, I would say most of them, had actually built a sense of home. They felt that they belonged in that neighbourhood. So, for example, Miriam, who was an Irish widow, aged 79, had lived in the same street in North London for decades. And she said, I asked her, does Cricklewood feel like home? And she said, it does. I think if I had to leave Cricklewood, I'd feel a bit of an upheaval. I'd feel like I wanted to go back home, home being Cricklewood. Now, this was not something that people had achieved easily. It had often taken a lot of time and a lot of effort to establish this sense of home, this sense of belonging in these neighbourhoods. Most participants, as I mentioned a moment ago, had arrived in Britain in the 1940s and 50s, and they had played a key role in rebuilding Britain after the devastation of World War II. Several participants emphasised the sacrifices and contribution that they had made to Britain over those decades. Many recalled hostility, racism and discrimination that they had encountered. Particularly people from the Caribbean and Ireland, they recounted seeing those signs, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. Now, this is fascinating because some people have alleged that those signs, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs, are a bit of an urban myth. Some people say, well, actually, that never happened. It's made up. It never happened. But when you do oral history interviews with older people, whether they're from the Caribbean or they're from Ireland, it is remarkable how often they describe having seen those notices in rented accommodation or in bed and breakfasts, no blacks, no Irish. And it's interesting that black people from the Caribbean also say those signs said no blacks, no Irish. So when a lot of people are telling you those signs existed, and when a lot of people are drawing on their memories to tell you where they saw the signs, when they saw them, how it made them feel, then I think it's quite arrogant of some commentators to say it's an urban myth and it never happened. So I just want to put that out there because it shows how we need to use robust research to challenge some kind of narratives that can have quite a negative impact in undermining some arguments that are being made by researchers. That's not to say, of course, sorry, let me just give a quote. So this is Henry, and Henry, who was from Jamaica, said, you remember no Irish, no dogs, no blacks. That's what he said. Similarly, Ronan, who was from Ireland, recalled, you might see vacancies, but then no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. That was shocking, terrible, hurtful, said Ronan. Now, it wasn't just the Irish and the people from the Caribbean who talked about discrimination and hostility in the 40s and 50s, but the Polish participants also mentioned this. So Joseph, for example, who came to Britain after World War II as a refugee, recounted that we were quite often called, openly called, bloody foreigners. And he made the point that immediately after the war, there was a lot of hostility against Germans. And it was often the case that people who came as refugees from Poland were kind of suspected of maybe really being German. And there was a sort of sense of lumping all those people who had kind of European accents and who came somewhere from basically around Germany, all being lumped together as unwanted aliens, potential spies, foreigners, dangerous. So the Polish refugees very much were affected by that as well. And this again is why I think it's so important that we understand history, that many of the things that we're seeing today are not new, they're not recent. If we go back to the 40s and 50s, we see very similar patterns. However, over time, what we've seen with the participants is that they really started to challenge these experiences, they started to build up relationships, and they began to create a sense of belonging in their local neighborhoods. However, that is not to suggest that this can simply be taken for granted, that once people establish a sense of belonging, that it's fine. You belong now, you've become a local, you've lived in the neighborhood for 50 years, you're one of us, everything is fine. In fact, what we saw is that we were doing our research by coincidence around the same time that Brexit was in the news every day and that the Windrush scandal broke. So these two big political debates were going on when we were conducting our interviews, Brexit and the Windrush scandal. And so participants spoke to us about how Brexit and the Windrush scandal made them feel. Many of our Polish participants, again, these are people who'd lived in Britain for sometimes up to 70 years, talked about how Brexit really undermined their sense of belonging in London, their sense of feeling accepted in Britain. So Evelina, who was originally from Poland and aged 89, said, "When I hear the word Brexit, I want to scream, what the hell? What a mess. Why did they start all that?" Several Polish participants also raised practical concerns about changing immigration regimes and the consequences that that might have for the provision of care and for the health sector. Agnieszka, for example, who was 80, had previously employed a Polish care worker for her mother when her mother was dying. And she worried that now, because of Brexit, she herself would not be able to have a Polish care worker come to look after her. For some of our Irish participants, Brexit really brought very serious concerns about what might happen in Northern Ireland. So all of the things that we're now seeing with the Northern Ireland Protocol, our participants were kind of flagging that and predicting that 4 or 5 years ago. So Maeve and Matthew, who were a lovely older Irish couple that we interviewed together, they were very worried about Brexit and that it might reignite politically motivated violence in Northern Ireland. The Windrush scandal also had a very unsettling and disembedding impact on our Caribbean participants. Now, all of our Caribbean participants had secured British passports, so they personally had not been caught up in the Windrush scandal. But what was very interesting in our research is how many of them spoke about the Windrush scandal and how it really affected them emotionally, even though it didn't impact on them directly personally, but they often knew people in the community who'd now had problems with their immigration status, people who were being threatened with deportation. And participants spoke about how it really affected all of their sense of belonging and being accepted in Britain because they felt at any moment a government could make a new law and we might all be kicked out. So I think this is really important to undermine that the way in which that sort of uncertainty can have such a destabilizing effect, even on migrants who've lived in Britain for 50, 60, even 70 years. Now, when considering aging, so I want to speak specifically now about our participants and their experiences of aging in place. When considering aging in place, it's important to adopt a multi-scalar approach. So we're looking at the wider political context, as I've just mentioned with Brexit and Windrush, but also at the neighbourhood level. So aging can really change how you experience your local neighbourhood and even places that you've lived in for a long time. So most participants described how as they got older, they really valued their independence, but they found that their independence was now being undermined by health issues and especially by mobility issues. So Mainie, for example, who was 72 and was a single Irish woman, she had a lot of problems with her knees and she walked with 2 sticks. And she said not to be able to walk to the bus stop, Well, getting old has been terrible. I haven't enjoyed it at all. My 60s were great years, but lack of independence, I've lost my mobility. I used to do a lot of walking, but now my activities are limited a lot. And this was a common theme for many of our older participants, especially those with mobility issues, that not being able to walk to the shops. People often gave that as an example. I can't even walk to the shops. And as you've seen, Mainie made that point as well. Nonetheless, for many of our participants, they really were striving to maintain their independence. So Yolanda, for example, who was originally from Jamaica, she was 80 years old and recently widowed, and she lived alone. And I went and interviewed her in her house, and she had children. Her children lived not too far away in the area, but she herself lived alone. And she very much emphasized that she wanted her independence. She said, I want to hold on to my independence. It's better for me that way. She described her perfect day. So her ideal day would be, she said, you still want to go lots of places. However, for her, the challenge is that as she wanted to do things, she realized that they were much harder than before. So she said, you still want to do lots of things, you still want to go lots of places, but then you realize you can't. And then you look into yourself and you just say, oh, well, maybe I'm getting old. Like you used to dash to the shop and you realize you need some help to get to the shop. You can't get there. So again, just that simple everyday thing of having difficulty getting to the shop was underlined as an example of how people's engagement with their local neighbourhoods really changed with ageing. Another recurring theme in the data was the availability of public transport. As I mentioned earlier, people often evaluated their local neighbourhood by telling us whether the public transport was good or bad. So, for example, Maeve and Matthew, I mentioned them earlier, a lovely Irish couple. As you can see, there was quite an age difference. Maeve was 89 and Matthew was 78. So she did refer to him as her toy boy. And they'd been married for a long time and they'd lived in London they'd lived in the same street in London for about 50 years. And they really talked about all of the public transport that was available in their neighbourhood. And they said it was a good neighbourhood from the point of view of public transport. And at one point, Matthew told us that there were 13 different bus services in his neighbourhood. Now, I don't know how many bus services are in my neighbourhood, but I thought it was fascinating that he knew there were 13 because public transport was really crucial for he and his wife to be able to get out and about, and especially to be able to go to the kinds of services that they needed as an older couple. They both had disabilities. She had mobility disabilities and he was registered he was registered blind, excuse me. So just because people have access to public transport, however, that doesn't necessarily mean that public transport is user-friendly if you have particular kinds of disabilities. And an issue that many participants mentioned was falling. And they were very concerned about falling, and the fear of falling sometimes prevented people from going out and about. And here Matthew and Maeve tell this little anecdote about how Matthew had recently fallen on the bus. And he talked about getting on the bus, but then the driver just took off before Matthew was able to sit down, and he fell on his bum in the bus and was really embarrassed about it. Another theme that was very strong in our data, unsurprisingly, was loneliness. And people talked about the challenge for older people of living alone and not having very many contacts every day, especially with decreasing mobility, and then just the risk of loneliness. And this is very interesting from a policy perspective because the government's agenda is very much to encourage people to stay at home for as long as possible, rather than the expense of people going into care homes. The ideal scenario, and I'm putting ideal in inverted commas, is that people should remain in their own homes for as long as they're able. However, the challenge for people of remaining in their own homes is if you live alone, it can be a very lonely situation. And this was described to us by Phyllis. So Phyllis was originally from Barbados. She was 86 and she'd lived in South London for over 60 years. She had children and grandchildren, and they were very busy. They were all working and studying, but she saw them at the weekend. Nonetheless, during the week, she spent most of the time on her own. And when I visited her in her lovely flat, she was on her own, and that was the way she was most of the days. And she again made this point about what happens as you go through the aging process, because she says that now she's in her 80s, many of her friends have died. She says there was a time when there were lots of friends coming and going. I'd go and visit them, they'd visit me, but now it's not the same. You're getting older and your friends are getting older, and it's just not so easy to go out and about anymore. The challenge for Phyllis again was her knees, and knees were very much an issue mentioned by many participants in the research. She had a lovely flat, but there were a lot of steps going down to the flat. It was a garden flat, and now she said because of her knees, she just wasn't able to get up and down the steps, and it was very difficult for her to go out. So her lovely home that she really enjoyed was now becoming a bit of a trap. But for our participants, getting out and about was often the ideal that they strived for, and they kind of evaluated their quality of life based on whether or not they were able to get out and about. So Kathleen, for example, who was one of our oldest participants, an Irish woman, she was 90 and she lived in a tower block. Now her flat was lovely. I visited her flat. It was a very nice flat, but it was in a tower block, and she said whenever the lifts were out of order, she was trapped. She couldn't get in or out of the tower block. Yolanda, whom I mentioned earlier from Jamaica, she talked about her ideal day. Her ideal day would be to get up in the morning, get my clothes on, and go through the door and not come back again until the evening. So she really enjoyed being out and about, but with increasing mobility challenges, it became harder to get out. The other issue is one of becoming unfamiliar. Now, the reason I mention this is because, as noted at the beginning, it's not just that these people are getting older and developing health concerns, but the neighbourhoods in which they live are changing around them. And this was a very important observation. Especially in London, areas can be very, very dynamic. So Maeve and Matthew, again, that Irish couple, they'd lived in the same street for 50 years. They used to know all the people in the street. They talked about it having a real sense of community. But over time, many people had moved on, and they said that a lot of the houses now were rented. So there was a very transient tenant population, and they didn't invest in the area. They didn't get to know the neighbours. And so for Maeve and Matthew, they'd stayed put. They hadn't moved, but their neighbourhood had kind of transformed around them. A similar sense of displacement or becoming unfamiliar in your own neighbourhood was described by Elvira, a Polish woman. She and her husband Jakub owned a house in a very quiet and very nice street in South London. And as well as interviewing them, we also did walking interviews. So we accompanied them on a walk around their neighbourhood. And we could really see ourselves how gentrification was changing that neighbourhood. There were now lots of young families in the area, and a lot of the facilities in the area were now catering for children, very child orientated activities. And really, there was very little for somebody like Elvira and Jakub to do in their neighbourhood now. Now, on the flip side, another Polish participant, Jadwiga, who lived quite close by actually in South London, she was quite pleased about gentrification because the value of her house had increased enormously. And she was thinking now about the inheritance of her children and grandchildren with this house that was now worth a lot more money. So it can have pros and cons, these changing processes. Another issue which is very significant is the ways in which not just the class makeup of a neighbourhood can change, but also how the ethnicity of a neighbourhood can change. So Marjorie was originally from Jamaica. She was in her 80s and she'd lived in the same street in North London for decades. I visited her. She lived in a very nice house with a garden in a very nice area, quiet street. But she really told us about how the ethnicity of her street had transformed. And she was now the only black woman living on her street, as all of the other families had become primarily South Asian. And we really saw this when we walked around the neighborhood. We saw that all the shops were selling the kinds of food that maybe people from South Asia might enjoy buying. The shops, the clothes shops were largely sari clothes shops. The takeaways were largely Asian takeaways. And for Marjorie, she felt that her neighbours now didn't engage with her very much, that she felt they were all speaking their own languages and she was kind of left out. So they didn't have very much to do with her. So again, Marjorie hadn't moved. Marjorie had lived in that street for decades, but the neighbourhood had changed around her and she no longer felt that she fitted in there. Now, I really think this quote from Marjorie is so interesting because if Marjorie was white and said that, then perhaps we would say that there was an element of racism in what she was saying. And in a very nice paper by May and Muir, published in 2015, they talk about how older residents, particularly in neighbourhoods that are being transformed very dramatically, that it's quite often easy to view everything that older residents say through a lens of racism. Whereas actually, in fact, what they may be talking about is a sense of displacement, which is more nuanced and more complicated. And perhaps we need to bear that in mind when we're listening to what they're saying. And that was very much the case with Marjorie. It was her own sense of no longer being familiar, no longer fitting in, feeling, again, a sense of disembedding from a neighbourhood where she had lived for a very long time. So it adds a layer of complexity. Several participants talked about how their neighbourhoods were transforming around them, and so they no longer had the networks, the friendship connections that they had before. So Barry, who was our oldest participant at 92, a very lively Irish man, a very entertaining interview. He told us lots of stories and sang songs, and he talked a lot about Cricklewood. He'd lived in Cricklewood since he first came to live in London in the 1950s, and he talked about how Cricklewood had changed dramatically, and there were now very few Irish people living in Cricklewood. Nowhere was this apparent transformation more apparent than in Kilburn. For those of you who don't know, Kilburn used to be called County Kilburn. It was considered, the lost county of Ireland because there were so many Irish people living in Kilburn. So Kilburn almost became a byword for Irish migration. And now it's not like that anymore. It's really transformed. So Kathleen, this 90-year-old woman who lived in the tower block, that's where the quote from the paper title comes from. She says, no, it's all gone. It's not Kilburn anymore. And then she talked about how it used to be really friendly years ago, but now they've all gone, and she doesn't know anybody who lives in the neighbourhood anymore. So Kathleen's story, like that of several other participants, underlines the dynamism of places, as well as the changing needs of older people. So it's that complex intersection. Older people are getting older, their needs are changing, their networks are shrinking, exacerbated by bereavement. But at the same time, the areas where they live are also changing around them. And that may mean that it no longer meets their needs, they no longer feel that they belong in these neighbourhoods. And this is particularly important. Of course, this affects everybody, but I think for migrants in particular, many of whom had to work so hard to make that sense of belonging in what were initially quite hostile environments, it may now be doubly frustrating to them in their older age that once again they feel this sense of disbelonging in some of these neighbourhoods, and this may lead to a sense of disembedding. So just to conclude, because I'm keen now to open up for some conversation and discussion, what I've tried to do in this paper is to contribute to understandings of embodied and emplaced experiences of ageing migrants, adopting a multi-scalar approach, looking at the wider political context. So we mentioned the Windrush scandal, we mentioned Brexit, but also looking at the local and trying to get that intersection between the national situation and the local context. Evidence from our research indicates that the life histories and experiences of aging involve ongoing processes of embedding, but may also involve some reverse processes of disembedding across various scales, and that may happen at the local level, at the national level, but also transnationally with the country of origin. So in the paper, we really try to contribute to understanding older migrants as active agents in placemaking, while also paying attention to changing materialities of places here, there, back in the country of origin, and how that is transformed over time. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to comments and discussions. So you can fire away in the chat now. The chat line is open. Thank you. Hi, Svetlana.
Hi, yes, sorry you started a bit earlier, so I didn't have a chance to introduce you. So,
Oh, sorry. I think it's because Maiva introduced me. So
I'm glad about
sorry. I think
that.
there was maybe a mix up at the beginning.
So how shall we do it? Shall I collect some questions in the chat box, or would
Yes.
you? Yeah,
I think
let's start.
somebody's got their hand up. Can you see a
Yeah,
hand up, Svetlana?
Nia, would you like to ask a question?
Oh. Yes, sorry. Can you? Yeah, you can see me, I think.
Yeah.
Hi, Neha.
Hi, thanks. That was a really, really interesting presentation, lecture rather. I really appreciated it. I was wondering, I had a question about their relation to kind of identifying themselves as British. And I was wondering if you had asked that question as to whether they'd, because of their sense of loneliness or disembodiedness or kind of feeling that sense of disbelonging, as you said, whether that had changed their perspective of whether they saw themselves as British or not.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, Neha. We did ask people if they felt British. And as I mentioned, I think it's always important to present the context in which the research was being done. And Brexit and the Windrush scandal were in the news every day. So that was definitely an important context which maybe shaped people's thinking at that time. I think if we were doing the research now, of course, it would be probably all about the pandemic. But at the time, it was about the Windrush scandal and Brexit. So to answer your question, yes, we asked everybody if they felt British, because bearing in mind, most of these participants had left their country of origin maybe in their late teens, early 20s. They were now in their 80s, so they'd lived here really for about 60 years. The Caribbean participants were unanimous in saying we are British, really adamant we are British, unequivocally so, we are British. And I think we can't dismiss the ways in which the Windrush scandal might have influenced that, because people perceived the Windrush scandal as trying to take people's Britishness away from them and deport them back to the Caribbean. I mean, a brutal way of challenging somebody's right to belong is, we're going to deport you. So I think there was very much that assertion, that claiming of Britishness, that claiming of the right to be British. The Irish were unanimous. We are Irish. We're not British, because if you are Irish, I'm Irish myself, obviously. If you're Irish, then you can't be Irish and British. Those two identities, because of our colonial history, are very much seen as oppositional. So, and that's a whole other story, which we won't go into. But people might claim London Irish or Liverpool Irish, but not British Irish. So the Irish all said they were Irish. And the Polish all said they were Polish. So really the only people who were adamant in claiming that they were British were the people from the Caribbean. And I think that's not accidental. So thank you very much for your question, Neha.
Thanks.
Great. So next we have a question from Una. Una, could you ask the question, please?
Hi, Una, you're on mute.
Hi, Louise. Sorry, I was trying to get my camera on as well. Hi, thank you for that lovely talk. Mine, I think, is that dreadful thing when someone says they're going to make a comment rather than a question. I loved listening to your talk, and particularly because it directly relates to my parents, and particularly my mum. My mum's 87. She came over to London in the 50s when she was 20. And just to add to that comment about does everyone consider themselves British, just what you said, absolutely not. My parents were always Irish, living in Britain, got their education in Britain, made their lives in Britain, but they're Irish in Britain, so they definitely would never say they were British. My mum still calls Ireland home, and it was really interesting that you were talking about the changing of the community around the people. I noticed that not only has the community around mum, who lives in northeast London, changed, but also so she lives near Stoke Newington, which was also really Irish at the time. So as Dublin, where she comes from, completely changed. And when I go back and talk to my cousins, their version of Dublin, the now version, is a completely different one to my mum's version. So, you know, my mum has a 1950s version of Dublin, and you know that those two, and it's a funny as a second generation like me, because you know the Irish are like they're incredibly sentimental and poetic, and so you know I've had this whole fairy tale of what home is like, and you go home and it's a completely different, not in a bad way, but just not the same thing. So really, really interesting. Mum absolutely hated Brexit, and she thought that she might be sent back. And of course, her life and her grandchildren, her children, everything are here. So that, you know, what you've said completely chimes, and I really enjoyed it. So sorry, I haven't asked a question. I've just said, oh yes, and also the no dogs, no Irish, no blacks, no Irish signs. I remember my parents talking about them to us when we were kids, and I was really angry that somebody said they were made up.
Yes.
You know, it's an inconvenient truth that wasn't made up. Anyway, I'll stop talking, but thank you, Lise, really enjoyed it, and I hope you don't mind me just sort of dribbling on about my own experience.
Not at all. Thank you very much, Una. And you're raising another point, which is about that notion of home back there. So I've been very much focusing on home, meaning here in London. But of course, people also had this other reference point of home back somewhere else, whether it was the Caribbean or Poland or Ireland or wherever. And I gave another paper actually on Saturday at the wonderful Oral History Conference, and many, many congratulations. Svetlana was there as well. It was a great conference to everybody who was involved in organising the Oral History Conference, which was hosted at London Met. And I think it was a great showcasing of the wonderful research that colleagues at London Met are doing around this whole area of work of oral history, especially with migrants. But there I gave a paper about home back there, that the country of origin, and how that is also changing. So exactly as you've said, Una, that when people go back to visit their home, it may also feel unfamiliar, and their attachments there may have weakened. So people can often feel that sense of, well, I don't really fit in back there anymore. That's all changed. But here it's changing as well. So how do I navigate where I belong? And then you put Brexit and the Windrush scandal on top of that, and people feel, oh my God, do I belong anywhere? So, and that can be so hard for people who've worked for 50 years in this country to then feel, oh, maybe I'm not wanted after all. So yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff there that we could unpick, but thank you very much, Una. I can see there's more hands. Are there, Svetlana?
Yeah, Samuel, would you like to ask a question?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Professor. I really find this very interesting. But I was hoping that you would have also brought in some Africans as well, because a number of Africans living in all those areas that you visited. Having said that, also it would also have really helped people like me if you had also brought in the outcome or the results or the findings from the Yorkshire study, so that we can see whether there are differences between those who live in the London area and those who live elsewhere. Also, it would also have helped if you had talked to some people that think about religion as part of all these things that we always talk about, i.e. Muslim or Christian, Catholic, all these other religions. So this would have also added a bit more to our understanding of this area. But I must credit you. You have really done well. I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't include anybody from Africa. We just had Irish, Polish, and African Caribbean, which was still a lot, and there was still a lot of variety there to try to capture. In the article, I mentioned the article at the beginning, but I can share again the name of the article. There we do include the findings from Yorkshire, and you're quite right to highlight that there are specific issues around that context, because we interviewed people who lived in villages as well in Yorkshire, and their lack of public transport, lack of access to facilities, the local post office being closed down in some of these small villages. There are definitely differences there about the access to facilities for older people. And it was clear that people in London, although they often complained about public transport or complained about different things, they did have more opportunities than people who lived in perhaps small villages in Yorkshire. So that was definitely, but if you're interested in that, that is presented in the paper. But today, because of time and because I'm speaking to a mainly London audience, I just focused on the London data. So if you're interested, Samuel, that is in the paper. But thank you for your comments.
I will read the paper. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Samuel.
Thank you. Matthew, if you would like to ask your question, I know you put something in the chat as well, but it would probably be better.
Hi, yeah. I hope you can hear me. The question that I have is really about the interdisciplinarity of this subject. I was really very heartened by your emphasis on places and belonging, and that's partly because I'm from the School of Architecture, but also before I went into full-time academia, I was working in an architectural practice, and we did a practice-based, a practice-led collaborative project around aging in relation to housing in particular, but also neighborhoods and thinking about the future. But drawing on a whole lot of sociological data and working with the sociologists, partly in the Rowntree Foundation. And it was very interesting because it was funded partly by the Department for Communities and Local Government and partly by the Department of Health. And then the agency to commission it was the Homes and Communities Agency. So the need for interdisciplinarity was very much embedded in our approach. And also, in our case, also thinking about design, because we were trying to think about how the future was going to happen, bearing in mind all these population changes and everything. So but one of the things that experience taught me was the absolutely enormous and intractable character of some of these problems. And so designing the research project itself was a big task, and one that involved a whole lot of consultation. So I guess I just wanted to see if you had some insights, given that it looks from I did go to the page while you were talking, and it looks that you had a broadly sort of social policy, but with a lot of health specialists as well in your team. Did the emphasis on place, I saw you drew on authors like Doreen Massey, obviously there was a lot of geographical work there. Did you find the interdisciplinarity of it difficult to manage, or how did you control the scope of that work when you're looking for these far-reaching impacts?
Yeah, thanks very much, Matthew. And I mean, it is a challenge, and I know it's intractable in many respects, and we can see that in London, because especially today or yesterday when it hit 30 degrees, and we know that older people as well are particularly susceptible to the heat, and many of those buildings are not designed to cope with extreme temperatures, so they're not designed at all for the global warming that's coming our way, and that is going to be an increasing challenge in an aging society. So we've got those double whammies, not to mention the cost of living crisis. So there are so many issues to consider. I'm a sociologist, so I was largely coming at this from a sociological perspective. Because you've done your homework and you've gone to the website, you'll see that yes, we were working with people in social policy and in health. We didn't have any architects in the project, which is surprising because we had so many other people. It was a large grant, so we had quite a bit of money to do the research. But the work package that I was working on was just one among many work packages. And actually, we had a whole work package on technology. So we were working with scientists who were looking at robotics and all sorts of technological solutions. I'm wary of calling them solutions, but technological approaches perhaps is a better word, to address care and the care challenge in the future, especially around trying to keep people in their own homes. If we have, given Brexit, a crisis in migrant workers in the care sector, then what is the solution? You can't afford to put everybody into care homes. People don't want necessarily to go into care homes, but they can't stay at home alone, perhaps in spaces that are not designed for the needs of older people. So what sort of technological solutions can be also worked at to be included in that? Now, we know that some countries like Japan are really ahead of the curve in exploring robotics and technological solutions. But in this country, that's not an area where we've really been able to progress very far. That's not to say that technology is the answer to everything, because that human contact, often what people want is somebody to sit down and have a chat with them, not somebody to breeze in for 15 minutes and rush, rush, rush and off again. So it is very complicated. It needs a multi-agency approach because it needs architects, it also needs scientists, but it needs the social sciences as well, because we need to be thinking about the emotional, the human element at the heart of this. So I don't have a solution, but maybe we're talking about a whole new research project, Matthew.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, so this research and postgraduate office, I'm not sure who that is, but can I ask a question?
Sorry, this is Anna. I'm hiding behind the research and postgraduate office. So I really have a sort of one comment and a question. And the comment is about the fact that successive governments have been promoting the policy of aging in place. And what it seems from your report is that through the multiple dimensions of exclusion, be this either mobility or lack of accessible public transport, it's becoming not aging in place or a place of their community, but rather aging at home or aging at house, really being the building side of things, which is extremely sad. But that's a sort of a common bit. And the other thing I want to refer to is maybe not so much of a question, but also a comment. I'm really happy to actually see Matthew's mention about the HAPPY report, because I have based a lot of my master thesis on elderly co-housing and its sort of potential to tackle social isolation. And I have actually used the HAPPY reports and the subsequent reports quite extensively on that. And this is just to mention that in terms of the solutions that we could probably take is that pooling resources, as it is in the case of co-housing, which is simply having a number of older people, in case of elderly co-housing, who have their own places, but they also share common facilities, and therefore they can, one, look after each other, two, they can pool resources like care, so it doesn't cost so much as well, but also tackles this idea of being extremely lonely in the older life. And obviously, I think this is way beyond the scope of the research you have taken, but I wonder whether there's been any recommendations in doing it. Obviously, taken in place, it's very difficult to uproot people in their older age. It's pretty much very difficult, and I think it probably wouldn't apply to those older elderly as in 80s. So it's probably more likely to be a way for those in their 60s who are still very mobile. So I think that's probably maybe a part of a suggestion here as well.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. And definitely co-housing, I think, is crucial in all of this. We did interview one participant who lived in that co-housing environment. That was actually Mainie, the Irish woman who had knee problems and walked with 2 sticks. She was a single woman, and she had moved into, it was actually an Irish housing association, Innisfree Housing Association. It's quite well known. And they have various properties which are co-housing. And to her, it was like heaven, because it was ground floor. It was really lovely. So everybody had their own apartment. And then in the center was a courtyard garden with lots of flowers and benches where people could sit. And there was a communal area, a lounge with a piano and a television where they could also play board games. And there was a caretaker on site. Now, I don't think the caretaker was necessarily a health professional, but there was a caretaker who would then be able to call somebody with health training if required. But it did give this tremendous sense of security that you knew you were living in this co-housing situation while also having your own privacy. And it was ground floor, so she was able to manage that, whereas her previous flat had a lot of steps and she was waiting for 2 knee operations. So yes, I mean, the one person who was in that situation really valued and appreciated it. We visited her, it was beautiful. So I could definitely see that this is the way forward in tackling loneliness, but also as a way of trying to manage the costs. So thank you for that, Anna.
Great. Thanks very much.
There are a couple of questions on the chat. One from Christina and another from Anya.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let me see if I can see, but I know Deanna has her hand up. Hi, Deanna.
Hi.
Hi.
I guess, Louise, you have spoken about the solutions, which are in two questions, one from Sandra, one from Christina. So unless you want to add something, perhaps we could move to Diana's question.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you, Louise, for such a wonderful presentation, and so such an interesting project, which resonates quite a lot with some of the current work that we're doing around social integration in London. And it's really interesting because, for instance, the Royal Docks area is a really, really interesting area to look at, because at the moment it's undergoing some really, really drastic and at scale transformation. And what we are hearing from from there is, this dynamic between kind of the old communities versus new communities. The majority of these communities being still migrant communities, but with very, very different profiles. And whilst the policymakers, have a development plan in the Royal Docks that's based on cultural and economic activation and green tech and fintech, there is this debate around how to bring the old communities up to speed to make them employable and so on, and not lose the benefits of integration. But what I think my question is around, how do we, what solutions are we suggesting to policymakers so that, so that we're planning for sustainable social integration, not only social integration for kind of short-term and mid-term, because what your presentation highlighted is that perhaps, when they moved over, the people from Kilburn and in your area, they found that sense of belonging in the early days, in the early years. But as the places, transform constantly, they lose that sense of belonging. Therefore, that perhaps temporary social integration that they've experienced is lost. And I'm interested in this concept of, like sustainable social integration of migrant communities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, Deanna. And I know the work that you're doing is really interesting. And there's so many connections between what I've been doing with this project and what you've been doing. But absolutely, I think that we need that intersectional lens, because it is about the different ages as well, because it's as I said in some of the participants when we did the walking interviews, the area wasn't just transforming in terms of class, and I think very often we look at regeneration through a class lens, but it can also completely transform the age profile of a neighborhood, with a lot of young professionals moving in, and then the older resident population feeling really squeezed out. So it's class, it's age, it's ethnicity. And as we said, for many of these areas, especially in London, the old established population are themselves migrants and people from ethnic minority backgrounds. So you get that kind of complexity as well of ethnicity and gender and all the different life stages and family situations thrown in for good measure. I don't envy policymakers, actually. It is very, very difficult. But I think it's made more difficult as well, because there isn't the same kind of commitment now to social housing that maybe there was in the past. So it often just comes down to housing and who can afford to live in an area. And once that has been ruled out, then anything else becomes almost meaningless. Because if the people can't afford to live there, and if they feel they're being squeezed out economically from that area, then it doesn't matter what else you do, you've lost those people. So I think we have to have housing front and center. And I can see Patrick is typing in the chat. So I'm sure Patrick, with his housing expertise, has views on this as well. But for me, that's what it often comes down to. But I would just like to mention one other thing very briefly. Again, going back to the Oral History Conference at the weekend. Thank you, Patrick, which was very, very exciting. In the oral history conference, they talked about this project from Milton Keynes. And as many of you will know, Milton Keynes was a new town that was really rebuilt from scratch, very deliberately planned. It was a very planned town. It wasn't higgledy-piggledy. There was a real design to Milton Keynes. And one of the things that they included in that was an oral history project, really bringing people who had lived in the area before it was transformed and all the new residents, and trying to capture the stories of people living in that area and bring them together to share those narratives about how the area changed. And 40 years on, that Milton Keynes Oral History Archive is thriving, and it continues to adapt and change. So I think you can also have those kinds of cultural interventions. They're not a solution to the reality of housing, but maybe that's also a nice way of trying to bring people together. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Louise. Very interesting.
Thank you. I think we have time for just one question. And there is a question in the chat box from Anya Ovcharenko, who is asking about how did you find your participants, Louise?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, very good question. So I'm sure this is something that PhD students or anybody doing research will be kind of challenged by. How do you identify and recruit your participants, especially when you really are going for a very particular targeted group, and we really wanted those older people. So we worked largely with migrant and ethnic and indeed religious community organizations. So we worked with some statutory bodies, some overarching NGOs like Age UK, Age Concern, but we also worked then at a very local level with Polish community organizations, Polish clubs. We worked with Irish community organizations and with various African Caribbean community organizations as well. So I remember going into some meetings and lunch clubs in these associations and talking about the research, explaining the research to people and asking them if they'd like to get involved. So actually thinking back on it, it was a huge investment of time and energy to go around to all these places and to recruit the participants to take part. So even though we had 47 participants, which may not sound very big, it took a huge amount of time to recruit them. And we wanted to be very careful as well in making sure that people knew what the research was going to be about, what their commitment was to the research. It was very carefully governed by the ethics committee at the University of Sheffield, where I was at the time. So yeah, we had to use a lot of skills to recruit people, and we were lucky because we did that before the pandemic, because of course if we had tried to do that during the pandemic, it would have been so difficult with most of those organizations shut up shop during the pandemic. So timing did work to our advantage, absolutely, but still it was a lot of work to recruit people. So thank you very much for your question, Anya.
Okay, I think this probably was the last question. So thank you very much, Louise, for this absolutely fascinating and moving presentation, which I'm sure we all enjoyed very much. And thanks to the audience for being with us on this hot summer morning. There is now a break until 10:55, and we'll see you there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Svetlana. Thank you, everybody. And thanks, Anna, for all your help with the technical bits. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Welcome to this session on inclusivity. My name is Christina Payne. I'm going to be chairing this session, and I have with me Anya Ovcharenko, who's going to be kind of co-chairing and helping me with this session as well. So welcome to you all. We've got a great selection of 3 speakers this morning. I just wanted to say, first of all, there's a couple of housekeeping things. So we'll go through the presentations, and there will be a 5-minute session for questions. So if you'd like to put your questions, raise your hand or put your questions in the chat. We'll only probably have time for a couple of questions, but if you have questions or comments that you want to later add, then you can send them to the discussion forum. I'll put them on Padlet, so that's just, you've had those details before, so I hope that's clear. We've got 3 very great speakers. I mean, I was quite struck by what Louise shared in her keynote speech about kind of nations and immigration and the older population and the kind of nuances that she was talking about. And actually this morning we've got 3 very different presentations here on inclusivity, which I think goes along with that really well. So hopefully we can have a good discussion about that. So we've got Neha Doshi speaking on crime, discipline and national exclusion and how the preservation of nation is deployed to criminalise citizens. We've then got Dr. Jane Lewis and Patrick Mulrennan, I hope that's said correctly, on barriers to accessing employment experienced by the Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic population in Islington. So again, another local study, which is really great as well. And then we've got a presentation by Janet Douglas Gardner on exploring the value of the student voice, the lived experience and sense of belonging to a post-1992 institution of higher learning. So it's nice to have both a kind of representation of different students and people, and also that sense of the local and also the student voice being heard. So a very wide-ranging set of presentations. So I'd like first to invite Neha Doshi to speak. Welcome, Neha. And if you'd like to go ahead and load your presentation and begin. And I will, I'll tell you when you've got 2 minutes to go with your presentation. So enjoy this, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us.
Hi, can everyone see and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. So I'll be talking about crime, discipline and national exclusion, how preservation of nation is deployed to criminalise citizens and banish people from within the national community. It's quite a mouthful, but I'm hoping it will make sense as I go through my presentation. So, between the 17th and 19th centuries, Britain had a policy of sending British-born criminals to overseas territories as punishment for alleged crimes, often without fair trial and with little evidence proving their conviction. Sending individuals to a land 10,000 miles away for stealing several loaves of bread may seem rather absurd by today's measurement of crime. However, 200 years later, an alarmingly similar rhetoric re-emerges. Shamima Begum, who was 15 years old when she left the UK to become a bride to soldiers of ISIS, has had her citizenship of the United Kingdom revoked, the state arguing that she is entitled to Bangladeshi nationality. Her crime? Flying to Syria to become a member of ISIS, an organisation made illegal in the UK for its militant Islamist ideology. New legislation proposed in Clause 9 of the Borders and Nationality Bill would further increase the powers of the state to remove without notice British citizenship of anyone accused of terrorism if eligibility for other nationality can be demonstrated. Here, the process of trial by jury has been bypassed entirely on the justification that some crimes are too heinous to warrant equal application of the law. Joining an Islamist organisation is beyond murder. It is an act unspeakable, unthinkable, unimaginable. So we ensure its inconceivability by banishing it from the narrative of Britishness. So how does this process of criminalisation serve to alienate people from within? It is well understood that a nation operates to protect against foreigners entering its borders, maintaining strong border policy to ensure we do not allow the wrong kind passage into our country. But how does the narrative of nationhood serve to mobilise public support for the expulsion and exile of natives, turning those once familiar now into foreign? Drawing on Foucault's ideas surrounding crime and punishment, as well as Anderson's Nation as Imagined Community, this paper will consider how the preservation of nation is deployed to create criminals out of citizens and provide legitimate reason to banish people from within the national community. Foucault argues that state power is enacted on the bodies of citizens by demanding docility through institutions such as schools, factories, offices, and so on. But when the body refuses to adhere to the social order, threats to Anderson's national community are invoked to legitimise the expulsion of bodies from within. In this paper, I examine how the penal system is used to alienate society's others and preserve national order. Michel Foucault, in his enormously influential Discipline and Punish, argues that criminal punishment has become the anchor of the new social order of surveillance. But what is punishment? Whereas punishment in the early modern period was violent, public, and corporeally torturous, the art of unbearable sensations, punishment today has become an economy of suspended rights, meted out to life rather than to the body. It is intended to apply the law not so much to a real body capable of feeling pain as to a juridical subject, the possessor, among other rights, of the right to exist. The law, therefore, is abstracted, the punishment intended to hurt soul and heart rather than body. Carceral punishment, regarded by popular opinion as more principled than prior forms of physical discipline, to be hung, drawn, and quartered, for example, requires more controlled forms of surveillance. The nature of the crime itself has been called into question, no longer simply establishing who committed it and how it should be punished, but what is the act of violence or this murder? To what level or to what field of reality does it belong? Is it fantasy, a psychotic reaction, a delusional episode, a perverse action? What would be the appropriate measures to take? How do we see the future development of the offender? What would be the best way of rehabilitating him? Every aspect of the criminal process is measured and individualized. The crime itself, the accused, and the environment in question. The body is mastered through these relations of power that monitor, are monitored, and are invested in by all individuals in society. Punishment then takes place through representation, the representation of the penalty maximized in order to have its effect on prevention, having a greater effect on the public than on the individual. Criminals and crimes are objectified through the calculation of representation of signs understood by all in society, punishment equivalent to the social infraction committed. The establishment of certainty and proof through evidentiary practices and the adjustment of criminal punishment to subtle variables of intent, capacity, faculty. Was it homicide, manslaughter, self-defense? The criminal has emerged as an enemy standing outside of society, disqualifying themselves of citizenship and warranting scientific objectification and treatment. They must be controlled through calculated punishment. How does criminalization take hold? Sorry, I'm trying to change slide. There we go. Foucault takes Bentham's panopticon, pictured here, and turns it into a metaphor. In other words, Bentham's panopticon offers the opportunity for perpetual monitoring of criminals in cells, the guard sitting up high in their center, positioned so as to observe everyone. But Foucault argues that the panopticon functions as a wider system of governance. The panopticon enables one to see all individuals in the cells that are confined, making each an individual always visible and simultaneously confined. The panopticon arrangement turns collectives into individuals who cannot return to being collectives because they are trapped in their individuation. Their sole purpose is to remain accountable to the observer in the panopticon. From the perspective of the guard, this creates a multiplicity that can be numbered and supervised, and from the perspective of the inmate, there is only sequestered solitude. This perpetual visibility assures the automatic functioning of power. One need not fear a test to fear being tested, so they perform as if always being tested. We thus become docile, always performing and perfecting our performances through institutions that make efficient our adherence to the system. But who operates this panopticon? Why does everyone accept perpetual surveillance? We agree to being examined because we feel that it is a step towards achievement. But why do we agree to being watched and monitored in society? I here draw in Anderson's description of nation as imagined community. Anderson in his text argues that nations have taken the role of divine order, creating eternal community in an age of secularism. The nation represents community, a protective system supporting fraternity between strangers on the basis of shared land, culture, history, and language. The idea of a sociological organism moving calendrically through homogeneous empty time is a precise analogue of the idea of nation, which it also is conceived as solid community moving steadily down or up history. In much the same way that an individual's identity is understood as evolving over time, but maintaining a commonality. Like an adult observing a photograph of themselves as a child, certain of who they are through description by others, but not through personal memory, We understand nation as progressing and maturing, assuming a likeness to, but separation from its former self. Though kings of the old did not speak English, their presence in British history is included in the country's progression to contemporary society. Nation is overlaid with a halo because a land is linked to ties of nature. Just as one does not choose familial ties, one cannot choose connection to nation. In this sense, nations inspire love and self-sacrifice in equal measure to that of hatred and fear. With its aura of fatality in that one is willing to fight for it till death, the nation is therefore pure in its imaginedness. Our willingness to be surveilled derives here, through a maintenance of the purity of nation. We fear the threat of outsiders invading our community, disrupting our way of life, and destroying our connection to one another on the basis of shared history, language, and culture. So we offer ourselves up for monitoring, whilst also participating in processes of monitoring. What does this mean in contemporary society? Our functioning as border guards in all institutions. In schools, the Prevent agenda, launched because fear of Islamization, demands teachers monitor students for signs of radicalization, a term that once meant counter-hegemonic and therefore simply activist. In hospitals, universities, corporations, banks, libraries, housing, so on, individuals are criminalized for serving those not in possession of adequate visa documentation. But this sacrifice offers incentive: housing, healthcare, income, education. To exile citizens who threaten the social order is to protect our rights, to protect our ever-elusive way of life. We become invested in a system of monitoring, acting in a capacity that is both controlling and controlled. Because we benefit from its outcome, participating in society. We allow the criminal to be objectified, separated, individuated, and othered because we ourselves are constantly subject to objectification, separation, and individuation. So the imagined community operates as a centralized moral thesis for why these power relations function, or what is behind. Thanks. Okay. So the imagined community operates as a centralized moral thesis for why these power relations function, or what is behind these checks that ensures participation by society. But here I argue that inasmuch as we fear invasion to preserve our imagined community, we fear our positions within this community. We accept the othering of citizens from within because we accept a narrative that remains inclusive of us, even if exclusive of others. If my unbelonging is a consequence of others' existence, to sacrifice the other appears not only legitimate, but logical. What capacity do we have to challenge this logic, particularly if we ourselves are being perpetually observed? Although often touted as deterministic, Foucault's arguments do suggest that the subject has some room for maneuver. Initiatives to stop deportations, especially the removal of refugees to Rwanda, have proven successful through persistent social media campaigning. Resistance in this manner suggests that opportunities to confront systems of power remain open, if somewhat limited. The question remains as to whether we are willing to accept a certain degree of unbelongingness in order to expand our imagination of who can exist within our concept of community. Thanks. That's the presentation.
Thank you so much, Neha. That was so interesting. You've posed lots of really, really good questions, lots of claps in the chat, which is good as well, especially about, you know, how people get excluded and how they can be included, and also bringing on all that theoretical basis from Foucault and Anderson is really, really brilliant for us. So do we have some questions from people? I do believe that Peter Lewis had his hands up. Oliver has his hand up. Peter Lewis, do you still want to speak? You seem to. So we'll take Oliver first, and then if Peter comes back, we'll have him as well. Oliver, would you like to ask your question? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Niall. That was really interesting. I was just wondering if you perhaps how much of the historical kind of parallels you've looked into with this. The reason I ask is I know, for example, in the Second World War, there are lots of people in the UK, of say Germany origin, who'd come into the UK who were then interned in, say, the Isle of Man, and similar cases in the USA with Japanese American immigrants who are interned in the west coast of America. I was just wondering if there's any kind of link, or how it's viewed, or if there's a connection, or if it's evolved over time or something along those lines.
Yeah, really interesting question. So in my research, it seems my research mostly was really a discussion about race. And ideas of race are very embedded in ideas of nation and nationality. I mean, this talk wasn't specifically about race particularly, but it does kind of touch on the idea of race. So from what I've researched, there is a kind of, the idea of nation is one actually quite new. It's about 200 years old, but it very much has concepts of inclusion and exclusion, which are tied to an idea of what nation is, and a protection of kind of nation. And I think you're absolutely right. I think there is, I think it's kind of repurposed for whatever is the contemporary debate at the time. So, I mean, if we look historically at, Jewish immigrants who moved to Britain, even post World War II, there was very similar language used to describe Jewish immigrants as we see today being described of Eastern Europeans, or as we see in kind of racist, ideology or discussion saying, our Britishness is being watered down, we're being invaded by foreigners. There was similar language actually being used to describe Jewish immigrants. And now there's been a rewriting of how we see Jewish immigrants as being kind of the good immigrant. And now we have a writing of, African immigrants or Afro-Caribbean immigrants, or now really Eastern European immigrants as being the ones who are coming in and destroying our Britishness in a sense. So I think these things kind of play out in almost like repeat to sort of reformulate, it's sort of reformulated and repurposed for whatever is the contemporary other in society at the time.
Thank you, Neha. I just wonder if we could get one more question. Okay, that would be great. Is there another question that anyone would like to ask? Patrick, would you like to comment on your interesting thing you put in the chat? Patrick, go ahead. We've got 2 minutes, so go ahead.
Great presentation. Really, just raise the point of the Aliens Act was the others, Jewish people. So an order so it's really interesting for the historical context.
Patrick, it seems that your audio doesn't work properly because we can only hear a bit of what you're saying. So it is either you need to maybe change your headphones or your audio.
So we have 1 minute left for.
Right. Okay.
Just try it and then try again, Patrick. That'd be great. If you could just make the question quite brief, and we would get it in for the time. That'd be great.
Yeah, I think my internet is going down. I'm just moving my internet up to near the router.
That's so much better already, Patrick.
Much better, Patrick.
Is it? Right, okay. Right, okay, I've moved. Yeah, it's just very interesting historical context.
Sorry, I can't hear you again.
We've lost you again, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to move on because we're at our time. Patrick, we would love to hear your questions. Maybe you could contribute to the discussion forum, and then we could talk about your questions later on. That'd be really good. But thank you so much for contributing. I'm sorry about the interruption. No worries. Okay,
Patrick, if you want to email the RPO, we can pass the question on to Neha.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yes, I forgot to say that if you email your question as well, we can post them onto the centre. So, and now, in the interest of time, let's move on to Dr. Jane Lewis and Patrick in the You're going to have your say, so that's good. Talking about barriers to accessing employment experienced by the Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic population in Islington, which are lovely locally for this day. Patrick and Jane, would you like to go ahead with your talk?
Thank you. Thanks very much. Can you hear me now? Okay. Ah, brilliant. Okay, that's a relief. Okay, just a couple of things. We're going to rattle a bit through this because we've obviously got 15 minutes, but it's a couple of things I'll just raise is that in Islington, there's an assumption that Islington is a very rich area, and of course it isn't. It's very mixed. In fact, very poor areas in Islington. It's the second highest level of child poverty in the country, so it's worth kind of raising that at the start. And I thought it was interesting in the previous presentation that you talked about panopticon, constant observation of, and I thought it's interesting to notice lectures. So I'm going to turn my video off just to sure. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
brilliant.
breaking a little bit. Patrick, I wonder if you want to maybe go without headphones?
It's Jane here.
Yeah, so can you hear me okay? I'm going to go without headphones. Let's is it? Any better at all?
Much better, yeah.
Ah, right, okay, sorry about that. Okay. I was just noting that our new computer system for recording lectures is called Panopto, which is very close to the word panopticon. But anyways, that's not part of this presentation. Just briefly, part of our purpose in doing this research of Islington Council and their employment service, which is called iWorks, was to break down that idea of a group of people or communities called BAME that have the same experiences, particularly in terms of employment. What we are focusing on is people who have groups who have high levels of unemployment, but which are not accessing the service which is run by Islington Council, as I say, iWorks. And it's worth mentioning it's done in partnership through our London Met Empowering London engagement strategy, a bit of a mouthful, but it was innovative in terms of getting students engaged in the research, and it's two parts. It's led by Jane, and Kaching did the quantitative analysis, looking at data, housing benefit data, council tax and iWorks data. And then we carried out 7 focus groups, 6 with local community groups, and 1 with people who provide services. So the quantitative element kind of identified some of the key overriding issues in terms of Islington. The qualitative stuff dug down into the experiences of people within those groups. What did we find, and Jane will come back to this, is we found significant differences in unemployment rates for different ethnic groups in the borough, but some common experiences. Big issues coming out of our research, which is about access to employment-related services, was about, for example, age, came out really strongly, linked to digital literacy, language, and lack of educational qualifications. And linking to what Louise was saying earlier, there's kind of an intersectional element to it, in the sense that the issues were quite complex and interlinking, perhaps between gender and age and ethnicity and class. So it's in common with most research, we find a more nuanced picture than we first expected. And the work that Kaching did was interesting. He's accessing databases in Islington, and of course this brings out the point we were making earlier, is this label BAME is not a particularly helpful one. So this is employment rates among different groups, and you can see, for example, the employment rate for Indians in Islington is 86%, but the employment rate for Pakistani and Bangladeshi communities is 50%. So you can see there's a massive difference between different groups. White people relatively high, but Indians had the highest level of employment in the borough. Looking on the right hand side of this, you can see the other side of this is unemployment, and again you can see that Pakistani and Bangladeshi communities have particularly high levels of unemployment in Islington, So it's useful to note that breaking down as Kaching did, breaking down this label BAME revealed very different experiences of different groups within Islington. When Kaching looked at council tax benefit data, it's looking at employment with benefit in Islington. And now, of course, this is, we're looking at raw numbers here, but the raw number I'd like you to look at is not known. Is if you look at the largest ethnic minority, if you like, in Islington, is people, or minority group, is people who don't say on their forms when they apply for benefits what their ethnic origin is. And that brings out a really interesting point, which comes back later in the research, was a lack of trust of people of all sorts of authority, particularly the job centre, which we'll come back to. Here you can see levels of education. At the top is the group with the lowest educational attainment. At the bottom, there's the group with the highest educational attainment. And you can see that white and Asian have high levels of educational attainment within Islington. People are using iWorks. The groups that have relatively low achievement is Somali and Eritrean. And I thought that was interesting because it links to what we showed a bit earlier. But in a way, even more interesting was that white British came out of the group in Islington with the least educational qualifications. And that's interesting because they've got relatively low qualifications, but relatively high employment. So there's a kind of conundrum there. So clearly the message isn't simply that education leads to higher employment. So the key findings from the research were that African, Caribbean, Turkish, Bangladeshi and unknown subgroups was 90% of unemployment in Islington. So these groups are particularly prone to unemployment. But even within those groups, there's quite significant differences in terms of age. So we find, for example, that African people are more likely to be unemployed from a younger age. Bangladeshi residents need support into middle age. Educational level is important, but not the only factor in terms of employment. So as I was saying, we did a number of focus groups to drill down, which Jane is going to take you through. We found out is one of these things about research, it never goes smoothly. Some of the data we had came in after we started the focus group. So in fact, in an ideal world, we would have looked at Turkish people within Islington, but that data didn't come in until we'd actually gone through the process of doing focus groups. So a very mixed picture in terms of quantitative data. We're seeing differences in attainment, differences in employment, but then Jane is going to move this along after the next slide to look at the focus groups. Key barriers we found when we did the focus groups were age, came out significantly. Poor health was very significant. It's remarkable the people we interviewed, and I think Jane will agree with this, is that the level of health problems, particularly mental health problems among the people we saw. Digital literacy language was kind of linked to age. So when we did focus groups, for example, I did a Somali focus group, the experience of older people was very different to the 3 young graduates I had within the group. Lack of job experience was leading to, well, it's a circular thing, is that people didn't have the experience to get a job, and without getting a job, they couldn't get experience. And some issues around lack of skills and qualifications. Very poor working conditions for people who are, because they didn't have the experience of work and they didn't have the necessary qualifications. Poor working conditions, low levels of confidence and aspirations. And we're not saying that aspiration, by raising aspiration, you're going to get people into work, but it was a factor. And one of the key things that came out was that although iWorks does a lot of work in publicising its services, people do not arrive at iWorks, which is the employment service, unless they just happen to have heard it mentioned. It's got low visibility, and it's very much about word of mouth. Once people used it, they felt it was very useful. But a key word coming out here, and I'll hand over in a minute, is trust and fear, is that the people, almost without exception, had a low opinion of the job centre services, and they were feared sanctions. So very much, particularly, say, among Bangladeshi older people, they had very poor health, but were expected to go for jobs which they couldn't possibly do, then were sanctioned, then appealed, then they won their appeal. So that went on and on and on. And the other key word I think here is excluded, that people felt a bit left behind. Okay, thank you. Sorry about the problem with sound, and I'll hand over to Jane now. So Jane Lewis, thank you.
Hi Jane, is everything okay? If you'd like to speak, that'd be great. Thank you.
I had I was on mute.
Okay. Don't worry.
I was asked to go on mute while Patrick was talking.
We all have that problem. Don't worry.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I realised also that there's only 4 minutes, so there's a lot of information here which people can obviously look at in their own time. But really, it's just to reiterate what Patrick's saying. The key findings from the focus groups, which were around the barriers that the particular groups that we were talking to experienced. I'll just go through them as quickly as I can, but I also want to welcome Anna, because one of the innovative things about this project was a combined joint project with students, and we linked it to one of our social policy modules, and Anna's here representing the student group, so welcome Anna. Anyway, just to say about the barriers, as Patrick's already said, perhaps the most shocking barrier that came through the focus group interviews, particularly with some of the groups, particularly with older groups, and when we say older, we mean women and men in their 40s. So amongst the Bangladeshi focus group, it was the majority of women and men actually were suffering from quite severe chronic health problems, particularly physical, but also mental health problems. So health was a very significant barrier in terms of people accessing employment. And as I say, that was age related, but when we're talking about older, we're talking about people in their 40s, so not especially old at all. And mental health was something that really came up as a major issue and an increasingly important issue. One of the other barriers, perhaps not surprising, and again, to just reiterate the point about, using BAME as a category is not useful, because one of the key barriers for Bangladeshi, Somali, Algerian, Eritrean residents is language, again, particularly for older residents, 40 plus. Language is a major barrier for them, and we've got obviously a lot of quotes here that you can go through in your own time. But this also links to a very closely related, and I would say along with health, absolutely key barrier, which is digital literacy and digital poverty, because increasingly, obviously this is post-COVID, increasingly everything's gone online, from contacting your GP to everything to do with applying for a job. And for most, again, older, but also if you're working in your second language, actually accessing things in terms of digitally is really difficult. And many of the residents didn't have their own laptops, had slow internet, and in particular, women and men in the Algerian and the Eritrean and the Bangladeshi group had very low, if any, levels of digital literacy. So that was one of the key recommendations that we made. I mean, all of this was very closely linked to us making recommendations and targets that Islington are carrying forward today.
Jane,
so
you have 1 minute to go.
Thank you very much. Okay. There's quote here, which again, I'll just leave you to look. Obviously, in terms of gender, childcare was a major barrier. And interestingly, not one of the women we talked to mentioned buying childcare as an option. It was all about finding a job which worked in school hours and children. So childcare was certainly a very considerable barrier to most of the women we talked about. And I'm just really going to say a couple of last points. One is that the vast majority of people, particularly again in some of the groups, the Bangladeshi, Somali, and the Algerian and Eritrean communities, were very, very heavily concentrated in a very specific group of low and poorly paid, low-skilled jobs. And when we say about aspirations, their expectations were only that they could just apply for jobs in very sort of specific areas such as social care. And we can come back to some of that as well. People had generally very low aspirations and low confidence, and a lack of skills and experience. And also, I think one of the key things just to end on, because it's something that's very much been taken up in the press releases and follow on from the project, is that people had, as Patrick said, a very considerable fear of using the job centre in particular and distrust, and that carried on to them accessing any other employment services, including council ones. So one of our main recommendations is that employment support should be provided in communities and community places that people trust. So it's all about establishing an effective outreach strategy in Islington. So I'll leave it there because I realise the time constraints. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jane. That's really great. And thank you for a wonderful talk, which really just explains the way that you kind of like looked at the nuances of the BAME term, and the accessibility issues that you've posed are really good, and the innovative methods you've used as well. So I'd just like to open this out to questions. Does anyone have a question that they'd like to ask? So Anna from Research and Postgraduate Office, would you like to ask a question?
Sure. So this is more of a comment rather than a question. I find it very fascinating that the number of not known is so high, and I think that links very nicely with what Louise earlier and Naya as well said, because I think loads of people would be afraid of being othered, as Naya mentioned, and then at the same time the reality of Brexit, for instance, meant that a lot of people, especially migrants who may not have their citizenship sorted out, or maybe they will be afraid that their citizenship or rights in general would be revoked if they had mentioned that they are not necessarily white British. So I think that's very interesting, and I think that might partly explain the reason why there is such a great number of not known within the statistics.
Yes, thank you, certainly. Would you like to comment on that, Jane or Patrick? That would be great.
Well, I just to reiterate that's absolutely right. I think that the unknown group is very significant in terms of my work, and I think it links very strongly to that's just been made. It's around people's fear and mistrust in being able to actually say. Thank you.
Oliver's got his hand up.
Sorry, Charles.
Just mute my microphone. Very sorry. Apologies. Oliver, would you like to ask your question? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. It's probably yeah, just kind of on a comment sort of thing, because I know earlier on in the talk you mentioned about why young white people, despite having less qualifications, are often having a higher level of employment compared to their BAME contemporaries. I was wondering if there's any kind of link to that with the with say social class. It's just in Mike Savage's works, he talks about how there are different social networks and how people would interact with each other. For example, he gives the example of like if you know someone who's a lawyer, you're more likely to go and work in the law. So I was wondering if there's like informal social networks of people who are already established in local areas who say know a plumber, and then a white working class child would go on to them working in pharmacies, if that's an explanation for that gap.
Yeah, shall I come? Do you mind if I come in, Jane? It's really. I think you're absolutely right. Is the people we had in the focus groups who were talking to us? A lot of them had very low connectivity, social capital, to the connections to people in order to get into employment. So you're probably right. And one of the things we're recommending, or Jane certainly recommended, is we take it out to communities, is that Islington take out their employment services into the communities, develop that connectivity so that people can access, relatively easy access to support services. And that's one of the key recommendations of the report, actually, which has been accepted by Islington.
Thanks. Can I just add, Oliver? I think also you're absolutely right, and it's really interesting the point you make. The research we did was specifically looking at Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic communities, so we didn't look at the white community in that sense. And so I think that's sort of another project, if you like, to look at that, because it was quite an interesting finding that came out.
Thank you very much for that, Jane. We have actually, sorry, Una, is it possible that you could submit your question later on, because we have to move on to the next talk now. Very sorry about that. So the next presenter is Janet Douglas Gardner, who's going to talk to us about exploring the value of the student voice, which is great, the lived experience and sense of belonging in a post-1992, post-Brexit, not post-Brexit, but anyway, post-pandemic institution of higher learning, and that will be, you know, really round off our discussion about kind of inclusion and inclusivity. So Janet, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Christine. Good morning, everyone. So as Christine has already introduced me, I'm Janet Douglas Gardner. I'm a doctoral student in the School of Social Sciences and Professions, as well as a teacher, educator, and course leader for the 2-year accelerated degree in primary education. I'm in the 3rd year of my thesis stage on my doctoral journey, and my supervisors are Associate Professor Dr. Christine Kalenda from UCL IOE and Professor Digby Warren of London Met. To give you a background to the study, so today's presentation is aligned to the conference theme of Lifting Barriers, New Research at London Met. However, the presentation is part of the emerging themes of my doctoral research entitled Student Voice and Inclusive Curriculum: How do aspirant student teachers navigate the curriculum in higher education? The research aim for the course is to find out if through the use of student voice and inclusive curriculum, students in a post-1992 university will successfully navigate the taught curriculum to attain degrees with classifications of firsts and 2-1s as one solution to narrow the awarding gap between white and ethnically diverse students. There are 2 research questions that you can see on the slide. The first one is, what factors affect the success of a diverse student population to attain these good degree classifications? And can a review of the curriculum practices contribute to reducing the degree awarding gap? The gap identified from the literature so far is situated in Yosso's 2005 assertion that institutions of higher learning often ignore the community cultural wealth brought by students to the institution, particularly those students who are socially marginalized. And although we can argue to say that Yosso's work is in the American context, there are parallels that can be drawn to the UK context in terms of widening participation, as well as the opening of access for what is termed the non-traditional student. And within the non-traditional students, we look at the mature students, students with disabilities, but those ethnically diverse students who fall within the gap that the previous speakers' research focused on Black and minority ethnic or Black, Asian, and minority ethnic. The methodology I've used is I call it an innovative methodology approach. It is Heron's 2020 Friendship as a Method, whereby she has used this approach to get the understanding of student experience in higher education. The reason why the methodology is innovative is that pairs of students who are friends will have a discussion without the presence of the researcher. The researcher will meet them before they have their interview or conversation and meet them again after that. The framework within which the research is situated is the critical race theory framework. Even though this evolved as part of law, it has entered education. And the reason why I've use this framework is because of the storytelling aspect or the narratives that look at societal issues such as race, class, culture, and education. So for me, this was the best fit. To explain a little bit about student voice in higher education, according to recent research by Matthews and Dollinger, the argument that students have an authentic and valuable voice in the decisions that impact their learning and education has become a phenomenon known as student voice. However, in higher education, there is a commitment to student voice to ensure that what students say or state in surveys or in course committees are acted on. However, Heron has critiqued the quantitative approach to collecting data. My research is qualitative, and for her, she felt that a lot of the good information of what students' experiences are is not really captured through those surveys. For me, as a teacher educator, I'm interested in the use of student voice to empower and enhance students' learning journey while they are at London Met. The inclusive curriculum has been implemented within the academy to address the current attainment gap between white and non-white students. There are current concerns with the report in 2019 by the National Union of Students and Universities UK, where they found a disparity of 13% of good degrees between white and those students identified as Black and minority ethnic. The participants for my research are my current students. The accelerated degree is in its 4th year, and I interviewed students from 3 cohorts. The first cohort, the 2018 to 2020 cohort, were my critical friends. So from what the student population or my participants, they reflected who we have at London Met. They were white British, Black African, Black Caribbean, British Indian, Sri Lankan, British Pakistani. And what is of interest to note is that some of these students had lived in other countries before migrating to the UK. Some of them came as children, some of them as young adults, and one as a teenager. The evolving strands that are coming out from students, particularly those who were in the first cohort. Sorry, my slide has jumped to where I don't need it to go. So participants interviewed in 2021 who were cohort 2 had mixed feelings or mixed views about sense of belonging. And for them, COVID had a big impact because they were only on site for approximately 5 to 6 months. The others who are in the current cohort graduating this year, they felt a strong sense of belonging. They also felt that the relationships that they have made will help them beyond uni. As one said, I feel like it's going to go on like past this year and past uni. And Gina and Maggie were the 2 participants in that pair, and Gina just said, yeah, definitely, because she felt that they kept in touch even outside of that. Lived experience, all the students felt that their lived experience was valued, and they also alluded to the fact that they were able to bring things back. Although we were looking at education and its impact, they could have brought it back to themselves because of their culture or the different areas that they lived in. So in conclusion, the research aim, as I said before, is to find out if through the use of student voice and inclusive curriculum, students in the post-1992 university will successfully navigate the curriculum. Early results show that students are aware of the impact they have on their own learning and those of their peers. I just wanted to share that of the 15 participants, 13 have achieved good degrees. 1 was awarded a 2-2 and 1 has applied for mitigating circumstances. Looking at all the information where USO asserts that institutions of higher learning ignore the community cultural wealth brought by students, particularly diverse students, I feel that if diverse students are involved and feel that their what they bring to the institution is valued, we can have some success. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much there. Thank you very much, Janet, for that presentation. You've given us a little bit of extra time for questions, which will be really great. That's amazing. So I think it was very interesting that you're talking about these innovative methods and really like bringing out the student voice and student participation. I think that was great. So I think also your questions about the factors that influence attainment and also what reviews can take place. Maybe we could also talk about those issues as well. So does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask Janet? We have a little bit of time for discussion, which is great. Patrick, go ahead and ask your question. That would be great.
Can you hear me now? It's a very quick one to Janet. Thanks so much, Janet. Really interesting. I was just wondering, because the central part of it is that you mentioned a sense of belonging. Was there any ideas how we can increase this sense of belonging among students? Is there anything we can do as lecturers and staff to increase the sense of belonging, do you think?
I feel we need to get to know our students, because many times in meetings I'll hear people saying things like, well, I really don't have much information about my students. But in order to ensure that the students feel valued, we have to make time to know what it is that they've brought or what it is they're bringing to the institutions. Because admittedly, there is induction week and then everybody goes full on into teaching. So I think one way of doing that is ensure that you just get to know the students.
Yeah.
Class for it, perhaps just, informal discussions or doing a quick, who would like to tell me something they did before coming to London Met, or why are you here? What is your lived experience that you feel will make a contribution? And can I just quickly say, the external for my course has often said that we have a unique approach to what we do, and we should try and disseminate that. But in a nutshell, that's all it is, Patrick. No magic wand. Just make time to know the students.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Janet. I think you said something really important, which is about getting to know our students and having both the accessibility to do that, but also the time, I think, for lecturers to do that. I think that's an often quite contentious issue, isn't it, with the timing we have to even feedback for students.
Yes, I think, and depending on the number of students you have as well. So I appreciate it.
You've got big classes, it's much different.
Yeah,
absolutely. So there are, this kind of two-way, I think there's a lot of dialogue that we could have as both. I mean, I'm a student and a lecturer, so I think I see it from both sides, but I think it's an issue that people probably have a lot of opinions about. But I just wondered whether you could just, are there any other questions? Because I have a question that I've asked.
Yes, there is one by Yvonne who has asked, how has London Met ensured that the curriculum reflects the voice of students? Currently, there is a lot of work on looking at the curriculum that we're offering to students, in particular, looking at the readings or even inviting guest lecturers so that students can have a wider breadth of theory. We always have this question, whose knowledge? So in terms of, I know the library is not using the term decolonizing. I'm trying to remember the term that Denise used at the conference, the Learning and Teaching Conference. But that's one way. And in reviewing the assessment as well, to ensure that what is delivered will be accessible to students when they have to submit their assessments. Yvonne, I hope that has, in a nutshell, answered your question.
Does that answer your question, Yvonne? That was a very good, interesting point. Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask Janet? It's good to hear it answer your question, Yvonne. Because I was actually wondering, Janet.
Hello, sorry, I've got some broadband issues. Janet, I've just wondered, just touching on the sort of new context that we're in, is how you think the new post-pandemic context is impacting on that sense of belonging.
Well, what was interesting, Tom, is that the students who spent 1 year online and their second year at London Met, sorry, they have a strong sense of belonging, which I found interesting because the other students would have been on site for only 6 months. So I feel post-COVID, although it is still around, but post-lockdown, I should say, that once students came on site, they were determined to make a relationship, because they found, and one student actually used the word, she found it weird being taught online. So perhaps when they come on site, we have to do a lot to engage and ensure that we sustain their interest and they continue to attend the sessions.
Thanks, Janet.
Brilliant. So, does that answer your question, Tom? Okay,
yes, it does, because we're sort of all investigating what this new context is. I mean, in some ways, what you were saying there, Janet, is actually sort of optimistic, whereabouts, you know, there is some hope in what you're saying there, that if we put the work in, we can, you know, develop that sense of belonging.
Yes. Can I just interject, Tom? Because I asked the question, one of the questions of the research was directly about their sense of belonging, but it was also linked to their lived experience and feeling if their lived experience was valued, as well as if there was any contribution to the curriculum. So I think we have to be open with our students. They, as I said, indications are positive. There were those who in the 2019-2021 cohort didn't feel a sense of belonging because they felt they weren't on campus long enough. However, the irony or the flip side to that, the same person who said she doesn't feel a sense of belonging to the university, she still felt she made some friends that if she sees them now, she'll still talk to them. So, you know, sometimes students themselves have to tease out how they're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, just add there what also your research is showing is, although there can be that emphasis on developing belonging and voice in induction in the first year, is the importance that this wants to be in through the curriculum all the time, reinforcing, developing, spotting those gaps, giving those opportunities for, you know, doing little projects with them where we put on exhibitions which can be related to their lived experience and to the subject area, and invite staff in and other students in. So if you can do this when there's a, you know, if it's a 10 till 1 class or that, is leave the exhibition up for dinner time and invite people in. So you're reinforcing and sharing that and building those connections. Yeah, I don't want to keep going on. Yeah, no, brilliant.
No,
work.
it's okay.
Brilliant.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Janet, I just had a quick question. Do you think that there would, in kind of engaging students, do you think it would be good if like lecturers shared more of their lived experience about, for example, disability, or because it's a situation I've faced as a teacher, as to whether I should share more with my students about the things that I'm experiencing in terms of non-inclusion and, you know, especially in the digital world, especially post-pandemic, and whether in terms of race and gender, we should share more with our students our experience. So that might make more of a kind of linked up experience. I don't know, it's a difficult question, I know, because there's lots of...
It is. Students are always curious to know a bit about us as people outside of our, you know, the cap that we wear. And I think for each person, they have to make a decision of what they will share and what they will not share. So sometimes a bit of me would come out in conversations, but right at the start of induction, we do a getting to know you session. So you may just have a question like, and I'll be open with it. Tell us one thing that you would like to share about you, you know, that's personal, and one that's professional. And so in that way, people decide what they want to share. And sometimes you get some really quirky and fun things, or sometimes you get some very deep, you know, deep issues that you have to be sensitive to in how you respond. But can I just quickly say, one of the other things that I do, I tend to find out what students know. So I do a session, students as leaders of learning. This year I had students leading on music, on dance, as well as languages. And they had an opportunity to do mini lessons, you know, to share that
Brilliant approach, I think.
knowledge and expert with their
Music is particularly good for, I think, showing. It's my specialist subject, but I think it's particularly good for showing those kind of things through performance as
and
well.
the young man was learning to play the saxophone, so brought it in. And how many of us get to, you know, hold the different parts of a saxophone and understand it? So yes, quite deep. Thank you.
Fantastic. So that brings us very nicely to 11:55, which is unfortunately the end of this amazing session. So I'd just like to thank all of the speakers. You've been amazing, and thank you to everyone for your wonderful questions as well. And thank you for all keeping to time. It's been very smoothly run session, which is great. So I'll let you go now to your next, and thank you to Janet, you're amazing. I'll let you go now for your next talk, which is Inclusivity Lightning Talks, and I'll finish the session there. But thank you everyone for everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Christina. Thank you, Annie, as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next session on Lightning Talks. My name is Rena Meimaritou. I'm from the School of Human Sciences. And in this session, we will have 3 lightning talks, which is a 3-minute presentation. They are not questions. There is no question time. But all these talks, these 3-minute talks, they have posters available. So please visit the poster sessions that you can find them on the Articulate on the program online. And this is very important because at the end of the day, don't forget that we will have to vote for the best poster. That includes from yesterday and today as well. So I'm gonna start the session, and I'm gonna invite Daria Buchanovska to talk about her presentation on Destroy, Accept, Admire Legacy Attitudes to World War II Flag Towers in Berlin, Vienna, and Hamburg. Daria, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Hi, my name is Daria. I'm from School of Art, Architecture and Design. And today my topic is Destroy, Accept, Admire, Legacy Attitudes to World War II Flag Towers in Berlin, Vienna and Hamburg. So what is a flag tower and why should we engage with it? This photo summarizes its essence, a monstrous concrete fortress among the debris of ruined city, bristling with guns impenetrable to bombs, able to shelter thousands of civilians. These were built in Berlin, Vienna and Hamburg towards the end of World War II using slave labor. After the war, the towers lost their life-saving purpose and became obsolete, yet they still remain within the modern city, too large to be efficiently reused, impossible to demolish, constant reminder of war. How do we engage with such relics in the 21st century city? My main question could be summarized as follows. What are the prevalent legacy attitudes to flag towers? Do they help or hinder tower assimilation into urban environment? I notice scant evidence of interest in the typology of the flag tower and a pragmatic approach to structures in existing literatures. However, I suggest that these could be included in a wider discussion on architectural history, aesthetics, and urban development. Hence, my secondary question expands on the topic as follows. What might we learn from investigating the flag tower from a critical position of sublime aesthetics? What might analysis of national guilt and trauma allow us to understand about the negative perceptions of the towers as a hindrance to their assimilation? To engage with this topic, I will be exploring different research avenues, including aesthetics, philosophy, psychology, current tower state, proposal, and intended afterlife. I propose a qualitative research in form of discourse analysis, cultural interpretation, and architectural criticism. Terms destroy, accept, and admire are used as rhetorical tools for engaging with interdisciplinary literatures, supplemented by case studies, interviews, and archive work. I'm currently working on a literature review and theoretical tools, investigating aspects of sublime in totalitarian architecture and aesthetic intentions for the flag towers. The research aims to contribute to debate around the war ruins in the modern urbanity and the modes of engagement with these contested objects. My research is lifting barriers because it approaches questions of ambiguous war ruins from a position of sublime aesthetic to glean novel insights. I believe the findings will be applicable beyond the current object in a wider geographic context. Thank you very much.
That's great, Daria. Thank you. Very well matching time and very nice presentation. Well done. Okay, we can move on to Hosna Husami, who will be talking about redefining architectural methods of cartography through the mapping of bottom-up urban imaginaries in Freetown, Sierra Leone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well, Hosna.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry if I start coughing randomly. So today I'll be doing a quick introduction on my thesis, Catalyst Childhood Design, Exploring Architectural Methods of Cartography and Participatory Techniques through mappings up of bottoms-up projects in urban imaginaries in Sierra Leone. This thesis is rooted in a two-tier exploration that seeks to identify possible solutions to development planning in Freetown. The first is the exploration of how mapping techniques through participatory and decolonial processes can be adapted to suit the ever-changing landscape of the city. And the second being a consideration of children's spaces and informal settlements, which seeks to develop my own interest in children's participation in architecture. Freetown is a city that has and continues to face exponential physical and institutional changes. The mapping of Freetown has become a key practice for local initiatives, as maps produced of the city swiftly become outdated due to the unregulated expansions of the informal settlements. Through our participatory process, I will look to curate a collection of mapping tools to aid in the recording of matters of most concern to the inhabitants of Freetown. The toolkit proposed will aim to combine cartography, architecture, ethnography, and indigenous methods of recording narratives to inform, imagine, and represent community-led action plans at the local and city scale. As with anywhere, there is often an unintentional hierarchy of voices and narratives that may contribute to collective aspirations. And in informal settlements, it has sometimes meant that certain demographics, such as children, the elderly, and those with disabilities, are left underrepresented. I tend to focus on children as an exemplar for the underrepresented, as children often have a unique and uninhibited way of interacting within cities and spaces, and it is a common occurrence that they are not prioritized in city planning. When seeking a response to urban imaginaries, children offer a unique insight to space and the potential use of it that through what considered an unconstrained imagination. Children's spaces have often been the catalyst for wider societal change and architectural development. When considering the methodology of this thesis, there are a few prominent themes that emerge, and although these are all well-defined discourses, they cannot be reflected on as non-intersectional in this particular thesis, and they are cartography, participatory mapmaking, urban imaginaries and development, children within the discourse of architecture and design, history and development of Freetown, and decolonial methods of research. This aims of the thesis to identify the hidden needs that may not be a part of collective narrative, but will allow the skills, imagination, and agency of the urban architect to make contributions to inclusive city making through a proposed map-making toolkit. Additionally, a small-scale realized structural proposal of a children's space, which aims to contribute to a larger theoretical framework for inclusive city development. Thank you.
Thank you, Hosna. That was a really nice, excellent presentation. Thank you, well done. Okay, and we are moving to the next talk by Fiani Nwochukwu, where he will be talking about exploring voice and marginalization among Black young people. Fiani, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Ifeanyi Nwachukwu from School of Social Sciences and Professions. I'm a first-year PhD student. So my research is about exploring voice and marginalization among Black young people. So this is a qualitative study of Black young people. Again, from the literatures, there are lots of evidences that Black ethnic minorities are more likely to experience discrimination more than their white counterparts. And this cuts across education, healthcare system, the criminal justice system, and some other socioeconomic disadvantages like deprived neighborhoods and so on. So why there have been ongoing debate and discussions along the line of young people being on the margins, little has been done about eliciting the voice of young people. So in this research, is framed around children's rights, and secondly, is underpinned by critical consciousness theory and critical pedagogy. So I'll be trying to make a sense in this research to examine how Black young people make sense of marginalization and how they see this as affecting their lives. So in doing this, I've come up with this aim, which is to gain insight into their perception of marginalization, and also to look at the relationship between voice and critical consciousness. In terms of my conceptual frameworks, I'll be looking at these interrelationships between critical consciousness, human rights awareness, and voice, and also to investigate how this agency and voice tend to contend with marginalization in terms of pursuing or contributing to social justice. In terms of my objectives, basically to explore the perception of marginalization and social justice, and also to understand how the construction of human rights feeding into critical consciousness theory. So part of things I'll be looking at as well is to look at the development of critical consciousness identity in terms of how they deploy their voice against this issue of marginalization. So my main research question is, how do Black young people perceive marginalization, and how does the use of voice counter marginalization? I have some other sub-questions which I may not be able to go into because of time. So in terms of my methodology, is a qualitative study, and the delimitation is London. Why the choice of London is because London has a high population of Black ethnic minorities, and I've identified about 4 London boroughs that has over 35% of Black children in school. So my research participants will be young people between the ages of 13 and 18 who self-identify as of Black ethnicity or Black heritage. And my data collection method will mainly focus group in addition to questionnaire. I'm hoping that this research will contribute to the discussion on critical agency, also contribute to in terms of policy framework in regarding inclusivity and equality, and also wider youth work in terms of how young people relate with their environment and relate with policy. Thank you very much.
Great work, Ifeanyi. Very nice, interesting topic. So as you said, Ifeanyi, the time was limited. There was some important information presented here, but more information is presented on the poster session. So please go have a look at the posters and make sure to vote for your favorite one. And I think we are just right on time to move on to the next session, which is on we have a question and answer session for pre-recorded lectures. I'm not sure whether Dr. Illingworth is here. I can't see here as a presenter, but
Rena,
Una, would you like to? Yeah.
Yeah, Sarah can't do it.
Okay. Thank you. Una, would you like to take over?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody for coming to this session. So I hope you've had an opportunity to listen to the recorded sessions. What I'm going to do now, if you haven't listened to the recorded sessions, is play the recording. So what I'm going to do is share the screen. So hopefully I can do this from being, I think, am I a moderator or a presenter? Right, I'm going to share the screen and play the session. Right, here we go. Can I do that? Hang on, I'm sorry everybody, I'm just trying to make sure I've got the right thing going on here.
Hi, Una. In the meantime, I know that we have a Samson. He's actually here with us today. He has submitted one of the recordings. And I actually can see that I think Sarah is joining us as well. So we might actually not play the recordings at the moment.
Okay, fine.
And if that's okay, I will probably move over to Sarah, who joined us at the moment. So hi, Sarah.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I'm coming in at the last second. Should we make a start? We've got lots of people coming and six presenters, two of which have submitted presentations already. We're assuming that the participants have listened to the two presentations by Dr. Alini and Samson. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we will assume that many of them did. Just to say that Eleni Melesiadou is not with us today. She's in the summer school in Krakow, but we have Samson Ajay, who is a presenter in the second talk. And probably we might want to invite Samson to talk a bit about his research for those of in the audience who haven't had a chance to listen to the recording.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sam, I listened to your presentation, really interesting, and it would be great if a very complex topic. It would be great if you could give a brief summary of your research and the key principles of your presentation, and then we can invite the audience to ask any questions.
Sound okay. I think sound is working. Yeah, sure. So it's a recorded presentation. I don't have separate slides to present at the minute, but I would simply say that the principal idea was simply just that the format of graphs, I think, is something that it's a language of diagramming in a sense. Which has found favour recently, especially in machine learning, and my researchers involved and interested in machine learning and also architectural practice, specific modes of architectural practice in particular, and I was just kind of curious about the possibilities of sort of rethinking how we apply the notational structure of graphs to subject matter that we're looking at. Sorry, I can't hear you, I'm afraid.
Mute, that's why. I think for me the really interesting thing about your presentation was the historical context of it and how it related back to very early years, and then how that then applies to modern architectural design. Are you able to talk just a little bit about the history of it and how it's evolved?
Sure. So in the presentation I tried to differentiate, or at least in the paper as well, I tried to differentiate between graph notation and graph theory, and the idea of the point and the line language, I think, is just a form of shorthand that's been evolved almost simultaneously across different disciplines and different approaches as a way of looking at things and kind of diagramming or thinking about or illustrating certain phenomena. Whereas graph theory has come from a specifically mathematical sort of background, and as a root, it's also acquired or accrued a number of very specific methods, mathematical methods in terms of analyzing structures, and they have been very useful for some types of structure and less so for other types of structure. And in the longer run, I guess I'm interested in rethinking or reimagining the idea of architectural plans, or at least how plans might be translated or reinterpreted in graphs and then back again. And so there's just a realization that actually the way in which graphs, the way in which architectural plans or the organization of architectural spaces has been translated into graphs so far has felt to be kind of quite crude and has missed a lot of the possibilities of understanding how sort of substructures are organized. And I think an inspiration also came from the idea of the comma and the impact that the comma has on the sentence. It kind of transforms the sentence, or it transforms sort of textual information from a list or a body of information into something that is then related to the breadth, and it reorganizes the way in which meaning is structured and presented. But the comma itself is a very small gesture, but it has this kind of reorganizing power. And so that's what I was thinking of or imagining.
That's great. Thank you very much. Can I open up the paper for questions? If you wouldn't mind raising your hand, I think it's great to see you. If you can turn your camera on and your connection allows. Una.
Sam, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
I love your topic. It's sort of quite outside my own field, but I am a scientist, and I think it's really interesting. The language of graphs is really interesting because I think well, I suppose what I wanted to ask you was, what do you think is behind the fact that different disciplines use graphs really differently?
Well, I think it makes sense that they do, in a sense, in the same way that within, for example, within the field of writing or within any one practice, I imagine if you look closely, you'll see very different interpretations or very different applications of the same kind of language they use. Within architecture, for example, the plans are recognized by architects from around the world and from different eras in time. But really, I think it's interesting if you look closely, the way in which plans are drawn can vary considerably. I imagine one might be able to sort of recognize similarities and differences in writing and so on. Science, I think, has the kind of, I'm not sure if I call it privilege, but a more uniform structure, a more consistent and kind of rigorous structure. And I am speculating that that is an advantage, but possibly in some situations a disadvantage, where perhaps you're looking at a phenomenon that simply doesn't quite fit that structure, and something of that phenomenon might be missed or misinterpreted when the structure is applied. Sorry, that sounds very abstract. I'm not sure if it makes any sense.
No, it does make sense, and it's just absolutely fascinating because it's almost like we have a whole set of symbolic ways to represent things, don't we, that go above language or alongside language, and we don't really think about them as another whole language. But you've got music, which is a bit like that, so just symbols and not letters, and hopefully that's understandable by people across different languages. You've got, obviously we know about pictures and visual representations, but it brought me in mind to the fact that you can follow sewing and knitting patterns in any language because they draw them out graphically. If you don't write them and draw them, it's a bit like a graph. Yeah, I love your topic, and I'm just rambling now, so I'm going to stop talking, but I absolutely love it. I think it's fantastic, and it's brilliant to sort of take yourself out of thinking linguistically and start thinking picture. It's so much, you know, picture speaks 1,000 words, isn't it? So much easier to convince somebody of your argument by saying, well, look, here it is in a graph. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking. Thank you. I love
Okay.
Thank you, Una. Can I, Matthew has raised his hand. Matthew.
Hi, yeah. I just there's something that's really compelling about the presentation and the way that this topic is framed by Sam, and that's the kind of tension in this very abstract language of graphs, this abstract visual notation language of graphs, between, on the one hand, kind of capturing the world as it is to an extent, capturing it in some insightful way, which, you know, is something that is implicit in what Una was saying about the function of the graph in science. But then also how machine learning can create new forms and understandings, and also create a different future by using this notational structure to gain insight. So there's a kind of agenda about the graph, which we're hearing about, how much the information is then used as a vehicle for learning and for recognition in order to create new knowledge. And I think that's something that's there's a tension there between the reality and the abstraction in this work, which I think is quite fascinating. So I was just inviting you, Sam, to respond to that if you wish to.
Sure. I think the tension is really key. I think also the tension is it manifests in different ways, again, in different disciplines and different practices, and the way in which we translate an understanding and then back again. So to kind of call on a recent example of sewing and sewing patterns, the interesting thing for me about sewing patterns, in the same way as graphs, is that a sewing pattern relates to a kind of a structural or a kind of organizational understanding of a material, and the transformation between a three-dimensional kind of animated body or object or product, you could say, to a two-dimensional static form, and then back again into, you know, another dress or another suit. The interesting limitation of the sewing pattern is that it doesn't and can't describe the material itself. It can't describe the stretchability of the material, the color, the texture, any of those qualities are kind of removed. But then it does allow that flexibility in that you can take a pattern from a pair of jeans and apply that same pattern to, I don't know, leather or cotton or different materials. So it's sort of, in one sense, in terms of this tension, in one sense, it's compromised because it's missing information. It's not a true record of in that regard. But then, in another sense, it offers a kind of flexibility in application to other situations, and then again, kind of possible sort of creative practice or reinterpretation. As we see where we look at a number of different sewing patterns and start to combine patterns and then reapply to different materials and so on and so forth. I don't know if that was
great. Thank you.
Can I, Nicholas has raised his hand as well. Nicholas. Nicholas, we can't hear you. I can see your mic's on, but there's no sound. I'm sorry. Could you pop it in the chat? Would that be? Could you do that? Would that be okay? Sorry.
So I'm going to hand. I'm sitting next to Nick, and I'm just going to hand him my microphone, and he can speak to you.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah, sorry, Sam. I was just going. It's a question, really, not a question, but really a kind of response, a kind of expanding Matthew's kind of point about this issue of tension. And when I was looking at your presentation, one thing that struck me as kind of interesting is kind of recent interest in this question of a kind of anthropological understanding of notation, and where we kind of miss the point, I guess, about this perceived dividing line between, let's broadly call it, traditional notions of architectural design or design generally in the context of drawing and visualization. And then we have, of course, the digital world, which, of course, is the main context within which you're undertaking this study of graphic notation. And it reminds me of Tim Ingold's recent publication, Lines, which is a really intriguing book because it talks about the connections between processes of weaving and notation, and the interconnections between language and communicational threads that even traditional cultures, historic cultures, actually articulate, and the relevance to contemporary debates about perceptions of the environment, another very important book that he wrote. So it just seems to me there's a kind of broader context of your research, which actually has a really interesting set of references. And I'd be interested, it's just a suggestion, but I think certainly the book Lines, which Tim Ingold published, I can't remember, fairly recently actually, and I found it a really fascinating book. It also relates to another text that he wrote, which is a series of essays, and it's essentially an anthropologist collaborating, having conversations with architects and designers and artists, called Correspondences. And again, it's a very interesting study about this dialogue that you've articulated in your research. So I'm just kind of highlighting those as kind of references that you might want to pick up later on.
Great, they both sound really interesting actually. I see Tim Ingold's one was 2016.
Right.
Lines, and I will acquire that very soon, and also Correspondences too. Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Simon, for those questions. Some really interesting discussions. We've just got a very short amount of time left. I know Eleni isn't here in the audience, but her research was very interesting and relevant in terms of female leadership and inclusive leadership. RPO, do you have a question around that?
Yes, hi, this is Anna. I'm hiding behind the RPO's nickname. So it's more of a observation and a comment on Eleni's talk. For those of you who haven't watched it, basically what Eleni did, she was wondering whether inclusive female leadership can be a response to a crisis management, or whether it could be really useful in crisis management. And what she did essentially is that she did a thematic analysis of responses from, I think it's 40 female education leaders, just trying to establish whether inclusive leadership is the way to go for crisis management. And there were two things that really struck me. And the one is the notion of a glass cliff, so to speak. So a glass cliff happens when you have women or members of other minority groups that are overrepresented in leadership positions. They're very risky. So I think the classical example is Theresa May and Brexit. And I thought this is actually quite telling, because it seems that female leaders, or actually minority leaders, might be called to deal with those crises during those times. And I thought that was actually very important thing to mention. So that's one observation. And then the other one was really about the inclusivity and sort of a theme that seems to be weaved throughout the whole of the sessions that we have today and yesterday. And I think the COVID really has been a really good opportunity to really embed those principles of inclusivity in place, because what it meant that we've really had to adjust a completely different way of learning and teaching, and really taking into consideration loads of different factors, so really being very inclusive at the very heart of it. And I thought it's very timely, as you said, Sarah, and I think I encourage any of you in the audience who haven't listened to that talk yet to see what you found out about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Are there any other, we've just got 2 minutes left, any other final comments from anybody who managed to listen to the recording? Okay, lovely. I would encourage you, as Anna's just said, and Anna gave a great summary of it, to listen to Eleni's research. And what I will do is bring the session to a close, if that's all right, if no one else has anything to contribute.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sarah, for chairing and being called in on a very short notice. Thank you for that. And thank you very much to Sam, who probably didn't expect he'll be grilled so much and so long. Just to say that we will now have a lunch break that will last until, I think, 1:15. And we'll be back at 1:15 with lightning talks on science and nutrition. So looking forward to see all of you later on. And in the meantime, enjoy your lunch. Shahab with us, who will be chairing the session. So over to you, Shahab.
Good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Shahab Hassan, from the School of Human Sciences. I'd like to welcome you all today. And this session is going to be lightning talks, 3 minutes each. And if you'd like, you can download the posters from the Rise Articulate platform, and we'll be voting for them later on. We won't have any question and answer session in this one, but you can leave the comments in the forum, and also you can email the presenters. And Antuthuku, like he's mentioned here, he's going to be doing a pre-recorded presentation. So let's go on to his presentation. Oliver will set this up for us. So he's going to be talking about the association between telomere length with malnutrition and diet through nutritional and molecular evaluation.
Can you see that okay, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, and if someone just types in the chat when I press play that you can hear the sound, and then hopefully it will be fine.
Everyone, welcome to my presentation. Today I'm going to be taking you through to my nutrition and molecular evaluation research project. My research project is based on childhood malnutrition, and as you can see on the slide, it comes in different formats, and some malnutrition are visible on the naked eye, some are not visible on the naked eye. For those of you who might be asking themselves, this is 2022, does this problem still exist? So the answer to you is that yes, this problem still exists. As you can see on the slides, millions of children still suffer from this condition. Naturally, then some people might ask themselves, but why can we not eliminate this problem? And the reasons are complex. But one of the reasons is that this problem, that malnutrition, when it enters the community, it creates this vicious cycle that is hard to escape. So for us to eliminate malnutrition, especially childhood malnutrition, we need to have interventions that try to break this cycle. In addition to the cycle, some countries have other malnutrition problems to deal with as well. Like take South Africa, for example. We also have a population that, in terms of adults population, chronic disease of lifestyle, obesity. So in terms of resources, we have to try and stretch them as much as possible. In terms of causes of this, it's a complex picture from government to the person, individual that has malnutrition. And organizations such as UNICEF have created frameworks to try to simplify it. But what we do know about children with malnutrition is that they are more likely to die before reaching the age of 5 than their counterparts. And even those who do survive, they face lower school performance, lower pay as adults, and chances of chronic disease of lifestyle. What this research is trying to do is trying to take a group under 5. We will study the diets of these children. We will explore the malnutrition prevalence because we believe COVID, the current economic situation, obviously these numbers, they change. We will try to link the association between molecular genomics and malnutrition to see, can we reverse this problem? And then we'll use all of this data to synthesize a diet tool that is optimized for the fight against malnutrition in these children. We have chosen this biomarker because of the many benefits it offers us, such as relatively easily information around it because it's well researched. We are targeting some of the most populous regions in South Africa.
I think that's all of the PowerPoint.
Yeah. Great. Thank you for that. Next, we have Mia Outridge. She will be talking about designing novel antiviral targets for human coronavirus.
Hi everybody, thank you for coming to my talk today. I'm going to be discussing my research so far in designing novel antivirals that target human coronaviruses. So why coronaviruses? This is something that I think we all know far too well by now, but I digress. There are already 7 coronaviruses that infect humans, and 5 of which have emerged in the past 15 years, which is at an alarming rate. And there is a lack of readily available treatment which targets even just COVID-19 that we know now, let alone the other coronaviruses. And there was a panic in releasing a vaccine which was successful in 2021, and it greatly reduced hospitalizations and deaths. However, due to many variants and strains that could potentially arise, this can decrease the level of protection the vaccines can offer. So hopefully an additional antiviral will contribute to the level of contribute to decreasing hospitalizations and disease severity on a wider scale. So many countries around the world have struggled to receive the same level of vaccines, personal protective equipment such as masks, or other forms of healthcare. So it's important to have a wide scale, and preparation is key. My research steps include the bioinformatics, which is the computer-based software identifying conserved or similar areas across the 7 human coronaviruses. The antiviral design, so I'll be designing the chemical inhibitors using the same computer software and in the laboratory as well, complementary to the areas identified in the previous step, which are responsible for virus replication. Testing the antiviral function, so various molecular assays will be done to test how well this antiviral could potentially work, or if it doesn't work. And I will be using the mild coronaviruses as of right now due to availability in the lab, the biosafety level 2 coronaviruses, and I hope to transfer this data to the biosafety level 3 severe coronaviruses such as COVID-19, MERS, and other potential coronaviruses, because my greater impact of my PhD research is to prepare for the next inevitable coronavirus outbreak. That was very quick. Thank you very much for listening, and more of my data is shown in my poster. Please feel free to have a look and email if you've got any questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Great talk. Next, we have Cleona Brennan. She will be talking about first evaluation of the National Risk Assessment Tool for adolescent anorexia nervosa treatment in the UK.
Cool, thank you. Can you hear me? Just to check.
Yep.
Yeah,
Good,
perfect.
good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm presenting my systematic review looking at the relationship between the degree of underweight and medical instability in young people with anorexia nervosa, which is an eating disorder. I'm being supervised by Dean Fagda, and I'm a PhD student. So the overall aim of the review that I was doing, which forms the first part of my PhD project, which has a bigger scope than the review, but ultimately this review was to look at the degree of how underweight someone is when they have anorexia nervosa and how high risk that makes them of physically deteriorating in terms of having lower blood pressures or needing a hospital admission, or having lower heart rates or anything that leads to them being kind of medically unstable. I also wanted to explore whether these low-weight adolescents were more likely to become more medically unstable, so if they had a higher risk of deteriorating more quickly than the higher weight young people with anorexia, and then ultimately kind of generate results that would aid the evaluation of the National Risk Assessment Tool, which is overall what I'm looking at for my PhD, which has some prospective work within it as well. So to give a bit of background, so traditionally, when we think of anorexia nervosa, the degree of how underweight someone is has kind of historically been a marker of how unwell the patient is and how high risk physically they are, which physical risk usually generates them the kind of reasons for why they need a hospital admission rather than outpatient treatment. In kind of more recent years, there's been recognition of atypical anorexia nervosa, which the term has actually changed, but for the purpose of this presentation, I've kept it like this. But basically, atypical anorexia has challenged the definition of how unwell a patient is. Young people with atypical anorexia may present at a healthy weight, but have all of the other symptoms of anorexia nervosa. We've seen from the research that people with atypical anorexia are often hospitalized for medical stabilization despite being a healthy weight, because in the context of rapid weight loss, actually their physical health does deteriorate quickly and they are actually high risk. From studies in adult anorexia nervosa, weight suppression, so the difference between the weight at their initial assessment and their pre-morbid healthy weight, that's emerged as a marker of illness severity independent of how underweight the patient is. So I suppose all clues point towards that degree of underweight isn't the kind of main factor in how unwell a patient is. How I carried out this review was to look at retrospective data from published studies that related to risk parameters of physical health in young people. So those kind of parameters were around blood pressure, heart rate, biochemistry, kind of biochemistry that relates to different kind of things like refeeding syndrome, which again makes someone a higher risk physically. A PICO question was developed. So how is medical instability related to weight in young people with anorexia nervosa was the ultimate question to answer and to focus the review on. And then kind of using this question, gathered my studies and kind of with exclusion and inclusion criteria, ruled out some of them. So from the ones that were included, the data was extracted and included in the review. And then for the kind of meta-analysis part of the review, I used RevMan version 5 software to analyze the data and then generate some results to look at statistical significance. So from doing this, the kind of key findings that the results showed, I suppose, were in line with, I suppose, the recent evidence that I've talked about in the background section. Basically that signs of starvation, like blood pressure, bradycardia, which is a low heart rate, are related to, but they're not limited to those who present at a low weight. So people with kind of symptoms of starvation do have low blood pressure and bradycardia, despite them maybe being a healthy weight for them, or those with low weight as well had that. But the severity basically of the signs did depend on the speed of the weight loss, so how quickly they were losing weight. Rate of weight loss and the degree of their caloric restriction were more greatly associated with cardiac ill health than the degree of underweight. And I think anecdotally that's what we see working with these patients, but this research is being generated to back this up so that we make sure that we're looking at people at a healthy weight and at a low weight in the same way and screening them and managing their risk appropriately. Bradycardia is a common symptom in both anorexia and atypical anorexia, and over 60% of patients present with this symptom. And the reason I've put that there is that I suppose when we think of young people with anorexia, most of them will actually have bradycardia. That wouldn't be an independent or kind of a lone factor for them being admitted to hospital. It is quite a common feature which does correct once they are gaining weight and are eating enough. Weight gain also associated with improved cardiac markers, which wasn't a surprise. So when they're eating or storing weight, their heart health does improve. And purging was associated with the markers becoming worse, which again is no surprise, and the research kind of backs that up as well. Degree of caloric restriction and the presence of low weight were the most significant factors in the development of refeeding hypophosphatemia, and that just means the blood marker that we look at to have a look at if someone's at risk of a syndrome that causes them physical ill health. Basically that was most present in people that were restricting their intake greatly and were also low weight, which again we know from the research, so it's good this backs it up. And then also existing data provides evidence showing that low blood pressure is significantly associated to a degree of underweight. So ultimately the kind of findings from this review was actually that blood pressure and that being low was the main kind of association to the degree of underweight. And that overall this review backs up the kind of evidence that is ongoing or is kind of published in the literature at the moment, which shows that actually despite someone being either healthy weight or underweight with anorexia, they're actually both at quite high risk, and it's really important to screen and assess patients properly and fully without being influenced by their absolute weight. So that's kind of my systematic review in a whistle-stop tour.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Cleona. Very clear.
Thank you.
So next we have Samuel Olowole. They will be talking about the prevalence of pre-diabetes in an urban Nigerian population using the Finnish diabetes risk score.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. The research is on pre-diabetes of the prevalence of the pre-diabetes in an urban Nigerian population using the FINDRIC diabetics risks tool, and the research was done in an area in Shagamu, which is an urban area in Nigeria, and the work has already been conducted. The field work has already been conducted. So in terms of looking at the participants, we look at 581 participants for the research, age between 18 to 65 with no history of type 2 diabetics, hypertension, or people that were pregnant. And they were all recruited from local churches in Nigeria. The FINDRIC tool is a questionnaire which was administered to the participants. And we also take, is a questionnaire, it contains about 8 questions. And we also take the BMI, the waist circumference, vegetable consumptions, whether it's on a daily basis or not. And we also take into consideration their physical activity, history of high blood pressure, family history of type 2 diabetes, and history of high blood sugar content. In terms of the result, what I was able to get from the research, we were able to get 51.8% of the participants were assigned to a risk of developing type 2 diabetes within the next 10 years. And we also look at it in terms of ranges, categories, from slightly elevated to very high risk. And research take into consideration that 34.4% of the participants had a risk between 7 to 11, which indicate a slightly elevated risk. And we also find out that 11.2% of the participants had a risk between 12 to 14, which is moderately elevated risk. And 5.3% of the participants had between 15 to 20, which indicate high risk. And we have 0.9% of the participants had a risk that is higher than 20, which is very elevated high risk. In terms of the gender distribution of the risk score, the research noted that 1.7% of the male participants and 9.5% of the female had a moderately to high risk, which is higher than 12, of developing type 2 diabetes in the within the next 10 years. And in terms of the correlations, we realized that the FINDRIC score was positively and significantly correlated with the weight, BMI, and age. And in terms of the result, in terms of other study that has been done in Nigeria, we also realized that early findings among adults and elderly in Nigerian populations that have also used the same FINDRIC tool reported 9.0% of elevated risk of developing type 2 diabetes. And in terms of looking within the area where the research was conducted, we find that the research that was done was higher than the one that was conducted by Alibiesu in another study in Nigeria. And in terms of the similarity, we realized that the study is also similar to the one that was conducted in the capital of Nigeria, which is in Abuja. And in conclusion, we find out that the study of using, given the fact that given the fact of the high cost of managing type 2 diabetes in Nigeria, because of the low income of individuals, they struggle to manage type 2 diabetes and its complications. So finding an alternative or cost-effective, tested, cheaper and easy used to diagnose pre-diabetes tools is very crucial in Nigeria. And we realize that using the FINDRIP tool, which is a very simple, non-invasive screening tool for type 2 diabetes, is useful. And in order to make sure that, and it is necessary for people to be aware of the condition in the population. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel. Well, that's the conclusion of this session, everyone. I'm going to hand you over to Anna for the next session.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Shahab. That was spot on. So we are now we're actually staying within the same topic because we are still on the topic of science and nutrition, but we're moving to a slightly longer talk. This will be 15-minute presentations. And the chair for this session will be Dr. Cassandra Terry and Mia Outeridge. So they will present to you the presenters for today, and over to you, Cassie and Mia.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining. I'm part of the School of Human Science. Obviously I spoke to about 10 minutes ago, but introducing myself again. And this is the next session of the Science and Nutrition, and we've got Dr. Una Fairbrother, Elliot Kidd, and Dr. Sean McLaren discussing their research in genomics. And we're going to start with Dr. Una Fairbrother discussing is the proof of the pudding on the chip, comparing telomere shearing between a microfluidics method, nanopore, and classical methods. So the floor is yours, Una.
Thank you very much, Mia. Mia, can you hear me properly, or do I sound muffled?
You sound perfect to me.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well look, thank you everybody. My talk is part of a couple of talks about the work that we do in my group. So you heard from Ntatuka, he's in the first year of his PhD, and Elliot's coming after me, and he's nearly towards the end of his PhD. And our group works on measuring telomeres. And this particular presentation is about a paper that we're trying to get published at the moment, and it's about some work that Elliot did, which is really, really interesting, I think, and I hope that I can interest you in telomere lengths and I don't send you into a coma in this really hot summer's day that I'm asking you to sit down and listen. So first of all, this is an actual picture of a telomere. So this is some DNA, it's an electron micrograph, and so this is real DNA. And the reason I put these pictures in is because years ago I was talking to my husband about it, and he's studied Shakespeare, and he thought that the way we discussed DNA sounded like a discourse rather than a real thing. So it's a real thing, and that's a real photograph of a telomere end. So this slide shows you a diagram, so it's a cartoon representation of that last picture, and you can see this thing they call the T-loop, and this shows you where it's positioned at the end of a chromosome. So this is a metaphase chromosome here. So telomeres are basically chromosome ends, and they have a particular structure. So they're very long, non-coding. That means that they don't code for genes. DNA protein complexes. So the squiggly thing here is the DNA, and the coloured blobs are the proteins represented in this diagram. And they form the ends of the chromosomes, and what they do is protect genes in important regions on the chromosome from being damaged during replication. So replication happens when normal cells replace themselves, or when during development, or during the formation of germ cells. So it's important to make sure that genes that have a functional purpose are not destroyed during replication. And if you know what replication is like, it involves lots of toing and froing and pulling apart. So you can imagine, and copying, in fact. So you can imagine that it might be a tricky process to make sure that no bits fall off during this process. Human and mouse telomeres. So all organisms have telomeres, or most organisms have telomeres. And in this study, we focused on mice, human and mice. Telomeres are very similar, and they have TTAGGG at the end of their chromosomes. We have about 10 to 15,000 of these bases or letters in the human telomeres, and much more, 40 to 50,000 in mice. So mice have got longer telomeres. And they're stabilized by the protein complex, so this colored blob here, The protein complex is called sheltering because it shelters the end of the chromosomes. Okay, so why are they important? So I'm hoping to roughly tell you what they are and convince you that you care about telomeres, so that you'll care about the research that we're doing at the end that I talk about at the end of this presentation. So dividing body cells, they're often called somatic cells, show progressive telomere shortening, and that's in the lingo it's called telomere attrition, so it's the shortening of the telomeres. So telomeres are only maintained during development, so during embryonic development, with normal cells being destroyed when the telomere reaches a critical length. So that it's like an egg timer. Telomeres shorten and they tell the body that that cell is old and needs to be removed. So in humans, they shorten at a rate, averagely at a rate of about 70 base pairs per year, and in mice 100 times faster, but they've got much longer telomeres. So basically, you've got this natural process of chromosome shortening, and that's perfectly of telomere shortening, and that's perfectly normal. Stem cells, which are the cells that go and replace the cells we get rid of, continue to maintain their telomere length to some extent, but they do have a more gradual shortening, and that erosion is related to aging. So if you think, say, a normal skin cell lasts about 3 months, organ cells last much longer, and stem cells are repair and replace cells, they have different rates of telomere shortening. But all this is normal and desirable. We don't want old cells hanging around. And the reason we know that is because when you have mutations in cells that cause cancer, they tend to have telomere maintenance switched on, and that means that these cells last for too long. They're old, they're damaged, and they're allowed to carry on dividing. So about 85 to 90% of cancerous cells have some form of telomere maintenance. When you wish they didn't, you wish they were just removed and got rid of. So we don't want cells clinging to life due to errors in telomere maintenance. We know that causes cancer. But at the same time, premature telomere shortening and removal of cells too early is also associated with poorer health outcomes. So we're treading this line. We need to have the perfect length telomere. Too long, too much maintenance, and the thing can be a cancerous cell. Too short, and you've got premature aging. So telomere length is positively and convincingly correlated with human lifespan. So if you have premature telomere attrition, that will trigger premature aging, premature programmed cell death, and the formation of tumours. So we don't want our telomeres to be too short, and we don't want them to be too long. It's a bit of a Goldilocks situation. It has to be just right. Okay, so hopefully I've convinced you that you care about telomeres. We've mentioned disease and cancer and aging. Now, on the basis of this information, we know that telomere length can be used as a biomarker. So we're forever looking at things that we can measure that will help us understand a person's future health. So luckily, telomere length can be easily and robustly measured by a technique called quantitative PCR that uses fluorescent dye, and we have a machine to do it in London Met, and it can be done in all sorts of different cells, commonly cheek cells obtained from buccal cell washing out the mouth and spitting, or blood cells, which are a more invasive thing to collect. So this is a little sort of vine map that's there to show you the connection between premature telomere shortening and a whole load of environmental influences, some genetic influences, and the effect of that. So here in dark blue, we've got things that can affect premature telomere shortening: diet, physical activity, socioeconomic status, stressful life events. And premature telomere attrition is mitigated by heritable loads. How long was your telomere to start off with? And if you have premature telomere attrition, you can end up with accelerated biological aging and increased disease risk. So I mentioned to you here that there was a heritable load, that normal telomere length varies in humans, in addition to a variety of environmental factors that result in humans having individual variation in telomere length. So the heritable load, what you start off with when you're born, is estimated to be 70%. So there's 70% inheritance, 70% genetics, and 30% environment. So if you start off with shorter telomeres, you're more likely to suffer adversely from accelerator aging. So if you've already got shorter telomeres and then you have the stress or whatever, you're more likely to have accelerated aging mediated by telomere length. Okay, so this picture here is again a real picture of real chromosomes. It's called a beta phase spread, and the little glowy dots at the bottom here are the actual telomeres. So premature telomere shortening has been reported in many, many papers, maybe hundreds of papers, as being caused by environmental factors such as socioeconomic status, diet, exercise, adverse life events, having HIV. All these, and you might be thinking, well, how can, having a stressful life have anything to do with your genetics? Well, we are an environment, we are a body that interacts with the environment, and all these conditions have been associated with the thing which I'm sure you've heard of, oxidative stress or oxidative damage. And this means the production of free radicals inside the cell, which damages nucleic acid. So not only can current health, but future health can be predicted by telomere length. And papers have, all these factors that I've written on this slide come from publications. Oh, sorry, that's my phone ringing, of course it is. So educational attainment, nutrition in infancy and childhood, exercise patterns, sleep patterns, I said already, socioeconomic status, racism, unemployment, chronic psychological stress, all of these things have been associated with shortening of the telomere, and therefore they accelerate cellular aging. In our lab, we did a study of Colombian children with 9 years of age, and we found that telomere length was positively associated with consumption of dairy products. So longer telomeres was associated with the eating dairy products in this particular cohort. So that's good. Longer telomere lengths are good. And that's possibly due to the effects of the micronutrients in the diet, or it could have been due to the fact that those children that consume dairy have a generally better diet. We also found that blood glucose was negatively associated with telomere length, so that high blood sugar gives a short telomere length. Okay, so I've just been notified that I've got 2 minutes left. I'm going to speed up a little bit, and I'm going to say to you that telomere length is associated with common disease like diabetes, and that diabetes is associated with oxidative stress. So what I wanted to tell you about was the work that we've done in measuring telomeres, and I've shown you that measuring telomeres are important. So what you have to do is extract the DNA and then measure the telomere length by qPCR. And those data are useful to predict health and have been used in all these published papers. What we found, what Elliot has been able to prove in our lab, is that how you extract the DNA gives you a different length telomere, impacts the outcomes of measures of significance, and could be resulting in skewing of data in some publications that we've seen. And so people tend to use what we call the modern extraction methods, which are quick and high throughput, as opposed to the old-fashioned, more toxic chemical method. However, we had a look at these high-throughput methods, the spin columns of the beads, as compared to the classical method, phenylchloroform, and these ultra-modern methods here. And what we found was that if you use the high-throughput methods, the spin column and the beads, that adversely affects your measurement of telomere length. And this is what Elliot showed nicely in his figure. So these are the beads and the columns, and this is the same sample extracted using phenol chloroform, the old-fashioned method, and you can see that there's a big difference between the telomere length measured, a significant difference between using phenol chloroform and the methods that a lot of the papers will have used, not all. Okay, I'm just going to finish off. Just let me finish off, Mia, otherwise I won't make sense with my talk. And then when you've extracted with phenol chloroform and then you use a high throughput method, you see that you reduce it back to this tiny length. So this is a big impact study, and we're trying to get it published at the moment, but I think it might annoy people, and my slides are not loading. So the choice of the isolation method may contribute to spurious associations between telomere lengths and other published studies. So I think I'll probably finish on that point, but the point is that we have found that there are likely to be a number of publications out there which have used these modern methods and have ended up with spurious results. And just as a final comment, we made an arrangement with a company called Purigen Biosciences, who developed a novel method, an ultra-modern method of extracting DNA. And we are also using another method. So this is the chip in the title, called Circulomics, and this is uses a nano disc with nano wrinkles. And we're going to investigate whether these ultra-modern methods can stop shearing the DNA and actually provide a solution to the problem of people not having good high throughput extraction methods that aren't going to change the results that they find. Okay, I hope that was clear. I'm going to stop now. And obviously, if anyone wants to ask any questions, I'm very happy to answer them. Gordon.
Thank you so much, Una. Yes, Gordon, do you want to ask your question? You can put your microphone on or put it in the chat. Thank you very much, Una.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Una. That's brilliant. Lovely to talk. Just interested about the various studies I've seen where people have used genetic manipulation of humans to extend their telomeres. I was wondering whether you wanted to comment on the likely outcome.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So something I didn't say in the talk was that I think this is really interesting, that individuals that came from original humans, so people in Africa have longer telomeres than people in Europe. People who have dark skin have longer telomeres than people in Europe. And the explanation for this appears to be the fact that with paler skin, cells are more likely to be damaged by UV and thus are at higher risk for cancer. So telomeres, the length of your telomere is a sort of tightrope between allowing cells to persist when they've been damaged or giving them persisting for longer when they've been damaged and could become cancerous, and with having them long enough to give a good lifespan. And so this is interesting when you look at the different length telomeres in shorter lived organisms, for example. So mice are much more shorter lived, they've got much longer telomeres, but that's because they're not going to, their cells and stem cells are not exposed to the mutations, because their lifespan is much shorter. So basically, it's not a simple thing. Lengthening telomeres will give you, will help stop you aging, because it also means that cells will persist when they could be damaged, and this might be a bad thing. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon. We've probably got time for one more question. Anybody? No? Okay, you can always contact Una afterwards if you've got any other questions that you want to ask us. So thank you very much, Una. That was a really nice talk.
Thanks.
Really nice talk about telomeres. Thank you. Mia, would you like to introduce the next speaker, please?
Yep, thank you, Kathy. So next we've got Elliot Kidd, who will be discussing his research in telomere length and oxidative stress in mice. Elliot, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, so afternoon, everyone. My name's Elliot Kidd. I'm part of Dr. Una Fairbrother's group. Still going to be on topic of looking at telomere length, but specifically this project, we were looking at the effect of oxidative stress in a mice model. So get started. So obviously Una gave a really good summary of what telomeres are, why we're interested in them, but just to very, very briefly recap. Just imagine, your telomeres are found at the end of the chromosomes, and a good analogy I sometimes use is, imagine they're almost like, in your shoelaces, you've got a little plastic cap at the end of them that stops shoelaces from getting frayed. Well, telomeres are really sort of functioning in a similar manner with your chromosomes. They're preventing the ends of your chromosomes from becoming degraded too much, and again protecting the rest of your genome. So as you can imagine, that every time your cells divide, they've got a copy of the entire genome. So all of your nucleated cells contain your entire genome. The enzyme that's responsible for that essentially can't quite copy the very last ends of telomeres. So what happens is, imagine that as you get older and older and older and older, your actual entire genome gets shorter and shorter and shorter. And so when you look at telomere length in age-matched individuals, obviously, like I said, telomere length is correlated with age. There's also a tremendous amount of variation between people of the same age. And why this is interesting, why this is important, is because, like I mentioned, is that telomere length is closely associated with the onset of a number of different diseases. So specifically, a number of different cancers, conditions involving loss of degenerative diseases, other neurological diseases. Generally, the shorter your telomeres, you're at greater risk of these particular conditions. And in fact, there's certain muscular dystrophies where the age of onset is closely correlated with the length of your telomeres. So essentially, if you have shorter telomeres, the condition presents itself at a much younger age. And so a big thing is thinking, well, is it a case of, telomere length is merely correlating with the onset of these conditions, or is there actually a causative factor playing a role in there? Does premature telomere attrition somehow cause the condition? And so really, I think in the literature and recent findings is that there's probably room for both ideas, both there being a causative reason and a correlative factor. And I think it's the past 5 or 6 years there's been a number of studies which have found that not only do telomeres, not only do they just shorten, they're also involved in a number of important biological functions such as gene expression. I remember Una mentioned that they're non-coding, but actually recent studies have found that in some cases the ends of the telomeres are converted into RNA molecules, which is just another important biomolecule. But essentially, this is all very, very recent stuff. So I think we're sort of really collectively only sort of scratching the surface of the function and the importance of telomeres in biology. So I think it's quite an exciting time to be studying these little structures. And so a common underlying thread around all of these conditions and all the things which influence telomere length is oxidative stress. And so you think of oxidative stress as sort of like a delicate balance between the production of reactive these molecules called free radicals. Normally they can be produced during normal metabolism, and generally organisms have ways of combating oxidative stress. Now, telomeres are suspected to be particularly prone to oxidative stress-induced damage because the sequence of telomeres consists of the letters or bases T, T, A, G, G, G. And guanine is particularly susceptible to oxidation by these free radicals, and it gets converted into this molecule called 8-oxoguanine. And how oxidative stress influences telomere length isn't quite sort of like widely understood at the moment. There's a number of different ideas sort of floating around. Some are that the production of this 8-oxoguanine in some way inhibits the full replication of the telomere itself during normal DNA replication and cellular division. Other ideas is that it somehow destabilizes the structure of the telomere, and that can lead to dysfunction, or again, as stated, to alter the shelterin binding, which, remember, the shelterin is that protein cap at the ends of the telomeres. But again, generally the idea is like it's not quite widely understood how this is happening. But if we're going to get a grasp on how oxidative stress influences telomere length and how telomere length may contribute to the onset of disease, then we need to get an understanding of this underlying cause. And a number of studies which have looked at oxidative stress and telomere length, they've been in vitro studies. So again, you culture some cells on a plate, you chuck some hydrogen peroxide on it, measure the telomeres, measure the change in the telomere length. And time again, it's noticed that they get shorter on exposure to high levels of oxidative stress. In vivo models. They've looked at other biomarkers of oxidative stress. They haven't actually looked directly at oxidative stress-induced damage to telomeres. And so in our study, we were trying to sort of get around those two issues by looking at this mice model. So this mice model, they're naturally deficient in this particular enzyme. This is NAD transhydrogenase, NAT enzyme. And basically this enzyme is a key player in defense against oxidative stress and production of free radicals. And so this mice model, they've previously been used to look at the effects of oxidative stress on other biological systems. But we thought it'd be a very, very useful tool or a useful model to look at the effects of oxidative stress and telomeres directly in a tissue-specific manner. And again, we're one of the first groups to be utilising this assay that I'm going to talk about in a minute to look at the extent of oxidative stress-induced damage to telomeric DNA. So the actual specific model itself is C57 black 6J mice, and again, they've got they're naturally deficient in that NNT enzyme. And so these mice, they were euthanized 18 months of age, and their tissue was flash frozen and stored. And this work was done. This was done at Queen Mary's. We didn't do this in London Met. So again, this is a collaborative project. And we had 3 strains. So we've got an NNT, a mice model which has an active form of NNT. This particular strain had the NNT enzyme reinserted by a bacterial artificial chromosome. And then we have our NNT deficient mice. And so sort of like the idea is that these mice, which are deficient in this enzyme, could they show greater levels of oxidative stress-induced damage to their telomeres? And have they got shorter telomeres as well? So first of all, we looked at kidney tissue. We've actually looked at several now: kidney tissue, brown adipose tissue, tissue from the testes and from the heart. We've got a few more that we're looking at as well, just in the process of extracting the DNA and doing the measurements. The DNA itself, the genomic DNA, we extracted it using this traditional phenylchloroform methodology. So as Una mentioned in the previous presentation, a part of our work found out that how you extract DNA greatly affects the measurements. So it appears that phenylchloroform gives us the best results. It's considered almost like the gold standard of DNA isolation. Quite time consuming, also phenol and chloroform, quite toxic substances, so it sort of fell out of fashion. But now that people want to do sort of like all this ultra high high-level sequencing stuff, people are going back to the old methods because it gives you nice pure high molecular weight DNA molecules. Like Una mentioned, we believe that some other extraction methods leads to shearing of DNA, so you're not looking at you're not looking at the whole length telomere itself. Instead, you're looking at it sort of sheared up, and you're looking at subsets of the actual, what the true telomere length should be. So DNA is all extracted using phenylchloroform. And then we measured the QPC. We measured the telomere lengths using this method. It's a bit of a mouthful. Monochromatic multiplex quantitative PCR. Really, I think it sounds a lot more fancy than what it actually is. Essentially, we're just using one dye, and we're detecting 2 specific sequences of DNA in one tube. And then we measured the extent of oxidative stress-induced damage using an FPG-based qPCR assay. This is a DNA glycosylase enzyme. Again, to get there in a bit more detail in a minute. So we were the first to adapt this methodology to measuring mouse telomeres, and this is primarily, it's been used to look at human telomeres. So you have to, with qPCR, you can imagine there's a whole range of different parameters that you have to tweak and fiddle with to get the assay working. And for one of our publications, you have to submit your qPCR data. You have to show that your qPCR method works. But for the uninitiated, if you're not familiar with qPCR, I'm going to try and explain this very, very simply. Basically, what you're doing is you amplify a sequence of DNA that you're interested in measuring, look at the rate of the reaction. And the idea is that if you've got lots of that DNA sequence present, then you have a much faster reaction. I just got a message saying my connection's poor right now. I might turn off my camera just because I think that helps. And generally, so what you can imagine is that if you've got very, very long telomeres, you have a much faster rate of reaction. You see this blue line sitting up here. This is called the cycle threshold. You get a thing called a CT value, and that CT value is inversely proportional to the amount of that target sequence. So what we mean by that, as you've got very long telomeres, you have a much faster reaction, you have a smaller CT value. And conversely, if you have shorter telomeres, the reaction is a lot slower and you end up with a larger CT value. And so what we do is we amplify two targets, telomeric DNA and something called a single copy genes. This is just hopefully just appearing once per genome. And you end up with these things called TS ratios. And the idea is that you have a very large TS ratio, then you have a very long telomere. Conversely, shorter telomeres, you have a smaller TS ratio. And this little graph down here, this is just a Melk curve analysis. So one of the things when you do qPCR, you want to make sure you're actually amplifying a target sequence and performing a specific reaction. And just generally what we're interested in is just these nice two peaks. So each of these peaks corresponds to amplification of a target. So at the lower temperature, this is our amplification of our telomeric DNA. And on the right here, at the higher temperature is our single copy gene. So again, this is just what you need to do just to show that you're getting specific amplification. Sometimes if you've got a poor assay, you end up with peaks all over the place. That's usually indicative of a poorly optimized reaction. So we're getting getting two nice lovely peaks. So we've got specific amplification of our two targets. And then another thing is you have to perform a standard curve analysis. And so just a series of dilutions like you see here. So you just take the log of that concentration and you plot it against those CT values. So you notice that the lower concentrations, like I said, you have a higher CT value, and then likewise at the higher concentration you've got a smaller CT value. Because again, CT values are dependent on the amount of that target sequence. So you see here that our R squared value, for those not familiar, think of this as just as a measure of how well your model fits your data. As close to 1 is great. So you see here that we've got 0.994, 0.9941. So we've got, we believe that this is quite a well optimized assay. Another thing as well is you sometimes hear things referred to as PCR efficiency. Generally, you want your PCR efficiency to be 100%. That just means that you're getting perfect doubling of your target sequence in each cycle. And the PCR efficiencies, both of these is around 95%. So we feel like we've got a very well performing assay. We're getting reproducible data. And as you can see, we get a lovely straight standard curve. So we use this assay to measure the telomeres. And then the second assay that we developed was this oxidative stress assay. So we use this enzyme FPG, and this enzyme, usually you find it in DNA repair pathways. And what it does is it lops off 8-oxoguanine, specifically targets that particular molecule. And so what we do is we treat our genomic DNA sample. So for each sample, actually we carry out 2 reactions. We have one reaction where we treat it with the enzyme, and then we have a second reaction where it's exactly the same amount of DNA. However, we do what's called a mock reaction. So rather than enzyme, we just have chuck some water in instead. And so what happens is that if you've got lots of 8-oxoguanine, i.e. lots of oxidative stress-induced damage, then that enzyme will go along and it will chop up the telomeric tract, and you get, okay, 2 minutes left, Christ, try and speed up. You get a reduction in the efficiency of the reaction. So basically what I mean by that is the reaction is a lot slower, essentially. And so we compare the CT values against one another. So you see a T minus UT, so treated minus the untreated CT values, and we get a thing called a delta CT value. And this value is proportional to the extent of oxidative stress-induced damage. So what we mean by that is that greater delta CT values, more oxidative stress-induced damage. And conversely, smaller delta CT, less oxidative stress-induced damage. So let's have a look at some results. So, like I said, first of all, we looked at kidney tissue, heart, brown adipose tissue, and tissue from the testes. And you'll see that the telomere length is longest in your kidneys, well, not in your kidneys, in the mouse kidneys, and shortest in the testes. This is a really interesting result because in humans, this is actually the opposite. And they find that your telomeres in your kidneys are actually a lot shorter compared to other tissues, whereas in testes, you actually find the longest telomeres. And so this is a really interesting result, because again, it's completely opposite to what we've observed in humans. Now the reasons why this may be, one particular idea that I am quite sort of fond of is this idea that basically with mice, they're much more metabolically active compared to humans. And so you might find that in tissue which is much more metabolically active, it's producing more reactive oxygen species. it may be beneficial to that organism to have longer telomeres so that it counteracts possibly the premature attrition caused by those reactive oxygen species. And likewise in the testes, the reason I'm really concerned I'm going to run out of time, so I might have to speed through this. The shorter telomeres in testes may be correlated with the fact that mice live a lot shorter lives, have much shorter lifespan compared to humans. In humans, the idea that telomeres are much longer in your testes is believed to potentially be part of a thing called a transgenerational response, i.e. if you live longer and you have much longer telomeres in your testes, much longer telomeres and sperm cells, maybe a reflection of the fact that that's saying to your next of kin that you need to live for much longer life before you get to reproductive age. So interesting find there. And then when we looked at the oxidative stress-induced damage, you'll notice that the delta CT values are much greater in the testes and the brown adipose tissue compared to the kidneys and the heart. Now this goes hand in hand with what I mentioned prior, that oxidative stress is related to premature telomere attrition. And so that's really interesting, because then if you look at these two graphs side by side, we notice that tissues with a much shorter telomere lengths have a much greater. Okay, I think this is almost the last slide, me in 2 seconds. We notice that the tissues with much shorter telomeres have a much greater extent of oxidative stress-induced damage. So we were the first to sort of look at this directly in tissues rather than looking at other biomarkers. We've managed to assess that actually with shorter telomeres comes a greater amount of oxidative stress-induced damage. And then when we look at these scatter plots as well, you notice that there's negative correlation between your TS ratios as well as your delta CT values. So you notice that on your left here in these red and orange spots, we've got brown adipose and testes. Notice that much shorter telomeres and a much greater extent of oxidative stress-induced damage. I am conscious that I'm running out of time. So this is a really interesting find. And again, there's never negative correlation specifically in the heart tissue between TS ratios and delta CT values. And again, we're the first to look at this effect in a tissue-specific manner. We've developed our 2 assays and adapted them for looking at mice models. So just to very briefly summarize, telomere length, shortest in brown adipose tissue and in testes. Again, that's opposite to what we find in humans. Telomere-specific oxidative stress-induced damage is also greatest in these tissues, which again goes along with what we've seen in the in vitro models, as well as telomere length and oxidative stress damage is also correlating with one another. I'm just going to wrap up there. So yeah, just a very, very special thanks to Una. She's been incredibly supportive throughout my PhD. Andrew Wally as well. Typo there, over at St George's, and special thanks to the collaborators from Queen Mary's, Rena, Professor Lou Mefferell, and Dr. Jack Williams. So I'll wrap it up there. Thank you for listening. I hope that was interesting. And otherwise, if anyone's got any questions, I'd be free to try and answer them. Okay, thanks everyone.
Thank you, Elliot. That was really nice to hear about your PhD work. Do you have any questions for Elliot? Please feel free to put your microphone on if you want to ask him anything. Any questions? Okay, I've just got a very, very quick question. You mentioned earlier on in your slides the link between obesity and oxidative stress. Could you just perhaps maybe elaborate what you mean by that, maybe in sort of layman's terms? What is this link?
So with obesity, it's because of people who are obese have much shorter telomeres. And again, one thing maybe due to this increased level of inflammation that may produce great levels of free radicals, may damage the telomeres specifically. But again, this is like the big point, is that we're not actually entirely sure what those mechanisms are, which is why I think it's important that we try and identify underlying mechanisms so we can get an understanding of how these two things are related. But there's a whole range of different things which are associated with telomere length. I think you mentioned socioeconomic status, educational attainment status as well, whether you're a carer of someone with disabilities, those people have shorter telomeres as well. yeah, so it's all right. We've just been finding these associations, but we don't understand the underlying mechanisms which links these associations together.
Thank you, Elliot. So there's still a lot of work to do by the sounds of it.
Yes.
Thank you. And we don't have any more questions, and we're actually due for the next talk. So I just want to say thank you, Elliot. And Mia, would you like to introduce the next talk, please?
Thank you, Cassie, and thank you, Elliot. So the final talk we have for this session is Dr. Sean McLaren, and he'll be talking about his research in associations between socioeconomic factors and indicators of nutritional status amongst women of childbearing age in South Africa. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this presentation on associations between socioeconomic factors and indicators of nutritional status among women of childbearing age in South Africa. I'm actually, it appears I've been upgraded to Dr. Sean McLaren this afternoon. I appreciate the confidence. My Viva is in 2 weeks, so wish me luck for that. This study was originally published last year in Ecology of Food and Nutrition, and my interest is in nutritional status among children in South Africa. So the real rationale for this question that I was asking in this paper was low birth weights in my previous studies had been consistently associated with nutritional status in children. So what is the nutritional status of women of childbearing age, and how is this going to maybe have an intergenerational effect, perhaps? So that's where we begin. And to sort of understand some of the concepts, I'm going to take you back to some nutrition physiology and take you through iron and its pathway through absorption. So what you see in the figure here in the middle is a duodenal cell in the small intestine, sort of an image of one. In the top left-hand corner, we have a nice green leafy vegetable, something like spinach or kale. Often contains nice levels of non-heme plant iron, which is in the form of ferric iron, Fe3+, which needs to be converted to ferrous iron before it can be absorbed. So this affects some of the bioavailability of iron from plant sources, which is important for later. On the right-hand side there, we have some nice heme iron from animal source foods. You can see the Fe2+, the ferrous iron, is encased in a nice little heme molecule, and it can enter the duodenal cell quite easily directly without having to be converted. It's then released, well, the iron is released from the heme by heme oxidase, and all of this Fe2+ is now sitting inside the duodenal cell. Fe2+ is going to cause lots of free radicals and oxidative stress if it's not managed carefully, so it needs to be put somewhere. It either goes to the mitochondria to become part of enzyme systems, or is stored in ferritin, which we'll also return to later. Ferritin is a iron storage protein that is found throughout the body, and it keeps the iron safe and stored for later. The third fate of the iron in that Lewis iron pool is transportation around the body, perhaps to the spleen or to the bone marrow, where new red blood cells might be made. And so the iron passes through ferroportin, links up to transferrin after an extra step or two, and can be transported in the blood. And that's the full absorption of iron into the body. You'll see bottom right, there's a picture of a liver, and next to it a small spot representing hepcidin. Now hepcidin is responsible for regulating iron absorption in the human body. We don't have a very good excretion pathway for iron in the same way that maybe we can get rid of sodium through urine. And so iron status is regulated at the site of absorption. If iron can't make it into the blood, it's sloughed off and leaves through the gut. Hepcidin produced by the liver binds onto ferroportin, causes ferroportin to withdraw back into the cell, be catabolized, broken down, and stops iron from being absorbed. So that is important. So now we have all the characters that we need to understand the story. What happens when we now interact with our environment? So this actually links nicely to the question given to Elliot a minute ago related to overweight and obesity. obesity is associated with chronic low intensity inflammation. That inflammatory process actually increases the amount of hepcidin produced by the liver. This has implications for iron status, or in theory anyway. Also, if we think about the environment that we find ourselves in, unimproved water sources where water that is used for drinking, for cleaning, isn't separated from sewage, or unhealthy environments exposes people to parasites, to helminths, or worms, intestinal worms, and nasty bugs, and that also increases the amounts of inflammation. So there are a few factors involved here where hepcidin can be affected and potentially affect your iron absorption into your bloodstream. This is some pictures I've taken from one of the communities that I've done work in the past. This was in Motherwell in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape in South Africa. And as you can see, there are a few hallmark features here of potential iron problems for a community, whereas poor waste collection and removal. There is a sort of varied diet. It's represented by the pot at the bottom there. It's kahdidi. It's a kind of stew. But those are the sort of environments that we might see in a South African population. So that will give you that idea of what sort of environment we're looking at. And this is the UNICEF conceptual framework on malnutrition that has been adapted for something called the double burden of malnutrition, which is the concurrent existence of both overnutrition and undernutrition in communities, in households, and even sometimes in individuals. Have someone is overweight or has overweight and obesity and is also anemic at the same time. So those two things factoring in together. And you can see in the underlying causes for malnutrition, insufficient access to healthy foods features, so a nice varied healthy diet, and also poor water, sanitation, and hygiene. Not having adequate water and sanitation can also be underlying causes for later malnutrition problems. And often when we conceptualize malnutrition, we're thinking of what people are eating and maybe less so on other infrastructural issues which are important. So this study that I did was to see whether hemoglobin levels were different across different anthropometric categories, different body mass index categories, and also whether they were associated with different socioeconomic factors among women aged 15 to 49 years from South Africa. I took my data from the Demographic and Health Survey, which was conducted in South Africa in 2016. It's an ongoing survey. It's a very big one. It makes use of a very good probability sampling system. So the data set is representative of the South African population. It is weighted correctly, so it's lovely to use. It gives you an idea of what is happening in the country, which is a very good strength of the data that we have. And once I identified the characteristics of the participants that I wanted, I ended up with 2,690 women between 15 and 49 years of age. I looked at their weight and height to calculate body mass index, their hemoglobin level, adjusted for altitude and smoking, and also wealth index and access to improved water and sanitation, and did a few statistical parts on there, checked to see the normality of the data, to see if it was parametric or not. Because the data was non-parametric, I used Kruskal-Wallis and Mann-Whitney U tests to see if there were differences across my different categories. And then finally, post hoc tests were used to see where exactly those differences occurred. And here are my results. So what I found was anemia was quite common among this population of South African women. About a third of women were anemic, and almost 2/3 were either overweight or obese. So your first sort of insight at that double burden of malnutrition. Also found that hemoglobin levels were different across different BMI categories. So normal weight was significantly different to the obese class 1, 2, and 3, which was also interesting because it was higher in the obese categories. We found that access to improved sanitation was associated with differences in hemoglobin levels, but access to improved water was not. We also found that there was differences in hemoglobin levels across wealth index categories. So your richest groups had significantly different hemoglobin levels compared to the poorer and poorest segments of society, which was unsurprising, but there we had the evidence for it. So to explain these results and this double burden of malnutrition, we sort of thought, well, could it be increased consumption of cheap staple foods and highly processed foods, which are sort of high in calories, but very low in micronutrient density? There is a possibility that that is an explanatory factor. So more calories going in, but and lower iron status. We also see in studies from China that there's an inverse relationship between anemia and body mass index. So as you go into the obese categories, the rates of anemia are lower. And in Rwanda, we also find that obesity and wealth are associated with lower risks of anemia in a similar population. I didn't look at iron intakes in this study, but other researchers in South Africa have, and they found that there are differences in iron intake across different BMI categories, where normal weight women tend to eat or consume less iron than women in other BMI categories. And our basic staple foods in South Africa have been fortified with iron for almost 20 years now. But whether this is a significant factor or contributes to iron intake in South Africa is not so clear. It may also be that higher meat consumption is resulting in a higher caloric consumption and BMI, but also providing more bioavailable heme iron. We looked at that data. What we found is the higher BMI, the higher level of anemia, and so there could be more bioavailable heme iron entering the system, and that means that there is also this concurrent high or low rates of anemia, high BMI that we observed. In South Africa, and particularly among rural South Africans, meat consumption is associated with disposable income. And so socioeconomic factors, apart from the water and sanitation that we saw, may also impact eating patterns and therefore nutritional status. So we see features of the double burden of malnutrition in the South African population of women of childbearing age, and overweight and obesity are a real nutrition concern here in this population. But we also have a high prevalence of anemia. The overweight women in the overweight and obese categories were more likely to have normal hemoglobin levels, and women in the normal weight category might be at risk of anemia. Inequality of wealth is reflected in the hemoglobin status of South African women, and so strategies to address the double burden of malnutrition in South Africa should focus on factors not just related directly to diet and the immediate causes of malnutrition, but look at the underlying causes as well, addressing factors such as economic disparity, access to improved sanitation, and improved micronutrients. And this may yield some positive results for reducing the effects of the double burden of malnutrition in South Africa, improve maternal health, and hopefully translate into the next generation who lower rates of low birth weight, and hopefully also lower rates of stunting, underweight, and wasting. Have some references there. I think I've kept the time, which is nice. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Sean. That was a really nice talk. Do we have any questions for Sean? If you have a question, please feel free to put your microphone on and ask any questions. Maybe I'll just start off with a quick question then, if you don't mind. You mentioned about you know, when people have they're fortifying food with iron, and you said that doesn't contribute to the iron intake in South Africa. Can you just extrapolate a little bit more about that and just tell us a little bit more about what you meant there?
Yes, so basic staple foods, maize meal, which is like a ground maize porridge, or it's usually prepared as a porridge, or flour products have been fortified with iron and some other micronutrients, folic acid and vitamin A. And when study, I mean, firstly, there's still a very high prevalence of anemia, so that's the one issue there. And also a lot of iron seems to come from meat products, so it just hasn't had that effect in terms of improving iron status. So
okay, thank you.
It's a bit of a shame, really, because it's quite a good thing to do.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. So do you think that we can add iron to different food groups, for example, just to try and increase the amount of iron in people's diets? But
yeah, possibly. I think probably more important is maybe dietary diversity.
Yeah.
So higher, vegetable and fruit consumption, different food sources. Yeah. So make a bigger impact.
Do we have any questions for Sean? Still have a couple of minutes left. Everyone's gone very quiet.
Well, if I'm allowed to add one thing very quickly.
Yes, of course. Please go ahead.
The ferritin in that picture, and I forgot to go back to it. I saw the 2-minute warning. I looked at hemoglobin. Hemoglobin is sort of a slow to react molecule. If you've got ferritin iron stores, it'll take a little bit of time for those to run out before we start to see anemia. So that's an important caveat as well, that iron status might actually not be what we saw. It may be worse than it is, but people have adequate iron waiting to do it. So further research should look at things like ferritin. Important to mention, that's why I put it in the picture.
You've mentioned it now, it's fine. So if obviously you're coming sort of to the end of your PhD and what have you, and so if you had more time, what would be sort of the next thing you think, right, this is what I'm going to look at next? What hasn't been addressed?
I would say probably look at if I had to do a study in a similar vein to this, I would probably look at factors resulting in low birth weights among these children, because what we've got is sort of evidence of association with low birth weights and later anthropometry, later stunting risk, and we've got a picture of what the nutritional status of these women is. What are the factors now that link those concepts all the way through? I think would be a good place to go.
Great, thank you. It's a really important project. I don't think we have any more questions. You can always contact Sean at a later date if there's anything you want to ask him. One chat message, 1 second.
Thank you, Viva.
Yeah, good luck with your Viva. You should say that. I don't have anything more to add. Mia, do you want to add anything?
No, I think that's everything.
Great. We'd just like to thank all of our speakers in this section. There were very nice, interesting talks. And we're going to hand back over for the next section. I do believe we've got a coffee break now until 3 o'clock. Thank you very much for all our great speakers. Thank you.
And I'll be chairing along with Dr. Maria today. So today we have 2 20-minute presentations, one by, I am really sorry, but I just really feel like I'm going to butcher your name, so I'm not going to say it. But we have, the first presentation is about the experiences and coping strategies of victim survivors of intimate partner violence and abuse, an account of Nigerian women living in England, followed by a presentation by Sandra Fernando on the untold truth of PhD journeys. So would you like to begin your presentation?
Sophia, I think that's you. Hello. Hello. There you go. Okay. Good day, everyone. Nice to have you back. My name is Sophia Mene, and I'm actually in my final year doing my PhD on the topic, the experiences and coping strategies of victim survivors of intimate partner violence and abuse, looking at an account of Nigerian women living in England with the School of Social Sciences at the Child and Women Abuse Studies Unit. For the purpose of this conference, I'm going to title my presentation as Lifting the Barriers of Surviving Intimate Partner Violence and Abuse. This is the content of my presentation. And looking at the background, intimate partner violence and abuse is a global public health and human rights problem which has reached an epidemic rate that requires immediate action. Globally, violence against women has been an ongoing critical problem that impacts on all human societies, most especially violence committed by intimate male partners against women. Several studies have researched on the effect and impact of intimate partner violence on women, and it has been recorded to be a major cause of morbidity and mortality among women across the globe. The Home Office defined IPVA as any incident or pattern of incidents of controlling, coercive, or threatening behavior, violence, or abuse between those aged 16 years and over who have been in an intimate partner or family members regardless of gender or sexuality. This can encompass but not limited to psychological, physical, sexual, financial, and emotional abuse. Intimate partner violence and abuse is happening all around us, and it is widespread without respect for one's background, ethnicity, sexuality, religion, class, age, level of education, and economic status. Women are the most victim of intimate partner violence and abuse compared to men. There are various factors that act as barriers for women experiencing abuse, which make it challenging for them to survive or exit abusive relationship. Conventions and regulations have been endorsed globally to end violence against women. The UK government has called for a collaboration of multi-agency to work together to end violence against women, as victim survivors of abuse have a variety of needs that have to be met by different agencies. Despite the growing body of literature on intimate partner violence and abuse against women in the UK, not much is known about the experiences of Nigerian women. According to Carlton Cromwell, research is one of the key elements in making provision for women with lived experiences of intimate partner violence and abuse. Yeah, coming to the reason why I chose this topic, basically the opportunity for me to study for my PhD came at a time when I was experiencing abuse leading to separation and divorce. So I thought, taking up this topic will be of benefit to me in terms of me understanding the situation I find myself, as it was never anticipated. Yeah, the aim of my research is to document the experiences and coping strategies adopted by Nigerian women who are victim survivors of intimate partner violence and abuse. The positionality of this research is actually positioned in three dimensions, looking at the feminist research practice. Feminist research has its root in the political movement, involvement of women's movements, as women's experiences were not effectively and accurately captured in the traditional theories and methods of social science. Feminist researchers therefore put forward a model of non-sexist research. This model offers a practical guide for revealing and eliminating sexist bias in research. Feminist methods are well-known methods of obtaining data, for example, interviewing, focus group, and ethnography, that are designed to be suitable with feminist ideology. Feminist research practice requires critical consideration of the research process and involves consciousness raising as it draws from the experiences of women. Consciousness raising was aimed to unravel what women have in common in order to produce the theory on women's oppression. Understanding how knowledge is produced, what we can know, how we can know it, who we think the knower needs to be, are issues of concern in feminist research. Looking at the standpoint theory. Standpoint theory is the notion that knowledge is produced from the perspective of individuals in the society with less power, in the belief that seeing the world from the view of the oppressed, subjugated, and marginalized can give us more information on how power works. Standpoint theory began with the claim that society is distinguished by race, class, ethnicity, gender, sexuality, sexual orientation, and politics, which are the factors that shape the structure of the society. Viewing the world from the position of the oppressed group is what generates the basis for critical social analysis. This means one can differently or see more about how power works depending on where you stand to observe society. In standing with Nigerian women, some of them subjugated to immigration roles will give particular insight into power relations with the perspective of a subjugated group of women. Yeah, the Black feminist thought. This approach was influenced by two key Black feminists, Kimberly Crenshaw and Patricia Hay Collins. In 1989, Crenshaw introduced the concept of intersectionality to define the ways different social houses of power, such as class, gender, racism, ethnicity, and sexual orientation, intersect and conflict to create multiple forms of oppression. Crenshaw categorically criticized the 1970s and the 1980s women's feminist movement for mainly focusing on the needs and experiences of white middle-class women. Nigerian women in the UK are classified as Black minority women affected by intersecting relations of oppression, including gender-based violence, class, racism, ethnicity, immigration status, religion, faith, ableism, and sexual orientation. In order to recognize and minimize the various oppression Nigerian women in the UK undergo, it is paramount to produce knowledge from these women's own perception. My position as a Nigerian woman and a victim survivor of intimate partner violence and abuse placed me in a suitable position in this research. Being a Nigerian, participants were able to share their experiences, knowing that I understand the culture of Nigeria, and also a victim survivor of intimate partner violence and abuse made me not to be judgmental of their experiences, as I can relate to some of their experience with what I experienced. Coming to the method I used in this research, I used a semi-structured interview method in conducting this research. And I sent invitation to so many women's groups in WhatsApp, Facebook, because of the lockdown. And the inclusive criteria I used for this, in terms of selecting participants, is they have to be 18 years and above, and they're from Nigerian origin, and they must have experienced any form of abuse from their previous relationship. Due to the sensitivity and difficulty in recruiting participants, I was only able to recruit 10 victim survivors of intimate partner violence and abuse and 2 representatives of non-governmental organizations. I conducted 3 of the interviews face-to-face, during the pandemic, and we had to observe social distancing, wearing of masks, and making sure that we are safe. And the others were conducted remotely through WhatsApp video call and Zoom. Yeah, these are some of the findings of my research. There are the various factors that act as barriers for women experiencing abuse, which makes it challenging for them to survive and exit abusive relationship. One of them is family background. This has to do with the orientation women are being given from their family in terms of what it entails to be married, to be in a relationship, in terms of enjoying relationship, being submissive. All these or kind of act as a restriction for women to speak out. And also the culture of silence, you know, it is not advisable as a woman, you know, having issues in your relationship for you to voice out. You know, it is, you are being encouraged, you know, to keep quiet, you know, to try and manage the situation without speaking out. So this also acts as a barrier. Patriarchal society, men dominance, also acts as a barrier for women to come out, you know, out of abusive relationship. Shame and stigmatization is also another factor. The fear of disbelief. Some women are, you know, are afraid that probably if they speak out about their experiences, they will not be believed, probably because of the presentation that their partner gave in the society. The issue of accommodation. If the relationship ends, what will be their fate? Where are they going to live? These are all restraints. Finance, you know, not being financially dependent, they depend on the man. So it's also a constraint. Immigration status. Those women that are having immigration issues, probably they came into the country through spousal visa, it's also another barrier for them to come out from such abusive relationship. The justice system is also another issue. System of support, they are not sure about the support they are going to get, how effective it's going to be. So these are also constraints. Post-separation abuse, the men can decide to continue abusing them even though they are no longer with them. The threat of death. These are all factors that act as barrier for women to come out or, you know, speak out from abusive relationship. Yeah, lifting the barriers. Intimate partner violence and abuse are in various fronts. This has become pandemic, which our society and a lot within our society and a lot needs to be done in order to protect victims and save their lives, mentally, physically, and emotionally. Following the outcome of my research, these are some of the approaches that can be applied to lift the barriers of surviving intimate partner violence and abuse. One of them is the education and reorientation of the girl child. The culture of silence. Girls need to be reoriented, allowing them to speak out, allowing them to voice out when there's issue in the relationship. Women's awareness and empowerment. Women need to be aware of their rights and be empowered financially also. Breaking the culture of silence, women need to speak out more so that they can get the help that they require. Seeking help and awareness of where to get help. It is wanting to seek help, and the other thing is to know where to seek help. Being sensitive to religious and cultural practices that encourages intimate partner violence and abuse. Financial empowerment, bringing perpetrators to justice, and lastly, provision of services that meets the needs of women from different backgrounds. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Hello, haven't seen you for a long time. Well done.
Thank you.
So I think we have any questions in the chat? Does anyone, I can't see any questions in the actual chat, but does anyone want to put their hand up or just put their mics on and ask
Naya has her hand up, Maria. Naya, do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much, Sophia. That was a really important study, and I really appreciate, I suppose, that it's something quite personal for you as well. My question as well is, you talked a lot about the work that you feel needs to be done, I suppose, to encourage or to kind of change the culture of silence, or to give more support to the girls who experience this. Is there work that's been done to challenge, well, not challenge, it's not the right word, but to kind of discuss the issue with men? Yeah, I guess is my question.
Yeah, basically my research is just based on Nigerian women, so I haven't had the opportunity of speaking with men regarding this issue.
Okay, Thank you. Were any of the kind of sorry, I don't know if anyone else has a question, and if anyone does, please jump in. But my question was also, did any of the women that you speak to kind of talk about the role of men in this, I guess, in kind of feeling empowered or disempowered?
The role of men. Yeah, the men, you know, what they talk about the women, you know, the men kind of suppresses their view. Some of them, like the issue of, you know, the fear of being disbelieved. Some of these men at home, they are like tigers, but at home they are, you know, they are very calm. So the issue, you know, them coming out, so kind of speak out, and it's just like, you know, having two different perspective of a particular issue. You're saying this man is being abusive, but right there out there is not being abusive. So the role of the men, their behavior kind of in a way kind of suppresses this women's voice.
Thank you.
We have a comment really from Samuel, who's saying, thank you, it's a great idea highlighting positionality in your research. Could you say a little bit more, Sophia, about that? In particular, I'm interested in the fact that there was a personal investment in this for yourself in terms of being a victim survivor. What was it like doing interviews with other women for you?
It was really, it was a very interesting phase and also challenging also. And I say interesting in the sense that, you know, I had the opportunity of, you know, having, you know, discussion, so to say, during the interview process, you know, with women, and I'm able to kind of, you know, make sense of my own experience, because sometimes I just like, you know, why did this happen to me? But hearing from this women's voice kind of rationalize what I went through, kind of, you know, because there are kind of similarities in terms of the trend. Like, okay, I'm not to be blamed. Okay, this happened. If this happened to her and also happened to me, it means, you know, I shouldn't be blamed. Why I say challenging, because, you know, going back, you know, reflecting on what I've been through and seeing what these women have also been through, you know, it kind of strike, you know, so many questions. Why should we be going through this, you know, after all the investment one has put into it?
So kind of in a way, there must have been, I hate the word empowerment because it's just used so much, but there must have been a real kind of, I don't know, affiliation for you with your participants as well. So that must have been a challenge analytically that you're probably still in.
Yeah.
Any more questions? I think Samuel has also asked what are the other challenges that you encountered undertaking the research?
Yeah, it's a really challenging topic. It's a sensitive and very challenging topic. You know, sometimes I just had to kind of shut myself off the research, because each time I go onto it, you know, kind of resonates so many issues. You know, it's quite challenging. It's quite challenging, and knowing the fact that this thing actually happened to me and this is actually still ongoing, it kind of gave me that understanding that, yeah, it's actually existing, you know, because sometimes the issues I went through, when I reflect on it, like, okay, you know, this ought not to happen, probably, you know, the issue of victim blame. But, you know, going through the literatures, doing the research with women, it kind of gave me a better understanding that, yes, this is what it is.
Right. So while it's emotionally labor intensive, there's a return on investment perhaps for you in terms of making sense of your own experiences.
Can I get the question again, please?
I was just saying how the emotional labor involved in doing kind of violence against women research.
Yeah, it's emotionally involved, and, you know, I just have to take myself out of the emotion and knowing that this research is not just, I'm not just doing it for myself, I'm also doing it for other women to learn with. So it's rewarding, in a long run, and I'm kind of more empowered and more aware of what I went through and my position in the society now.
Great. Okay, so shall we move on? Thank you so much. Big virtual clapping for you. Well done doing it online. Neha, do you want to introduce Sandra?
Yes. Sure. Yeah, thank you, Sophia. That was a really interesting presentation. So the next one is called The Untold Truth of PhD Journeys, which will be presented by Sandra Fernando.
Hello, I hope you can see me and hear me clearly. Hello? Yeah,
yes.
Okay, good. Right, okay, so I'm Dr. Sandra Fernando from School of Computing and Digital Media. So my talk is slightly different from what you heard so far. So this is not about my research, it's about research journeys, in particular PhD journeys. And I hope it'll benefit our fellow PhD students mainly. So more than often, PhD is a lonely journey, muddled up with complex ideas, presentations, and thoughts, and juggling between your supervisor's expectations. But it also can be life transforming. If you're not careful, it can break you. But most importantly, it can make you a well-rounded person. It helps you to trust yourself. It gives confidence, not just to defend your viva, but many more battles to come. So you learn to appreciate originality and rigor. It cultivates attributes such as reflectivity, criticality, and inclusivity. But with your achievements comes opportunities and responsibilities. So in this small talk, I'd be looking into the nature of PhD journeys, academic relationships, and trusting your instinct, originality and rigor, benefits of a PhD, and giving back. Okay, so 10 years ago, I was fearful with my future, with low self-esteem, not knowing what to do, thinking that just another qualification is my ultimate redemption. But I didn't know how, I didn't know what. Then I had a chance encounter with a blind student that I taught in a local college, that he followed computing course and he was very good with it, and programming and etc. But he needed a lot of support when it comes to diagram drawing, scientific diagram drawing. And that was my aha moment. Then I started my part-time research PhD journey to investigate into computer-aided drawing tool and technique for blind people so that they can draw their diagrams without the support of a support worker. And that was a start of my 8-year PhD journey. So I did my PhD in my 30s. Often after we finish a PhD, we tell our story as if it happened one after the other, like a sequence of events. But that's not true. More often you go round and round in circles and you would have many diversions. But at the end, you find your way. You find your own way to that destination. Now hold on to that, what inspires you, what gives you meaning when the going gets tough. Repetition and focus are quite important. Focus on bite-sized pieces. Have a schedule, at least just to write that para every so often. Don't give big gaps. It would be difficult to come back. And also, it's important to talk about your feelings. Chances are we can help you. And don't underestimate your help. When you move your body, you move through ideas. And that helps your PhD too. So my PhD was a life-transforming experience. When I think of my PhD, I think of a period I embrace inclusivity, accessibility, receptivity, reflectivity, and criticality, and many more. I met most amazing people like doctors, readers, professors, even technicians, who went over and above to support me, even outside their work time. They helped me to break down my complex ideas into small bite-sized pieces so that I can tell my story in a way that someone can relate. Often, PhDs are like walking in a forest. You think your supervisor knows the way ahead, but that's not true. They are often in the same page as you are. The only difference is that they have administered similar processes like yours. So they are not your mind readers. Take in charge of the supervisor meetings or meetings with your supervisor. Tell them exactly how you would want your work to be. And collaborate with other experts in the field so that you can enrich your idea. And make sure you work to finish your supervisor's relationship well, so you have a friend and a person for reference for the rest of your life. And also think, in the absence of your supervisor, who would you go to ask problems, ask guidance? As some of you know, PhD is a lonely place to be. Thus, we have university academic support services, workshops, seminars to network, which I attended. And by hearing other people's stories, what I realized, we aren't measured by how hard we fall, but how well we put ourselves back together. And that gave me confidence, resilience, to think outside the box, and to defend my pieces because I believed in myself, the originality of my work, and the rigor of my work. You matter, and your research matters. Plan your day, and personal health matters. Keep active. And going back to supervisors, make sure you understand your supervisor. Sometimes comments come in a polite tone. Sometimes it comes as a question. If you are not sure, clarify. And don't be afraid of questions such as why, so what? I was often asked, what's the point of a blind person drawing? And I self-doubted. But no, the answers come in silent times. Now, people publish work all the time, so don't be fearful of protecting your little work. You need to speak to people. You need to speak to people doing similar work. You need to know their opinions, criticism, or work collectively together. And those networking events could be the chances of you laying foundation for a postdoc career. And also know, best ideas comes in random time. Maybe walking in the park or taking a shower. So make sure you take either mental notes or take your smartphone and start typing. And you learn by writing. Don't expect it to be easy. And we are not born with these academic skills, especially if you are an international student like myself. Seek support and join research group. Network with like-minded people. My supervisor once told me a person with a PhD is either a teacher who can think or a thinker who can teach. It's certainly true for me being in academia now. It makes you a better, well-rounded person. It forms you with all the hard and rough days that comes with it. It makes you an expert problem solver. You solve problems that you never knew existed before. And it opens up opportunities in academia, in industry, in editing, in writing, and many more. And it's great to be viewed as an expert. People perceive you clever. Shows how dedicated you can get to solve a tiny problem in depth. It makes you an expert learner. You learn through mistakes, and you master your own way of learning. And I learned to play guitar as a result. And you learn to communicate better. It forces you to write clearly, talk clearly, take criticism well, and to make your point across. It shapes your identity. Now, when you dedicate time to such a niche field, you have to say no to your loved ones, your friends and family and colleagues. So it shapes your identity in that sense. Now, PhD is not your final goal. Often it is the tip of the iceberg. For more pieces of work to come, to solve more complex problems, to transform knowledge and understanding, not only to survive, but to thrive, collectively with partnership for a secured, empowered, and exciting future. Now, I come from a developing country, Sri Lanka. I represent women who have fought hard and won life's most precious gift of freedom, resilience, and ability to think for themselves and still be kind. Like exactly in our previous presentation, Sophia mentioned of all the barriers that a woman can have. It's a great privilege to tell that nothing can stop you if you don't give up, irrespective of their originality, ethnicity, color, or accent. Remember, we all have a story, a spirit within us that can be ignited. And I'm proud to say that I am a now academic at London Metropolitan University, where I add value and meaning to students from diverse backgrounds for a wonderful educational experience that I had. So my question to you is, as you end your PhD, what would you give back to the world? How would you add value, meaning, or lift someone else's life? Thank you.
Lots and lots of thank yous. And I will add, thank you, Sandra. I think that was wonderful because so seldom do we think about the PhD as a lived experience and a process for those that do it. And I think your metaphor of walking in the forest kind of, it's that sense of isolation, loneliness. Where am I? What am I doing? Am I on the right track? And I think, I hope that session had value for all the students, the PhD students. Karim has a question, please. Put your mic on. Go for it.
Hi, Sandra. I'm sure you can hear me. I'm next door. Sandra, I'm very familiar with your PhD and very much like it. You know the reason, because I've dealt a lot with people with disabilities. I know that your PhD is of scientific relevance, but also for societal, it has a tremendous societal impact. My question to you is, given your experience working with the blind people throughout your PhD, I mean, tell me, what is it like? This is the only people, I mean, amongst the disabled people, this is the only people I haven't dealt with. What is it like approaching blind people, really, in terms of, you know, collaboration, in terms of getting data, and second, are you geared up to supervise a blind PhD student?
Okay. Right, interesting questions and important questions. So I'll answer the first one. What is it like to approach blind people and to get data from them? So I had to get loads of ethical approvals. So I did my PhD at Goldsmiths, University of London. It's a long journey because of my part-time commitment for that, and some of them happened during COVID time. So I have to get special permission, like writing big ethical statements to go to do my final experiment, final fourth experiment during COVID time. So yeah, loads of ethical forms that I had to fill, because the cohort is quite a sensitive cohort and need, you know, they had to be accompanied by other people, etc. That's the academic side of it. My experience in a personal level, they're very nice people to work with. I mean, I taught blind people, and very specifically one person has ignited my passion to do this. And speaking from that, you know, even though they're blind, like four senses out of one, you know, one is not working, but other four senses are really pronounced in them, so they can perceive really fast, maybe the things we don't perceive even. I mean, I'm not speaking here from a scientific point of view. I'm speaking here from my experience and teaching blind people. They memorize. Their memory is superb, and their they perceive sequential instructions very fast. And they're really nice people to work with, and they're very friendly. I think the more senses we have, the more judgment we make with eyes. So it's interesting to see how friendly they can be and how open they can be to advancements. However, there are fewer numbers who did not participate, thinking it's not relevant. There's no chance they are going to be able to draw. But majority of them, like 97% of the time, you know, they want to get involved and do the experiment. So that's the first part. And Karim, what was the second question, Karim?
Oh, well, given what you've just run us through, your experience, are you geared up for, because there is a prospect of bringing in more blind people into our community, London Met community. Are you geared up to helping us to supervise blind people? I'm just trying to find out what are the main challenges, or how you can help us going through.
Yes. Oh no, that's good. That's good. The point of you're coming from. So I personally, yes, because I have experience of working with them. But as a university, I think we need to be very aware that we need special software like screen readers and support workers, but they can contribute to us in a great way to do more research on accessibility softwares in terms of computing, which is what my specialty. But if you think of any other areas in the uni, of course they can have, you know, we can do research on the social impact side of things as well. Yeah, so I'm happy to share my experience if London Met want to expand on accessibility, which is one of the places I think the government and the funding bodies are quite keen on to support.
Thanks, Sandra.
Okay, do we have any more questions or comments, reflections from anyone? I might ask you a question then. I found it really interesting the way you focused on your core question was, you know, what are you going to give back? And, you know, if you do kind of get to the end of the finishing line and you finish your PhD, you then find yourself at the steps of an academic career where there is so much kind of focus on impact within that professional kind of context. But I find it really kind of difficult to speak to PhD students to get them to think in those terms, and it feels like adding pressure actually, because it's also a lot of hard work anyway just doing the PhD. So do you have any kind of tips or thinking around how we can start thinking in those terms?
Yeah, good question, Maria. So 2 weeks ago with Diane, we had a talk on impact. These are like some PhD students and some, you know, career active researchers in the Department of Computing. So I think it's hard. The PhDs are hard itself to think of impact in early stages. But as you kind of mature, and if you have that question in the back of your mind anyway, but there are times, you know, as I said, walking in the park, you all of a sudden get, oh, with my little tool or with my little technique, it can also be helpful for example, in my case, I never knew that my technique can be helpful for sighted people to navigate in unforeseen areas. I never knew that. But if you ask that question and just leave it blank and then go and do your thing, sometimes these questions talk to you. And also in your PhD, have a paragraph or half a page dedicated for impact. What's the small and larger impact? What's the immediate and bigger impact? I think Diane has explained to us it really vividly. I mean, so I am thinking very loudly with mine after I done my PhD, what it can be, what can I do with it? So yeah, so have a dedicated page just to think of what's the impact. So like, so what kind of question. So you can ask yourself, so I'm doing that, so what, you know, how can my little complex algorithm going to change someone else's life, you know? Yeah, sometimes when you're in scientific field, we're kind of taken away by the fact, oh, it's so complex, you know, it's a big mathematical formula. I cannot relate that to someone else's, like, you know, I don't know, some other.
You've frozen. We've lost Sandra.
If you can hear me, I can go next door and tell her.
We've got you back.
All right, okay.
We've got you back. Thank you, Sandra. You froze for a little bit there, but you're back.
All right, okay, yeah. So I was just saying, just talk to like-minded people. That's why you need to speak to your supervisors, your networks, and sometimes they can ignite. They can quickly say, oh, you're doing that. That can relate to something else then. So this is why, even though we perceive it's a lonely journey, bounce back ideas. Sometimes others can give you better passions, more passion, you know, things to come.
And I think that's really great advice, just to have that little bit of paper where you kind of write down thinking impact. Okay, we have one last question from Bal. Bal Verdi, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, Sandra. My question is, you developed a platform for blind people. I know you've actually tested your platform with the various blind people of different ages and different demographics, etc. Have you considered making your project an impact case study for REF?
Yeah, so hopefully with Diane's help, you know, I'm a post PhD. I'm thinking of the larger audience that I can take to. getting back some evidence letters, people I worked with, and to do more on that, not just blind drawing, but image analysis. So that's why I said the PhD is, it's not the end of the game, it's just the start. So yes, I am thinking, Professor Bell, hopefully I will reach different people, for our next ref, hopefully, yeah.
Okay, I think
Yeah, I think we've got about 3 minutes before the awards begin. So just time maybe for everyone to grab a glass of water or take a quick comfort break, and we'll be back at 10:02.
And
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Sophia and Sandra.
And thank you, Maria and Neha.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Are we ready to start with the awards, actually, the vote?
Well, I'm ready to go.
Yes.
Right, might as well just begin then. I think it's, did we say back at 50 past, or was it 55? I forgot.
I think we're 50.
Okay, that's cool. I'll start now then. Hello, everybody. My name's Oliver. So for those who don't know, I'm the face behind the research inbox here within the university. And today we're just going to do the award ceremony now. So this is all your opportunities to vote on a couple of different topics that have been decided upon. So these include things, areas such as most engaging posters, lightning talks, 20-minute talks, and pre-recorded sessions. You all have a chance to vote for them. I think before the voting starts as a whole, I think you all need to congratulate yourselves and thank yourselves on 2 days of incredibly engaging, interesting talks, which has really taught me new things and concepts which I hadn't really considered and understood before. And I hope it's helped all of you who are listening and who have listened and been part of the day as well. I think also we just need to thank the people behind the scenes who have really been making sure that this has come to life and everything like that, even through some difficulties we've had over the past couple of days. So thank Anna and Mava, Irene, Una and Diane for all being part of moderators for the sessions, and everyone else who's been a chair as well, because I mean without that level of participation, the session really couldn't have been run at all. But now it's on to the voting. So what I'm going to be doing, I'll be posting a link here in the chat. So hopefully you all can see it. So if you click that link, it will take you on to a page called Mentimeter. And on there you should see choices who you can vote for. So I think the first link will be for most engaging poster from day one. So if you click onto that link, you should all be able to see it. And I will share with you the bar chart as it comes live, so you'll be able to see all the votes coming in. It's kind of a bit something like Eurovision Song Contest mixed with the Conservative leadership elections, with the sheer variety of the way the polls go up and down and everything like that. Everyone at the moment is stuck on 0 votes. Oh, right, someone's gone into the lead. Oh, and here we go. Here comes the excitement part.
That's brilliant.
Flying in. So we'll give everyone a couple of minutes just to keep voting for all these different talks. It looks like 2 people there. I know there's 35 of you in the room and there's only 6 votes, so a few more of you need to click on the Mentimeter link. I don't shut up until lots of people have voted, so if you want to end my continuous droning, then get voting and get voting quickly. So we're also at a tie at the top, so we need people to start casting votes to decide who's won. Otherwise we'll be locked in a perpetual deadlock. At the moment, Innocent's taking the lead. with their non-invasive microwave-based sensors for monitoring patients. So Innocent is currently in the lead. So that is going on as we speak. We've had 13 votes so far, and there's 36 of you, so only 33%. Come on, people, there's more votes out there. So more votes are coming in. So Innocent is quite a way. But Tony's catching up. So I chose a space thing for the background, just if everyone's wondering, because I was very impressed by the James Webb Telescope. All those new pictures the other day look quite nice. Just seeing all the galaxies and everything like that, and all the star formations and star clouds being birthed into light, into life even. So still got some more votes coming in. So I'll give it another minute or so, and then we'll see who's won. So it looks like Innocent's got quite a commanding lead so far. So unless anything happens dramatically in the next minute or so, I'll say Innocent's won the most engaging poster for day one for our talk on non-invasive microwaves. Just a few more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Innocent, for your talk on non-invasive microwave-based sensors for monitoring patients. So you're the first winner. So now we're going to go on to similar one for day 2. Unfortunately, with Mentimeter, I think I have to post a new link every voting session. So I've just posted that in. So if you all just click the link again.
No, it works. It just naturally goes on to the next page.
Oh, does it go on to the next page? Okay, yeah, that's brilliant. Cool. So similar things. If you'll just go back to the website and just click the ones you're voting for. Quite a diverse amount of posters for that day. So we've got things such as Sandra's excellent good talk that we were just listening to about the PhD journals. You've got Mia's talk about novel antivirals, and you know how relevant that's all been in the past 2 or 3 years for all of us. Other interesting talks in there. So everyone's still going in there. And then Tuko, who's one of our PhD. Oh yeah, this is 4 posters. So thanks for reminding me, Una. Yeah, I was getting carried away. What I just remembered. Oh, so we've got a tie up there at the top. Is anyone going to try and break the deadlock we've got here? Oh, are we going to have a three-way tie? So let's see who's going to break the tie break at the top here. Come on, there's 37 of you in there. We need some more votes. Oh, and Mia's taking the lead. We'll give it another minute. Oh, and now Diara, is that how you pronounce your name? Sorry if I'm.
Daria.
Darius. Apologies if in advance if I mispronounce anyone's name. As anyone who know me will testify, I often mispronounce quite a variety of things, as I was calling some of our software earlier Pompidou instead of, I can't remember what it was, but something beginning with P. But yeah, Panopto. So Panopto, that's it. Yeah, I was calling it Pompidou. I think that's my dyslexic creativity. Anyway, so we've tied 6 apiece. Let's see who's going to break it. Otherwise, we may end up in some kind of tie. Okay. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to count down. Just count down. Unless there's any more votes in the next few seconds, I think Mia will have won for this poster talk about designing novel antivirals that target human coronaviruses. So unless there's anything new in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Mia, for winning the second poster prize. Now we're going on to who's the most engaging lightning talk. So we had a variety of these today over the past 2 days. So if you go ahead and type your vote for whoever you wanted to vote for. Here's a link again in the chat. It should be the same link, but I'll repost it in there. So hopefully you all begin voting.
Oliver, can you just check the settings there? Because I
Mhm.
think this isn't
Oh,
showing.
press
Yeah.
H. Press H. Oh, there we go. Oh, colourful bar charts. It's almost, yeah, there we go. Ooh. So, oh, freeway tie, no, okay. So you saw, it's just day one. No, I think this is day one and day two, you know, because we've got World War II flag towers, which was today, I remember. Lightning talks have been merged into basically both days. I think it's only the 20-minute talks and the posters which have been split up because there were so many of them. Mentimeter couldn't handle the mass of everyone's excellent work, so we had to split it up. So we're having quite a lot of nice, good votes so far. Lots of colourful bar charts popping up everywhere. There were some other more funkier options on there, so like plot dots and pie charts and everything like that, which would make election night coverage quite entertaining in a way. A few swingometers and everything like that. Yeah, so the votes are coming in. At the moment, it looks like the World War II flat towers are winning. Unless there's anything else dramatically happening in the next few moments. Oh, no. So give it another couple of moments, and if not, we'll move on to the next category. So, don't know why I'm going done. Yeah, so I think unless there's anything else, we're going to say Diara is going to be the winner for that. For their lightning talk about World War II flat towers in Berlin, Vienna, and Hamburg. So congratulations for that. So now we're going to move on to the most engaging pre-recorded talk. So similar situation. If you just click vote for the talk that you think was the most pre-recorded talk that you enjoyed the most and found most engaging, interesting. Boom, votes already coming in. For storytelling, oh, it looks like a neck and neck race. So they're all flooding in here. Just like watching Eurovision. And graph articulations getting the 12 points. It looks like so far. That is 12 points, isn't it? Eurovision? Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Unless anything dramatic happens, I think the graph articulation. Well, I think it looks like graph articulation's already won this. Unless anything remarkable happens in the next few seconds. I wasn't able to put names down for all of these because Articulate only allows you to have so many characters before it all just crashes. But Graph Articulate was by okay, so I think we're safe to say that Graph Articulate has won this, and that was by Samson Ajayi. So congratulations, Samson, for your pre-recorded talk. Well done, and you've won. Have a thumbs up. And now we're going on to penultimate poll, which is most engaging talk, 20-minute talk or so from the first day. So you've got a whole variety of talks here. So as per tradition now, cast your votes, bring on the votes. There's some links there in the things, and boom, social value and constructural discontinuities is going ahead. Oh, and now dyslexic sublime is there, design for life. These are all, I've listened to most of these talks and they're all very fascinating. They're all incredibly fascinating for me as a relative lay person in all of these fields. Okay, and yeah, so I think everyone here who did these talks have incredibly a lot to be proud of in the work that they conducted. Absolutely, really incredibly fascinating. So currently, Dyslexic Sublime and A Design for Life are the two to be beaten. So I know the Dyslexic Sublime was by Sky, and A Design for Life was by A Design for Life was by Cyan, I think it is. But it looks like the Dyslexic Sublime is currently leading. Unless anything else changes in the next few seconds, I think the Dyslexic Sublime is going to win this. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Sky, for the Dyslexic Sublime for winning that poll. And now we're on to our final poll of the day, and you'll soon get to leave my voice coming out of your speakers. Yes, yeah, it is. If you co-authored with an academic, as Una said, the awards are mainly just for the students. So here's the poll again. So here we go. So boom, more polls, more bar charts appear, suddenly randomly appearing like tower blocks in London. Away they go. All growing. Or plants, actually we should say plants because that's better for environmentalism, shouldn't we? Rather than bar charts, big tower blocks. So the untold truth of PhDs, a topic I'm sure everyone in the chat will be able to empathise with and understand, is out to an early lead, but others are catching up, including telomere length. Is it telomere? I've heard you pronounce it so many times, but I keep forgetting.
Telomere.
Hello. Telomere, that's it. Telomere. I keep telomere, but yeah, telomere is battling away with the untold truth of PhD journeys. So absolutely really interesting battle here. Sandra's untold truth, it looks like it's going ahead. So yes, it looks like Sandra's. So unless anything else happens, but I think you all should be incredibly proud of the work and effort that you could put into this, and the experience it will have on your future careers for those of you who want to go into academia. To say that you've presented in this conference, hopefully it will aid you all, and hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of you in person next year. But I think Sandra, I think it's time to call Sandra Fernando the winner for this one. Congratulations, Sandra, for your talk about the untold truth of PhD journeys. So that concludes all of the awards. Unless I've forgotten one. No, that concludes all of the awards. So thank you everyone for listening, and I imagine I'll probably be emailing you sometime about RSPGs. Okay then, well, thank you very much. See you around.
Brilliant. Thanks, Oliver. That was very entertaining as usual. I have a pleasure of having it on not a daily basis, but 3 times a week with Oliver. So I have it every day. It's very entertaining, and many thanks for doing that. That was great. Just to reiterate for anyone who joined us just now, the winner for the best poster day 1 was Innocent Lubangakini. Then the winner for the day 2 for the poster was Mia Outerich. The best lightning talk award goes to Daria Buhanovska. Then the best pre-recorded talk goes to Samson Ajay. And then finally, the day 1 for the best 15 minutes, the recorded, not recorded, but actual 15-minute presentation goes to Sky William Eads. And then the day 2 goes to Dr. now, Sandra Fernando. Many thanks for everyone. Congratulations to the winners. We will be moving soon to our keynote. We have around 5 minutes or so. So the next speaker will be Dr. Chris Morris-Roberts, and Dr. Una Fabreder will be chairing it. But for now, we have a 5 minutes. So if you want to take this time to get a glass of water, and we'll be back with you again.
Hello, well, it's 1:15 now, so I think it's time for our keynote speaker. So we're delighted today to welcome Dr. Maurice Roberts. He's an Associate Professor of Body Politics in the School of Social Sciences and Professions. He's head of the Postgraduate Student Experience across the university and a Postgraduate Research Coordinator. So apart from those jobs, he's written over 65 papers and spoken at conferences nationally and internationally, considering the body politics agenda. Chris held a prestigious post at Great Ormond Street Hospital as lead qualitative research fellow, and he's the chief editor of The Podiatrist and sits on the editorial board of 3 international journals. He was the first podiatrist in the UK to be awarded Chartered Scientist or CSCI status, and Chris coined the terms podolinguistics and cococracy as part of his body politics research. So it's with great pleasure that I hand the floor over to Chris Morris to talk about exploring the body politic of the penis.
Thank you, Una, very much. I sound more important than I really am. I feel like a little minion when I'm sitting at home just watching Love Island and enjoying the world from my front room. So thank you everyone for listening to me today. It is a shame that I won't get to do some of this in person, because it's always nice to see people's faces when you're exploring something sort of a little bit different or contentious maybe. So it comes with a little bit of warning, shall I say, that I will be talking about the penis, and there will be other words used that revolve around the penis. So if you're of a sensitive nature, then maybe you can put your fingers in your ears for odd seconds, but it will be, I'll take you on a journey that I think will be quite interesting. So I'm just moving forward. So, who doesn't, love the aubergine emoji these days? We all know what it means. And if you look very closely on my body, I do have one tattooed on my arm here somewhere, which I often find people staring at me going, is that an aubergine? And I'm like, I spend a lot of time talking about aubergines. And, they all come in different shapes and sizes. So I always think it's quite important for when I talk about body politics, when I start to talk about, how I ended up with, talking about the penis a lot, is to talk about, well, the journey of getting there. I'm a podiatrist with my first career, so feet. And it's funny how when you sit at the end of a body and look up, you spend your whole time looking up at people and up their body. And I've seen a lot of penises without necessarily wanting to see them. And so bodies became very interesting for me. You work in health, you touch lots of bodies, you're very engaged with people's bodies. And actually, feet is a really interesting thing because feet are very intimate. And if you think about your own feet, how many people do you let touch your feet? How many people see your feet, out of sandals? How many people, and it becomes a very intimate area. And so when, you take off your shoes and socks and you see a practitioner, actually people are very shy about their feet. And so it becomes a very intimate area. And so intimate body parts became quite interesting to me. And it's the same with shoes then, the shoes that people wear, they're very personal to people. We choose them for reasons. And so when I was doing my PhD, which was about masculinity and the body in sport, I spent all this time talking to people about sportsmen, about their bodies and what their bodies meant to them and what sexuality meant to them. And I didn't think when I started that process that I would end up talking about penis as much as I did. And in masculinity and men and their bodies, the penis is something which came up time and time again. And it ended up that a third of my thesis was all about penis size, penises. It just came up again and again and again. And so I became this sort of penis expert indirectly talking about masculinity. And so I wrote a book called Jockocracy, Queering Masculinity in Sport, and I wrote a lot about the penis stuff in there. And my work then sort of led me into this field of looking at the body parts, different parts of the body, different age groups, different sort of sexualities. And I became very interested in sort of the body politics of people, how we connect with our bodies. And so once you've dealt with sort of the intimate parts, the bits that are less intimate, you could say, like tattoos, but they're intimate to people. All these things are individual, but they're very interesting. And so over time, I got quite well known. I'll talk a little about it in a second, about my work. I wrote some articles that were quite, well read. And I got involved with companies like Killing Kittens, which deal an awful lot with sexual liberation for women. A charity called Book of Man that looks at mental health and men and their bodies. I often get invited to talk to businesses about sexuality and their bodies and what it means and about accepting bodies. And I've done lots of talks for media. So it's really funny how the work I did shaped this agenda that I didn't know was going to come. And I think that's what's really interesting about doing a PhD as well. We think when we start the journey, we think it's all going to be about this. But actually, as you move through your PhD journey, the findings, you never actually know what they're going to be sometimes. And this was the case for me. So what is this term body politics? I get asked it an awful lot. And I sort of, over the last 10 years, have spent my time thinking about body politics, the politics of our body in society. So how do I define it? The experience these are body politics is the experiences we have with our bodies in relation to society's understandings of those bodies, of our bodies, but with a focus on power relations, disenfranchisement, and lived experiences. So these experiences may be, our bodies and how we understand it, and our body's social expectations. That society is really sort of brutal on us. On the outside, everyone's looking in, and we're always looking out at the world, and everyone has different standards of what the body should be like, or what we believe our bodies should be, or what people believe our bodies should be. And it takes time and age and for us to sort of relax into, just being who we are. But there's a lot of politics that goes on there. Body politics and the experiences of our bodies can also be related to things like disability, ill health, mental health, disenfranchisement, such as dysmorphia, angst, amputation. I've done work in all those areas. I did a study where we looked at people's experiences of having a toe amputated and how they felt about those experiences. And we often think, just one toe? Surely that's not a big problem. But actually, the removal of one toe had a huge impact on people, especially men, this one big toe. Now, there's some interesting relations if you look at toes and the penis, and there's lots of imagery and art that's done that's very similar in that area. When we think about body politics and power relationships, experiences our body and lived experiences the body especially angst, like the anxiousness we feel. Are we good enough? Are we okay in this body? How do we feel about it? Is it right? And if you think then in relation to, for example, breast augmentation and penis size, two very intimate parts, they create a lot of angst in society. That's why there's so many surgeries in those different areas. Body politics also can relate to outside our field, so fashion. I worked at the University of Brighton. I worked with the fashion department on, they were making knitted clothing for bodies that weren't traditional bodies, or people with disabled bodies, you could say. And so the clothes fit the body rather than the clothes trying to fit the traditional shape of the body. It was very interesting. We can also look at body politics in film and law and education, science. It's big. Like, there's many areas we can tap into. And I'm always very keen that we underpin this with theoretical foundations. So you could use queer theory to dismantle it, and masculinity theory, or critical race theory, or Foucauldian theory. So there's many theories that you can embed in that and enhance this world of body politics. So broken down, body politics, I say we think about the body part, we think about the disenfranchisement, and then we think about the theoretical perspectives that go with it. That's it in a nutshell. And I get asked this an awful lot. And so hopefully that gives it a bit more context about what I mean when I say body politics. So let's focus on one body part. Maybe this is what you're here for. I often think sex sells. I've tried to keep it clean, but the aubergine just reappears because it's a nice symbol. So there's some factors to consider about penis politics. The penis carries with it, when we think about it, lots of historical and social baggage. There's a lot connected to it. If you think of art, if you think of statues, if you think of having one yourself, I think this is really interesting. If we think about pictures of penis dick pics, which get sent around a lot in dating, the first ever love letter, the first ever dick pic was in a love letter sent to a lover in 1863. And it was sort of like, basically the guy, I was reading about, it always makes me chuckle. Women were very impressed by his penis. So he decided, well, I might as well capitalize on this, take a photo and then send it out with my love letters, which hasn't changed in quite a long time, because I think that still happens. Well, it does still happen. It's a symbol of masculinity. It's a phallic image of masculinity. We all know what it relates to. When I was talking to my parents yesterday, I was talking about this lecture, and they went, "Don't forget reproduction. It's all about reproduction." I was like, okay. So my parents will be pleased that, reproduction, urination, and pleasure. And I went, well, how far do you want me to go with this? You can go quite far on, the politics of what the penis carries. Now, interesting, when we think about penises, there are all different shapes and sizes. They look differently. Each person, none are ever the same. And so it's one of the things to keep in your mind when we're thinking about the politics of the penis and the environments we're going to talk about. They're all different. And if you don't look at other ones, how do you know how normal or right or, normal in inverted commas yours is? It's basically a highly sensitive vascular tube which enlarges when aroused. So it's it's quite we all sort of think about this, this organ, but in very different ways and how we imagine it. Now, there was a recent, in 2020, review, and this was very interesting, about the sizes, the average sizes of erect penises, and they're far smaller than what people think they were. It was always about 6 inches was the average. But in reviewing all the literature, they found out it's between 5.1 and 5.5 inches, which is nearly half an inch to an inch smaller than they thought, or was commonly thought. They also found that 12 to 17% of men penises measured larger than 6.3 inches, which is, not a great, population. Which, again, think about this when it comes to one of the biggest sort of angsts, body politics that men have, is often about penis size. How big is it? Am I as big as that person, etc. So linking that, then there's also cultural beliefs about the penis. Is the penis circumcised? Does it have sensation? Is it very sensitive? The TV's portrayal, media, pornography, the list goes on. And this is one body part we're talking about, and all these things are encapsulated around the politics of this body part. So not only is there all these the politics that goes on, we also have approximately 1 million euphemisms for the word penis. Now, these are just a few that I put on. I'm sure in your head there's a whole load of different things you call it. I grew up calling it, my parents always called it your willy, which I think is quite British. And so, but each of these words, the etymology of these words, all has different meanings and backgrounds and where they've come from, which then adds to this layer of politics on one body part that as men we carry with us. So for example, if I remember correctly, and remember the histories, and the word dick was taken from a soldier, as we all knew it was shortened from Richard, and then this then was moved on to sort of like general. Your little general was used quite a lot, and then dick at one point about 100 years ago moved into a more derogatory term. So it wasn't like his name was Dick. It was this term, you know, you're a dick, but it also related to dick. And this is just one word. This is one word that connects to the penis and this baggage that surrounds around it. So keep this in mind, this you know, these layers of context, histories, narratives that you have to, that's carried alongside also the environments that I'm going to talk about. So in talking about some of the, you know, these, I'm going to talk about two particular environments, and one will be the toilets, urinals for one, and the second one is locker rooms. It's important to think about the journey of homosociality. What is homosociality? Because it comes quite heavy in this discussion. And these are often relationships and or social bonds between people of the same sex. And it doesn't have to be sort of homosexuality. It can be, you know, relationships in prison between men. It can be in the gym between men. It's often it's often in masculinity studies that this is used. There's often a key relation to hierarchical structures as well. So hegemony, who is at the top of the pecking order and who's at the bottom of the pecking order. And homosociality refers first and foremost to non-sexual and same-sex bonds involving quite high degrees of homophobia. So it's worth remembering this concept as well when I'm going to talk about urinals, that this homosociality, there's men in the same environments, but there are these non-sexual same-sex bonds that's happening. There's a relationship that's happening in this environment. And there's often a power struggle. So the first one I'm going to talk about. Now, remember, I've kept it quite brief and snappy, some of this. Body politics, the baggage that we carry, the cultural connotations of the penis. What does it mean? The language. There's so much dominance, masculinity that goes with it. Now, I actually took this picture. It was the week before Pride, and these are my friends, and I said, I need a picture. I'm doing a talk on urinals, and they went, sure. So these are my buddies who I had an authentic picture. Now, the interesting to note is how close these urinals are together, and this is not something different. Now, I don't know how many women have gone into male urinals, but they're often quite tight spaces. So remember everything we've discussed so far about the penis and its context, language, history, culture, different sizes, age. And if you think about a urinal, when you go into a male urinal, there's a constructed belief that we have to stand. Men stand to pee. Depends on my mood, what I'm deciding to do. Sometimes if I've got my phone, I'll sit to pee as well. But there is this constructed belief you stand to pee and women sit to pee. And it highlights this biological essentialism that enforces a gender difference between men and women. Now, over the years, you know, we have had, you know, women can buy a Shiwi. I don't know if you see them, these like funnels that you can pee in so you can stand to pee. So there have been people out there that have tried to change the status quo. But men are lucky. On the whole, we can stand if we want, or we can sit to pee. There comes with complications with sitting to pee, depending on the toilets and all those issues. But urinals in themselves are complex homosocial environments. So think about it. Men are going into a toilet, into this space, very tight space. Men are shoulder to shoulder, holding their penises side by side, urinating in public, in this public space with other people, which is a kind of a taboo thing to do. And what it does is it creates two issues. It creates this environmental sociology of the urinal and this problem about what if someone looks, okay? And this is all just related to the politics of the penis. You know, you go in there to pee. I've written about all of this in a book called The Cultural Encyclopedia of the Penis, and there was a whole bit all about urinals. So let's look, like, if you haven't, you know, men who are guys that are listening and ladies that haven't been into many toilets, let's look at some of these toilets. Now, this is a classic, but imagine you're side by side, close in this space, shoulder to shoulder, and you've got to pee. These ones are a bit more discreet because you've got the little shields in between, so you can feel a bit more, you know, relaxed because there's a bit more sort of privacy. These ones are, they're far too busy for my liking, to be honest. They're prettier to look at, and I like the green paint, but you know, these are a busy toilet, and often theatre toilets are like this. So imagine that you're waiting to use these toilets. There's a queue along the middle. Someone's waiting and everyone's trying to pee, but everyone's holding their penis, and there's a dilemma that's happening. I'm going to talk about some of them are just like terrible. When I was talking to my dad about it yesterday about toilets, he was like, I hate them, they're disgusting. And some of them are, and then you're expected to go into them, and it's the same for, you know, women. When you go, there's pee on them, and I haven't even mentioned sort of mixed toilets because they come with their own problems. Then we have, you know, the classic, I don't know if you've seen these out on a Saturday night. There are the toilets that are outside on the street that come in, but often there's a whole other issue that goes on here, that people are drunk and they're desperate to pee. And that's a different topic, but, you know, they're still out in public holding themselves, and if need be, you pull your trousers all the way down to pee like you're 5 years old again, which I've seen people do in toilets. Now, there's people that are very comfortable chatting. And then there's the drama of what if someone looks. Okay, and I'm gonna talk about this in a second. So this brings us to this scenario, these toilets. This is sort of a classic setup. And often when we think of the politics of the penis in this environment, you walk in and men have to make this like snap decision about where you're going to pee straight away. Which one are you going to go to? The evidence suggests that men go to the furthest one away from the door. That's where most men go. Then there'll be the second guy that comes in. Where does he go? Well, he leaves a gap from the guy that's already peeing. So he'll often go to the third one. Now, there's stalls there, which will also be used. But remember, these decisions are being made in a split second. Otherwise, you are floundering in a toilet, needing a wee and staring at people with their penises out. And this creates this political problem. Now, here are some slides. So there are some behavioral expectations, is what I'm talking about here. There's this swift, complex decision making, split seconds. Who's going to use the middle stall? Which cubicles are free? Which ones aren't free? You can't loiter too long because the environment isn't made for you to loiter, because it sort of cracks the facade of homosociality and the environment as a safe space. So there's social etiquette within homosocial heteronormative context, and that is pee fast, don't speak, don't look, leave, and your sexuality won't be questioned. Now, if you linger too long, that's when your sexuality will be questioned. So you're there, you've picked the toilets, you've finally got there, and then there's the brave guy, which is often the brave guy. There's the 3 urinals, there's the one left in the middle. Do you use it or don't you? Now, I generally, if I need to go, I've got to go, so I'll go in the middle. But there's lots of guys that might just turn around and leave, and so you've left the toilet. And then the question is, why are you loitering around the toilet if you didn't need the toilet? And this is all revolving around the politics of the penis, you know, the environment, the context, masculinity. So in this environment, you're brave enough, you've been there, you've stood at the toilet. And then there's this problem, which if you talk to lots of guys, pee shy. And this, because you need the act of relaxation to pee, and this is part of the biopolitics of the penis, the functioning of what it does. And if you can't relax and you can't pee, you're basically standing next to 2 other men with your penis in your hand, not peeing or doing anything, and you're just standing there going, I need the loo and I can't go, and now I've got pee shy. And what do? Put it away and leave. And then you're like, what was that all about? Now, you may think, you know, this isn't a common problem. This happens every day in every toilet. And so when this happens, the environment, this homosocial environment, fails to function in a way that's successful for us. We can't pee. We put it away. We leave. We still need to go to the loo. And part of this is that people are worried about the act of peeking or the desire to look. What if I look left? What if I look? What if they're looking at me? What if I end up looking? Now, since urinals are homosocial environments, sexuality is not questioned in this place. So potentially you could peek and your sexuality is not questioned. And this is, I term this the fear, without the fear of homophobic retribution. And it does happen. So you can see this one environment contains all these factors and issues going on. And often, very often, it's about exposure. It's about the fear of looking. And often you just need a pee. So if you think about that in a nutshell, next time you see, you know, your husband, boyfriend, friend, whoever going into the toilet, say a little prayer for them. Because sometimes those 5 minutes or those minutes of going in and there's all this politics that goes on very quickly can be a tough one. So the final environment that I wanted to talk about, and I'll talk about this a bit shorter, was about the locker room. And I wrote an awful lot about locker room culture and sport, and it's very well documented about locker room cultures are, you know, a place for sort of masculinity to reign and for dominance to also reign. And so I did some work in this, and I came up with this term called cockocracy, which was the politics of the penis in the locker room. And it's like the #1 term used in Urban Dictionary. And so I define this as about men with men. So it's homosocial because it can, you know, one of the things that I talk about, which I've mentioned quite a lot, is about men, for men, with men. And, you know, it's interesting when we start to bring in, you know, the female debate into this. I then wrote an article now at sports.com about cockocracy, which is a sort of sexuality and gender website in the US. And this article I wrote was read by 18 million people. And basically what I said was that after interviewing gay and straight sportsmen about their bodies and the locker room, they wanted to talk about penises. And there was a key finding that was very interesting and very prominent that no one really spoke about, but occurred a lot, is that men in sports teams check out each other's bodies. We all see each other's bodies. But there was a particular act that happened that men with a larger penis became a form of, he bonded the group. He was the guy with the large penis. The team revered him. He was known to be the guy with the large penis. And so he created this camaraderie. He created a bond for the team that made the team stronger. Now, there were some caveats to this. You know, it created banter, it created bonding. But ultimately, if it was too big and he couldn't use it, he became redundant, or he became a form of mockery. And this was a very important facet of building relationships within teams. So I added some new theoretical positions about masculinity and the tenets associated with homosocial sporting environments. So one of the things they said in sport, and especially to do with masculinity, was that we spoke about no sissy stuff. So you weren't allowed really to be feminine or gay, was the key concept originally. You had to be a bit of a big wheel, sturdy oak, big strong bloke. You had to like be all like rough and tough and give them hell. Physical prowess, a lack of vanity, sexuality was always a big part in there, and alcohol use. And through my work, I added 2 other sort of tenets to what was very important, which was a part of masculinity in the locker room, which was about cock supremacy, I called it, this act of a team member of a larger penis, creating bonding, creating camaraderie, bringing the team together, and ultimately creating this sort of super team, you could say. And then finally, muscles matter. So this work that I did has been referenced about 30 times in some really important masculinities literature. And they wrote about it in a journal called Men and Masculinities Journal, which I was really proud of. And they reviewed it very well as sort of adding new ideas to masculinity theory, because I also then dismantled it using a queer perspective. So this was just a brief little nugget on some politics of the penis. The impacts, this is always the thing. Well, people often say to me, well, why does this really matter? So my article, Cockocracy, Does Size Matter in the Locker Room, was read by 18 million people and then was translated into like 20 different languages. And because of that, and because I wrote about size and does size matter, and that men look, and about confidence, and I literally got hundreds and hundreds of emails from men saying, when they read, because I'm very keen on writing for, you could say it doesn't have to be in academic literature all the time, but reaching the communities it's meant for. So hundreds of men got in touch and sent me pictures and told me stories about their lack of confidence, and that they read my work, and they actually changed. They felt more confident in their bodies. And yeah, over the last 8 years, I've hundreds of emails from men talking about how they felt reassurance. Men also had debates online about whether this was true or not, and often it came to the fact that, yeah, everything I spoke about was true. It was just unsaid and under-researched. I also, you know, there's a reassurance for gay and straight men. You know, if you look, if you peek, it's not the end of the world. And it's okay not to have a large penis. There's this constant, you know, we are driven that men have to have 12 inches and all this sort of stuff. It's not necessarily fact, and it's not necessarily true. The work that I did changed theoretical perspectives of men and masculinities. And I think it's really important that the stuff that I've done on penis politics has helped change how, I don't know, men have felt reassured about their bodies, and they email me and tell me about it. And because of this, recently Outsportstorm has asked me to write a follow-up article for them, talking about everything that's happened since I wrote that first article on the body politics of the penis and locker room culture. And there, I think I did it in a good amount of time for you. So hopefully I've given you some sort of food for thought, some things to think about from a slightly different perspective. And the body politics, you know, that's if you're interested or want to write something, or you think there's something new to add. And I know it's contentious and I know it's different, but, you know, you've got to push the boundaries of knowledge. And I hope that, you know, I've made my little bit of difference on some of this work. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Chris, thank you very much for that. That was very entertaining talk. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that. I have done a little bit of research on this in terms of asking the men in my life about the politics of the urinal, and I heard that thing before that you've got to leave a space and you've got to pick a particular one. All sounds very tedious. But I think the worst one was my son's using the toilet at school. That was seen from boys. That seemed to be quite horrific.
Yeah.
So, you know, they'd often say they couldn't go at school at all.
Yeah. That is, you know, they become traumatic experiences. But like, I remember, like, so I would never do. I can do a number one, but number two, I won't go near anywhere apart from at home. I don't know where that's come from, but I haven't done research in that. But it's absolutely fascinating how, you know, I think the big one for me was always in the 80s and 90s, like I think and before, was making everyone shower together in sports, naked.
They did that in girls' schools as well.
But what was that about? Like, that
I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. Let's not talk about what that might be about. But yes, it's funny. It's interesting that you talk about all that struggle, because for girls, the loo is a bit of a sanctuary.
Yeah.
You go into the loo, you've got your private space for your private things, and then there's the mirror and the makeup and the chat, and you go in there to say, oh, do you think he's looking at me? So actually, yeah, the loo is a bit of a sanctuary for females. Neha, you have a question or a comment, please put your mic on.
Yeah, no, just a quick question about what are the politics of going into the cubicles?
I think they are like a little bit of a safe haven in there. You know, if you can get one and wait. The problem sometimes is that you have to wait for them, so you end up just hanging around, and you're in that space of, oh, what if a urinal comes free, but I don't want to use the urinal, and then it's free, but you're not taking it, which then means you're going to be pee shy, and so you might end up there anyway, and so there's a bit of a dilemma if you're waiting for a cubicle. I love it. I love it.
Oh yeah, you see, yeah, we don't have that because we don't have the open area in the middle. So you queue outside, and then you go in, and then yeah, maybe they need to redesign men's toilets. I mean, you're much quicker. We're the ones standing in a 6-mile queue at the theatre, missing the beginning of the second act.
It's true. But sometimes it's so close. There is such a strange thing about being shoulder to shoulder, going to the toilet next to other men. It's a very strange experience. Like, I don't think there's anything quite like it. And I don't know if the other guys in the, you know, it is strange. That's why I think I find it so fascinating.
Please join in. I'm not meaning to hog the conversation about men's loos.
I'll just articulate the one about talking. Is other men that I know that I would go into toilets with, is I used to still do talk to people in the toilets. I don't care now. But they come out and go, what are you talking for? You're not supposed to be talking in the toilet. You're not supposed to be. You go, why? Well, you're standing there shoulder to shoulder. But no talking.
Talking. I haven't put that in there yet. They didn't really mention that much, but talking is a taboo, really. Like, but I'm quite a chatter, so it's funny. I had a very funny story recently. I was out. I'm a gay guy, and I was out clubbing, and I was in this toilet, and there was this young guy who was about 23, and he's standing there, and I was going, "Are you all right?" And he went, "I can't pee. I'm pee shy. There's too many people in there." And so I blocked everyone from going near the urinal, and I went, "He needs a wee, don't disturb him," like this. And so I blocked all these men from using the toilet. And then he finally went to the loo, and he went, "Thank you so much. I've been bursting for hours, and I just couldn't go," and blah, blah, blah. And his name was Troy. And I went, so I said to him, "What's your name?" And he went, "My name's Troy." And I went, "Troy, from now on, you're going to be Troy the toilet boy." And he became my best friend all night.
But do you think that in that scenario, in a gay club where people are not worried about whether or not you're gay because you already know you are, do you think it's a more friendly environment? Do you think that it's the sort of mixed environment where you might offend a heterosexual man? Is that the worst?
Oh, it's a tricky one. I think there's still the fear of looking. It's if you're not big enough, you're going to be judged already.
But presumably, when you pee, the size hasn't developed to its full potential.
How do I put this? Well, sometimes it swells slightly.
Okay, right. Anyone else got any other comments?
If I did this in person, what I was going to do, what I'd set up, Una, was I was going to set up 2 different urinals with chairs and see how men and women was going to pick the different places differently.
All right,
that was the game.
You're avoiding the urinal. Neha.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to be holding this conversation either. But more an anecdote really than a question. But I used to work as a secondary school teacher, and we took the students out. It was like a mixed school, and we took the students out to the cinema. And the head teacher wanted to go to the toilet, but he had to make sure that none of the other students were in the toilet. So he had to kind of go send a student into the loo to make sure no one was there, then come out, and then he had to get the teachers to make sure no students came in. And that I guess for me that was quite strange, because in the women's toilets there's obviously that privacy, you've got the cubicle, it's not a safeguarding concern, but it was a genuine safeguarding concern that he would go to the toilet. And I guess that was my first kind of, I don't know, awareness of the kind of politics of going to the toilet as a man.
Yeah, because kids people will look, won't they?
And also, if he looked, the kids could be quite serious.
Yeah.
Why do they have open urinals then?
Well, this was just in the cinema. So in the schools, normally you do have separate staff and student toilets. That kind of mitigates against that, and you need the key to go into the staff toilets. But this was in the cinema where we'd taken the students out on a trip, and so they, there weren't separate toilets, and he kind of had to go to the only ones available.
And is it the same in other countries?
I only focused on sort of, Western culture. But, what we like, haven't touched on at all or spoken about, there is a whole, you could say, other culture of, sexuality of toilets. Do you know what I mean? There is a whole other world that can exist. So there's the not innocent, but there's the side of go there to pee, but there are people that seek it out for different reasons, which is another cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I don't have to use them. That's that sounds really quite worrying.
But it's it's a fascinating environment.
Yeah, I have cleaned them, as I said, but there was nobody in there. As a student, it's one of my student jobs. Okay, have we got any more questions or comments? Thank you very well. It remains me to say thank you very, very much, Chris. That was a really interesting talk. A nice end to the conference. Thank you very much for making space. I know you're on leave, and I hope you have a lovely evening. And thanks very much for that. And I
it's my pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this point, I think I'll move on to the concluding remarks. Maybe we're a little bit early. Do you want me to wait, or should we go straight ahead?
Sorry, my my internet's kind of going in and out. I mean, I kind of think, why don't we just go ahead, really?
Yeah, so do I. So do I
yeah.
think that as well. I'm trying to get my face into the middle of the thing, but it's not working. Okay, well, look. First of all, well, thank you again to Chris for that really interesting talk and that nice end to our conference. I'd like to say thank you so much to Professor Julie Hall, who came and opened the conference to us, and Maeva Kashfi, who opened our second day. I'd like to thank all our speakers who've given us their time and shared their research, especially in the heat. I'd like to say thank you very much to our keynote speakers who were inspirational, and especially commend our student chairs and researchers who are a key part of this meeting. I'm not forgetting our great staff chairs and staff researchers, all of whom had to adapt in the last minute to a second online day, although we're getting a bit used to this routine. It's so important for our London Met research culture that we hear what everyone else is doing. It's always such a pleasure, and it enables us to create new partnerships and give us the confidence to understand that we do really excellent work. We do so much and have so much to offer our community and society, and I think we should not forget that. Genuinely, this conference is getting stronger each year, and it also serves to give our students valuable professional experience since they support and contribute to the conference. This conference has an imaginative structure showcasing keynote presentations, short talks, lightning talks, and posters. And we've had an impressive range of research activity that reflects the broad scope of our work and notably how we lift barriers directly and indirectly with the research that we carry out. So we continue to apply our scholarship and energy to solve important problems and make new discoveries. And we do so in areas that are often less discussed, like maybe the last one specifically, and poorly represented in the literature. We've continued to work really hard in a changed and rapidly changing world, but have been able to demonstrate our intelligence and innovation to be enormously creative and productive. So this has been a truly inspiring conference, and my thanks and our thanks go to Maeva Kashfi, to René Maymaridou for arranging the academic programme, to Christos Kalantaridis, oh, I knew how to say his name a minute ago, to Christos Kalantaridis for championing our research, and to our RPO team, including Anna Kamek and Oliver Brooks and Diane Smith, all who have been rushing around behind the scenes trying to make everything work. Matthew Brewster and John Lucken, who tried to find us a room at the last minute and enable the IT and tried to fix the aircon, although that wasn't actually possible in the end. And thank you to anybody that I've missed out and all the other people that have helped in various ways. So thank you very much.
Just add one last thing. If you can hear me, my internet's gone down. You can still leave comments on the Padlet. It'd be really to hear your thoughts. We've had a few comments today, but it would be wonderful to hear more from you, how you thought the conference went and what you found particularly inspiring. But yeah, it's been a great couple of days. I also hope you've enjoyed it very much, and obviously thank you to Una, interim head of the graduate school. I've enjoyed it hugely the last couple of days, so thanks to everyone as well.
Okay, well, I mean, we had hoped that we were going to be in a room with catering and some wine, and we could have all had a nice chat. And it always seems really abrupt when you're online. You sort of have this big chat and have this buzz and relationship, and suddenly you have to say bye and click your computer off. But we're going to have to do that. I'm really sorry. So I shall imagine myself raising a glass with everybody, and we did talk about trying to do something, a social thing surrounding conference and research. You know, when we stop being boiled alive by the weather. But it remains me to say thank you very much, and please have a really pleasant evening and keep yourself cool and hydrated.